A very good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the first International e-conference on emerging trend in forensic science 2021. I'm very pleased to say a few words to today's conference. This is indeed an important occasion for all of us who are involved in the field of forensic science. Our organizer, International Association of Scientists and Researchers IASR, in association with Sherlock Institute of Forensic Science, have planned this international e-conference with the motive to welcome all the budding minds and professionals of numerous disciplines of forensic science. This event comprises of trending and challenging talks by efficient experts uniting globally. I wonder that you must have heard about ISR before entering in this conference. So let me give you a short description about it. ISR is a non-profit organization focused to deliver the updated literature and research work to not only the global scientific and research society but also to everyone, providing open access to critically reviewed high-quality research, papers, and literature. It works with a mission and of providing a user-friendly global platform for researchers, scientists for sharing information and dissemination of recent groundbreaking research and advancement in various fields working together for betterment of the world. And now, with my utmost enthusiasm, the organizing committee invites all participants, jury members, scientific experts to the very first international conference with the motto of bringing the unorganized talents present globally. The program would follow talks by eminent experts worldwide, accompanied by e-paper presentation, e-poster presentation, discussion, and scientific excellence. We hope you all enjoy the session by being busy and productive throughout the conference. I cannot move forward without thanking the associations with which we have worked united. I really want to give my humble thanks to SFSRM, National PG College, United University of Philippines, Clue for Evidence, Sketchcorp, International Associations of Forensic Investigators, Federal University of Technology, Falcon. Thank you. Your support gives a lot of enthusiasm to all the forensic learners. I would like to call and request Dr. Ranjit Kumar Singh, Sir, President of IASR, to further elaborate upon the aims and objectives of this e-conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Kritika. I welcome all the participants on this first international conference on emerging trend in forensic science. I thank you all my association, Raksha Shakti University, Rashtriya Raksha University, Sketchcorp Academy, and accepting my invitation to deliver a talk. As we all know, forensic science play an important and significant role in uniting the mysteries in crime with the motive of creating a peaceful society, being the multidisciplinary effort that embrace several fields of science for the advancement of justice system, and hereby forensic science is still actively identifying itself in the larger landscape of the sciences. The International e-conference is planned with the motive to welcome all the budding mind and professional of numerous disciplines of forensic science. It gives and also immense pleasure with the aim to focus on the sharing ideas, techniques, and advancement through the eyes of academicians, researchers, experts, contributing their work in the forensic science field to reach that greater heights. With this, I welcome, along with my Convener-in-Chief, Mr. D.N. Fernandez, all the participants, and all my moderators, those who are working day and night for the success of this conference. We are welcome for all kinds of suggestions from all the participants for the further improvement, because we have planned several e-conferences for the whole year, and every month on last Saturday and Sunday, we are going to conduct this e-conference. So I thank you, my team, Kritika Mishra, Vaishnavi Thakre, and Aarti, for reaching out to several public, to reaching out to several platform and creating such a good workshop. With this, moving forward towards day one, I welcome all the speakers and thank you for accepting our invitation. I thank you, Michael W. Street, for accepting our invitation to deliver a talk. I thank you, Dr. Harsh Sharma, sir, for accepting the invitation, Dr. Surbi Mathur, and Professor Teresa from University of Philippines for the day one. I request my co-host Kritika to take over the further proceedings.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, let's move forward to our eminent dignitaries of our chairing panel. With this, I start my introduction with we have among us Dr. Hemlata Pandey as chairperson of the session, Seema Patel as co-chairperson, and Vijay Kumar Yadav Surfer as a co-chairperson. I'll speak about Dr. Hemlata Pandey. Dr. Hemlata Pandey is first in India to have established a section for forensic odontology at a government hospital. Dr. Pandey is the first in India to have been involved in the DVI team as a forensic odontologist. She has been able to dental identification during DVI, where accessibility to dental records is a major concern, and has been involved in 4 such DVI teams in the recent past and conduct training for police officers as first responder for humanitarian forensic action in disasters and mass killing. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am for accepting our offer and being the chairperson for handling the entire session. I cannot move forward without telling you about Seema Patel ma'am. Ms. Seema Patel ma'am is currently working in Forensic Science Laboratory, Patna, Bihar. She has more than 11 years of experience working in Forensic Laboratory in analytical chemistry. She has worked as a financial accountant in HDFC as a technical officer in Forensic Science Laboratory. She also gained knowledge by working as a senior scientific officer at FSL Patna, forensic analyst at FSL Hyderabad. Thank you so much, ma'am, for accepting our offer. And now I tell about Vijay Kumar Yadav sir. Vijay Kumar Yadav sir is currently working as a coordinator in Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Institute of Forensic Science and Criminology, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi. He also served as assistant proctor in Bundelkhand University. He's having 10 plus years experience as an undergraduate and postgraduate student. He has also given his valuable supervision to more than 60 postgraduate students in this dissertation work. Now, without wasting time, let's move forward, and I request my chairperson, Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am, to take over this session and speak about Michael W. Street sir and let the audience know his excellence. Over to you, Hemlata ma'am.
Thank you, Kratika, for the generous introduction. Without further delay, let me introduce Michael Street, our first speaker for the day. Police Sergeant Michael W. Street is an internationally recognized forensic facial imaging expert based in Southern California. For 36 years, Michael has blended his rich law enforcement experience and artistic skills to provide forensic facial imaging services to police agencies in the United States, and his distinguished career as an award-winning forensic artist began concurrent to his law enforcement career. The experience helped him to adapt for his role as a police sketch artist and making him one of the country's most sought after police sketch artists. His successful police sketches in several high profile cases, the Samantha Runyan murder, the Anthony Martinez murder, the Baton Rouge serial killer, and Orange County's fortune teller murder, and others, has led to the arrest of violent criminals nationwide. Today, he continues to serve the Baltimore Police Department as a forensic artist, providing with remote forensic facial imaging services, which he conducts from his offices in California. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for joining us today. We know it's late for you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining us.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you
for
It's my
accepting our
pleasure.
invitation.
Are you ready for me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you everybody for having me here today. I want to share with you some of my thoughts on the emerging field of forensic facial imaging and some of the emerging trends and where it was and where it's going and such. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we'll go ahead and get to it since we've only got 30 minutes. So let me, there we go, kill my camera so I could focus on talking rather than looking in the camera here. Well, let's see here. All right, here we go. Modern techniques in forensic facial imaging and identification. This is one of those fields that, unlike a lot of the scientific fields that you are all doing tremendous and wonderful research in, it's very subjective in terms of how people interpret it and how it's applied during criminal investigations. But it's over a century old, and it's still making progress in terms of the studies and some of the research that's going on around the world. So, that was such a humble introduction that Dr. Pandy gave me. And just to briefly touch on a couple of things, I've been a forensic artist now for 40 years, and I was actually, rather than coming from an academic background, I actually come from a more of an applications type of background. So I was a sergeant when I retired. I had a lot of detective experience, and this whole art of forensics, in terms of the art of crime solving, as I call it, mostly involves good communication skills, which my police career certainly prepared me for. I have over 1,300 hours of specialized police training and almost over 900 hours, actually almost 1,000 hours of specialized training in forensic facial imaging. And as you can see, I've been around since the beginning, helping the FBI put their course together, and also working as a consultant and a trainer for some of my competitors before I started my own company and created my own facial composite software. I was kind of learning the ropes and seeing what was working and what wasn't working. So I've been fortunate enough to be in on the ground floor and work with some of the best people that have done this. And I'm really thankful to be able to reach out now and make relationships, establish relationships, and working with some esteemed people like yourselves around the world. So, crime is universal. It's not something that's just, restricted to the United States or the Los Angeles area where I am at. It's worldwide. We may call it something different, but, it is what it is. It's crime, and people are getting hurt, and we have to, keep trying to find ways to take technology and takes the studies that's going on in the universities and such, and being able to apply it in the field. So that was one of the reasons I started my own consulting company, SketchCop Solutions, so we could offer this type of investigative training and support to law enforcement and the academic community, because I think it's one of those things where we, where we can learn from one another. So in other words, if you were to ask me, what exactly do you do with SketchCop Solutions? What exactly do you do as a forensic facial imaging specialist? I would tell you that, we provide products, services, and training to law enforcement and academic institutions around the world based upon researching best methods and implementing that research, and then sometimes collaborating with research scientists to take their best practices and apply them in the field to see if they work. So although I don't have a college degree per se, I have completed college studies, and I've completed specialized studies, and I have really been out there on the street taking this stuff and really seeing if it works, because sometimes that you can't recreate in the laboratory what goes on in the field. So in other words, if you are trying to replicate the trauma that someone feels when they're the victim of a sexual assault, or someone sticks a gun in their face and robs them or tries to stab them, you'll never be able to recreate that fear. So it's taking what you think and people like me to tell you whether it's working or not. And so I think that's where the collaborative effort comes in between people who do the applications like myself and people like yourself who do the studies. And when it comes to some of this we'll talk about tonight, it's very important, some of the work that's going on today. So let's go back to the very beginning. I apologize for speaking so fast, but I have a few slides and I've got 30 minutes, and this is a vast topic that we're preparing training on right now, so we can kind of take the time, later to make sure that people understand it. So it really started over 100 years ago. The first recorded composite sketch was created in Britain, in 1881. And they didn't have, although they had mugshot cameras then, photography and taking police photos wasn't as widely used as it is today. So this involved a murder on a train, and they actually had a witness who described this person to an artist, not a police sketch artist, because there were no police sketch artists back then. Just someone who could draw, someone who was competent at drawing, and was able to come up with this sketch. And the sketch was instrumental in helping, capture this person who committed the murder. And then after that, they kept using sketches in police investigations. Again, grabbing whoever they could. If they had a large newspaper nearby, they would grab cartoonists and editorial comic strip, anyone who could handle a pencil and draw. And it wasn't until, and as you can see from this slide, we continued in the United States using it here, involving high-profile criminal investigations like the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., some high-profile serial killings, some mysterious, plane hijackings, and whatever. If you were to look at a case file for a major case investigation here in the United States, you would probably find a police artist sketch in here somewhere. So from 1881, it wasn't until 1984, 100 years later, just over 100 years later, when myself and a group of people met at the FBI Academy to plan the curriculum for the first formal police sketch artist course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. The United States Congress allotted money for it, and they started training police sketch artists from around the world, actually, and not only the United States, but there were artists that came from other countries as such. Unfortunately, they no longer hold the class because of budgetary restrictions and such, but it was important enough, for the government to pay attention to it as a viable art. And finally, I think it wasn't until the late 80s, early 90s that the International Association for Identification actually recognized it as the 9th forensic discipline, along with, blood stain, fingerprints, forensic photography, things like that. And they've been trying to make progress ever since in terms of elevating the training and elevating the quality of the police sketches that are out there. But at the same time, there were people that realized that, sometimes, having a sketch artist wasn't enough because there wasn't enough sketch artists to go around. So they wanted to create something that would make it so that anybody on a police department that could interview somebody could take and create a composite sketch. And so in the late 50s, early 60s, a laboratory technician for the Los Angeles Police Department created the Identikit. And it was sold to and marketed by Smith & Wesson as a private venture. And they would lease these boxes. It was a wooden box with cellophane overlays, and each cellophane overlay had a code assigned to it and a facial feature that was printed on top of it. So you'd put 9 or 10 of these together to create a face, and then you could make a Xerox copy of it on a copy machine and put it on a wanted bolt. It was kind of crude back then, but it did the job, and it helped capture lots of criminals. So although police departments preferred having a sketch artist on staff, because the training was limited and the resources were limited, there were a lot more of these boxes of acetate facial features, the Identikits, going around and were widely used in police departments. Because at that point in time, there wasn't really any computer solutions. It wasn't until the late 80s, early 90s that you started seeing a digital solution. And that digital solution, there were maybe about a half dozen, a little less than a half dozen that came out there. But the computer graphics and the capabilities, memory and such, speed and power of the computers wasn't what it is today. And computers back then used to be these big boxy things like televisions and such. They were huge and they were heavy and they're unwieldy, and they just didn't have the what we've got today. So one of the first computerized systems was a CD fit. And you can see here they use photographs, elements of photographs to try to make it look like a real person. And that was the thought, that we wanted to make it look like a real person. And I did something here. Okay, there we go. They want to make it look like a real person because everyone thought that the more photographically it looked like a real person, the better it would be. But that wasn't necessarily true. Police artist for San Jose Police Department, Tom Macris, he created, at the time, he was one of the best sketchers, I mean, in the world. He was a great artist. His hand-drawn sketches caught a lot of criminals. And he worked with a computer company to digitize some of his drawings and such and create a program called CompuSketch. And that was one of the first forerunners of a really credible computer system software that actually produced images that looked like a police artist sketched it. Because really, when you show somebody a composite sketch that looks like a mugshot of somebody, people's minds, they take it very literal. They think that that is the person that they're supposed to be looking for, versus an artist sketch. Everyone recognizes a sketch is nothing more than an approximation of someone's memory. So their mind kind of fills the gaps in and kind of makes that leap in terms of, you know, could look like the person, it may not look like, it may be this person, may not be that person, versus that photographic composite that leads you to believe that it has to be that person. So, but, you know, again, very simple. If you look at the image types, very crude, very elementary looking. You know, these were better quality than the, oh my goodness, go back here, than this. But, you know, both of them did their job. I mean, at the end of the day, as long, if you catch somebody as a result of the sketch, then it does a, you know, then it lends credibility. It makes it a viable tool. People recognize as being a viable tool. So look at the CompuSketch here. You can see the dot stippling of the, I don't want to do that, of the image in terms of shading. It looks very crude, looks very elementary, but yet it looks very similar to this suspect. This is courtesy of the Idaho State Police, who back 1988, it looks like, when they arrested him, late 80s. You know, I think somebody could look at this sketch and look at him and say, yeah, it's probably the same person. So, you know, it did its job. So, you know, as we progress, you know, again, some people like their pencils, some people like their chalks. Artists are artists. And when you really look at this, it is the perfect blend of science and art, the science being the psychology behind it. And really seriously, it's important to be able to draw as well as you can to be successful, have some sort of art background, because as we're moving into the digital realm, you know, you can hang on to your pencils and papers, but I'm going to talk about why it's a good idea to progress and move to digital. So you can see the hand holding the stylus here. This is my preferred tool today. I've been digital since 2015, so I haven't touched a pencil to do a police sketch in over 5 years now. So digital tools and drawing software, what they give you an opportunity to do is basically what it is the digital tool is a pen tablet or a graphic display device like this here, pictured here, where you can actually use the stylus to draw on the screen like you're drawing with a pencil on a piece of paper or chalk or whatever medium you want, because the software, like the software illustrated here, Corel Painter, actually has chalks, watercolors, oil painting. I mean, you can do whatever you do with your hand media, you can do in the digital tools, and also a drawing software. I actually use the pencil function for mine, and it works perfectly. It looks like an artist is drawing it. There's no difference. And now, when you look at what's happening with the coronavirus, you know, it's perfect because we can do no contact eyewitness interviews with victims of crime from either down the street or several thousand miles away. I routinely work, I do sketches for the Los Angeles Police Department, and most of my victims, when I talk to them, are 70 to 100 miles away. And a lot of the victims I talk to in my role as the Baltimore Police Department sketch artist, over 3,000 miles away. So you take a country like India, how large and populous India is, and some of the transportation challenges you have, And, and pick any country really, especially these days where they're limiting contact with people and they're limiting people traveling. A lot of police think that they can't do sketches anymore because you have to be in the room with the person with your pencil and paper drawing, when in reality you don't. I have a graphic display device, much like that was illustrated, and I'm drawing right on my screen. They're seeing my screen. I'm connecting my screen to them. And most of the time, they're on their cell phone, as you can see here. This is what they're seeing right here, is this sketch. They're watching me draw it on their cell phones. So cell phone and web meeting software and the various platforms on which they work actually extend the reach of the artist and extend the capabilities of the police department. So, you couldn't do that if you had a pencil or paper. I mean, you probably could put a digital camera on a tripod and put it over your shoulder while the victim watches you draw. But it seems pretty unwieldy and it seems pretty clumsy in terms of a method for doing that. We're always looking for ways, and I always believe, I believe that the best product for a facial composite software product is an actual sketch. So when the officer or the operator is using the software to put the sketch together, the end result should look like a police sketch or look like somebody drew it by hand versus a photograph. And so as you can see in this image here of our software, you can, we can create libraries of various ethnicities and nationalities. We can input whatever hats we want. And that's the nice thing about digital. It not only I believe it makes me a better artist because it gives me a wider array of tools to work with, but it also allows me to create facial libraries similar to police sketch software programs like SketchCop, where you, if you draw, like in Baltimore, I drew it seemed like every criminal there wore a hoodie. And so I was drawing hoodies every day. So finally I just, scanned a hoodie, a couple different varieties of hoodies. And so now whenever somebody says that, the person is wearing a hoodie or a certain type of baseball cap, I can just go in my library, bring it into the sketch and touch it up. And I save lots of time drawing. It also creates a more efficient workflow because you can create interview forms where the eyewitness fills it out. You can draw it, you can share the image on the screen with them, and then they can make adjustments to the image. And then you can send that image via email to the detective, who can copy and paste it into a wanted bulletin and or post it on a website in much less time than they could have in the old days of taking a drawing, having to make a Xerox copy on a copy machine, or having to take a photograph of it and have the crime lab develop the photo. It really makes the workflow a lot smoother. What programs like SketchCop does is it allows people who are non-artists but who want to contribute to their police department or their community, it allows them to learn how to interview, how to talk to people, how to get that information from them, and how to manipulate the software to create the image of a crook for police. In countries like India, other countries that use sketches quite a bit, software programs and digital tools allows them to make that leap and extend their ability to create the faces of crime, so to speak. Now, some of the other areas that forensic artists work in and where technology takes hold, and I think Dr. Pandy can appreciate this because she does lots of work with clay reconstruction, is traditional clay reconstruction. Now, in this image you'll see here, it's a split screen where half of it's the skull, and you can see the tissue depth markers here. This is where a lot of the research comes in the forensic art field and the forensic facial imaging field, is the tissue, the live studies they do and cadaver studies, and the sonograms and some of the CT scans and such, where they are able to update the tissue depth tables and such information. There's a lot of, I just read a paper the other day that I think they put out in Korea, where they actually did a new way to triangulate and look at how to determine the proper shape of the tip of the nose. Forensic odontologists are, helping come up with, proper lip measurements and mouth shapes and stuff. The problem with the clay reconstruction is it takes a lot of practice and quite the skill set to become a reasonably good sculptor, to where, you can come out with an image that's meaningful, that's going to be helpful to an investigation. also too is once you put that clay on, you'll cover up those teeth, because most of the time the mouth is going to be closed. You're going to close the nasal aperture there. You're not going to be able to see a lot of those things you need to see to be able to manipulate the features and properly use the science to craft the features and such. So this is where we talk about traditional clay versus digital facial reconstruction. And trust me, I started out sculpting in clay, much like this figure you see here. I had the armature with all the netting there for the neck, and I had the prosthetic eyeballs and such. And so you can see on the right here, or yeah, on your right, this skull, this transparency through this digital reconstruction I did, and I can see the skull. So I'm using like ZBrush, Freeform Plus, Cinema 4D. A lot of these programs, these clay sculpting programs, have a transparency button on them, especially like this one I did in ZBrush, where I can always check my work, and I can always check the accuracy of the measurements and how I'm fitting the face to the tissue depth markers, the set of the eyeball and the orbit. I didn't have it on here, but this it looks like the framing of a house or a superstructure on a building with all the rods and such I've got running through here to measure out the length and the projection of the nose and such. But having this the digital sculpting tools, you can draw like you're with a stylus, like you're sketching, but you're actually sculpting, and you can always turn on and off the transparency button. You can rotate it every which angle, zoom in easily. You can even do you can even poly paint. This is the finished version of what I'd done in the previous. And you can see here, a 3/4 view, and I can turn it every which way I want and take pictures in the software, or I can export it and it can be 3D printed. If a law enforcement agency wants to hold a press conference and invite the press and such. So there's a lot of options you have. Again, you can sculpt different hairstyles and beards and toggle them on and off. And again, technology. It used to be that if there was a facial reconstruction to be done, a medical examiner or a coroner's office would actually send me the physical skull. And they weren't always the most pleasant things to work with, but it is what it is. But now I just have the agencies, provide me a CT scan. They just take if the medical examiner's office is big enough to afford to have their own CT scanner. If not, they take it to a local hospital and they have it CT scan, and they upload the DICOM file to my file share service. I make a 3D model from that, a 3D skull model, and import it into the clay digital reconstruction software, and away I go, and I can paint it in the end like this, and then send it back to them as a 2-dimensional image. Photoshop is a great scientific tool. They actually have a scientific part of it where you can do measurements. They've got a 3D option. It's more than just a tool for working for photographers, to touch up their pictures and their photographs and such, and to composite them, do all the things that they do for advertising, the things they use pictures for. I use Adobe Photoshop to do one-to-one photo comparisons and analysis work. And again, we're dealing with a lot of morphological examination of different facial features and such, and doing the one-to-one comparisons. And we use I use the guides to make sure that the proportions are similar. I use the zoom tools and the marking tools and such to be able to create my exhibits and such. And it works really, really well for doing that. And again, this is where the scientific and the research part of this involves, study of anatomy, keeping up on different, illnesses and different conditions that may affect the look of people's faces and such, how it translates to the skull and such. And this is where, a lot of forensic facial imaging work is actually a collaborative team effort. If you're smart, you'll take a multidisciplinary approach. I never try to do this by myself. If I have a question, I always, invite the forensic anthropologist, the forensic odontologist to give their input, because I'm just, one person. And these tools, these digital tools really help, to be able to share images back and forth, as well as for me as the person who's, it's almost like, someone writing music and you playing and being able to properly play it. And, I can't, it's hard to go back to the analog way of doing things, now that I've been doing it digitally for over 5 years now. And again, Photoshop is a great tool for two-dimensional reconstruction. Sometimes, some people don't like the sculpt and some people just prefer to use Photoshop. And so what we do is, we put the tissue depth markers on the skull, as you can see here. And look for my stylus here. And so you can see right here, the tissue depth markers on the skull. And you take a one-to-one photograph, full frontal, so it's level, and put in the Frankfurt horizontal. And then you, of course, you put a scale tool in there so you can make it one-to-one, so everything measures well. And then what I do is I took a piece of paper and laid it over the skull and sketched around here, created a light pencil sketch. And then I took photographs and I composited them together and made based upon the skull. And then I overlaid the photographs on, created the photographic face, and then I laid the sketch over the top of it to make it look like a high quality, lifelike type of sketch. So again, it's got that photographic feel to it, but it's more like a sketch. So people look at this facial reconstruction like a composite and say, yeah, that could be him. That could be the person, instead of seeing a photo composite and saying, oh, that's got to be exactly the same person, because people are so literal. Age progression and missing children, missing adults, fugitives from justice. Photoshop is a great tool to use. Again, science, aging principles, research studies by dermatologists and plastic surgeons who rebuild people's noses and do work on people's faces and such. A lot of that research is very important as well. And again, digital tools make it a lot easier, because what happens is sometimes people, regardless how good an artist they are, is they will try to redraw the face. And there's something that gets lost in transit between the hand and the brain and the eye and such. And then a lot of times the artist puts their own artistic spin and interpretation on it. I prefer to work straight from the photo, because you don't lose any image integrity that way. You keep that resemblance. It's much stronger if you do that. It just looks like an older version of what it's supposed to be, which is that person, without any stylized artwork going into it. And again, I use Photoshop and Painter, and as well as listening to the experts and keeping in mind environmental damage, lifestyle damage. What happens to a person who's a heavy smoker? What happens to a person that's skin that spends too much time out in the sun? The science tells us that. The researchers tell us that. So again, whatever you're researching, I'm the guy that's putting it into practice and working with you in that multidisciplinary approach to make sure we get the best image possible, the most accurate image possible to put out to law enforcement. And then, of course, lastly, there's been a lot of talk about DNA being used to recreate the face. And there's a company here in the United States that does that. And it costs a lot of money. A lot of agencies pay it for cold cases to create facial composites. They don't know how accurate they are. I think I read an article the other day that some researchers came up with the number. It was 203 genes that affect a person's facial appearance. And the company here that does these said they can come up accurately with the sex, approximate age, body mass, ancestry, skin tone, freckles. But that's it. So I'm not sure how they get the eye, the shape of the nose, the shape of the lips. It's proprietary information, so obviously they're not going to share. But this is something that they're working on now, is to try to create faces from, accurate faces from nothing more than DNA, or I think some companies are working on some mind mapping stuff where they can hook your head up with some electrodes or something, and you can think about the suspect, and your thoughts will go out onto a computer and create that face and such. So not quite sure how that's going to work, but my last slide here is this is an example. This is our software. An eyewitness described this person, and then for whatever reason, the police department contracted to have a DNA composite done. And this was a suspect that they arrested. He'd grown a beard. It was quite a length of time. I don't know, you can argue which one looks closer. The person who described to the police sketch artist, there were some blemishes on the face that the DNA didn't catch. But yet, if you look here, there's some blemishes right here on his cheeks and such. And I think the flat lip here, similar to here, and the way the mouth bows in the middle and such. I don't know why they felt the need to get a DNA composite, but they did, and it's something to get people talking about your cases again, and especially their cold cases and such. I think it's got promise. I don't know that it's where it should be yet, but it's working for some agencies. So, who am I to say? So I think my half hour is just about up. I appreciate you guys being patient listeners. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. My email address is here, michael@sketchcop.com. For those of you who are on social media, you can find me on Facebook and Instagram @the_sketchcop. You can also subscribe to my YouTube channel, Sketchcop channel, as well as those of you who are on LinkedIn can find me under my name, Michael W. Street, and put the W in there because my son has the same name, and there's a couple of other cousins. I thought I was the only Michael Street out there for a number of years. I only found out recently that I'm one of but many. So I threw the W in there so there'd be no confusion. So feel free to reach out to me, and we're going to be doing some great things this year, and I want you guys all to be able to share in it with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Facial imaging methods are indispensable in many circumstances, providing routine clues to the police during their investigations. Sometimes they even play a significant role in cold cases. So it was very interesting. It was a pleasure to hear you speak about your expertise, Michael. Thank you for sharing your vast experience from manual to digital techniques. We are all inspired by your talk.
Thank you.
I request, I think I'll present you with the certificate now. It's an e-certificate, being a virtual conference. So we are grateful for your scientific contribution and valuable insights as a keynote speaker, Michael. Thank you.
It means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael, for accepting our invitation. And I'm sure by this lecture, we have many authorities in this workshop: Police Authority, FSL people, Forensic Science Laboratory, as Sketchcop Academy and Sherlock Institute, collaboratively going to provide this service in the Indian Police. I have reached to the many police officers, although everything is in a middle stage, and I'm sure with your expertise, we are going to serve India in a better way for making a sketch more viable for the police enforcement agency. I know that we are in a slow pace just because we are trying to convince the police officers that importance of the services which is going to provide by the Sketchcop. And I here request all the police officers, those who are attending the session, higher police officers and the Forensic Science Laboratory peoples, I request everyone to help us in introducing Sketchcop services in India so that we can serve the Indian police in a more good way. So with this, thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ranjit sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Michael sir, for taking this amazing session. I hope the audience have enjoyed the session a lot.
I did. Thank you, Kritika. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's move forward to our next session. I request Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am to take over the session and discuss and speak about Dr. Harsh Sharma sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Right. So the next speaker for the day is Dr. Harsh Sharma sir. He is currently serving as Director of the State Forensic Science Laboratory, Madhya Pradesh. He's an eminent scholar in scene of crime investigation and has a vast experience of 38 years as a skilled expert in forensic science. He has experienced investigation of around 4,000 scenes of crime. With his outstanding skills, he proved to be 100% efficient in solving all the rape cases within the record time of 48 hours. He has one of the personalities who's hitting the only DNA laboratory in Asia to have passed international USA DNA proficiency. He has been honored for the achievement by the state chief minister of Madhya Pradesh. He has awarded he has been awarded for presenting the best paper in crime scene management at the All India Forensic Science Conference in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. He has also been awarded a Meritorious Service Award in the scene of crime management and for the same by the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. He has delivered talks in many chair sessions globally. So, welcome and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning to all of you. It was an outstanding experience to hear Mr. Michel on facial reconstruction. And I am really thankful to the organizers, especially Dr. Ranjit and Faninder, to be a part of this wonderful conference. It gives me immense pleasure to be the part of first International eConference 2021, as this is a conference where we all meet virtually to better understand how the trends are changing in the field of forensics. I'm here to tell you how the vision of seeing things is the most primary aspect of dealing with any crime scene investigation. As a famous say is seeing things. I'll just show the code that is this is the code which I really admire. Vision is the art of seeing things invisible. And I used to say in Hindi that देखते आप भी हो देखता मैं भी हूँ बस निगाह का या नजरिए का फर्क है. तो ये सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात है regarding forensic science is the delegates who are attending this conference are quite aware of the forensic science, as it is a amalgam of various sciences. This includes physics, chemistry, pure principles of physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, medical science, etc., etc. Initially, when I started my career as a crime scene expert or a crime scene scientist, that time the forensic science that was not known widely or to the masses. It was the honorable courts who were delivering judgment on the basis of the eyewitnesses. Then this scientific investigation started, and the importance of physical evidence that came in the picture. The physical evidence, as you know, it is seen at the scene of crime, and it is coming through a Locard's principle, that is whenever there is a contact, there is a trace. And to recognize the proper physical evidence at the scene of crime, proper lifting and sending it to the laboratory for the examination purpose, that is very, very important. Actually, at the scene of crime, the recognition of physical evidence and the reconstruction, that is very, very important to prove the thing, to prove the event, whether it is true or not. Actually, when I started my career, those days, the founder director of the Medical Legal Institute, Professor Hiresh Chandra, he used to say, any murder mystery is a lock. Any murder mystery is a lock, and the key is lying at the scene of crime. The important thing is that कि कौन वो होशियार आदमी है जो वो चाबी को उठा के और ताला खोलता है. So just in my opinion, the reconstruction part, that is very, very important. And whatever the cases I have solved, it is just because of the vision I do have. And I think that the upcoming forensic scientists who are going to the scene of crime, they should apply this thing. Regarding physical evidence, as you know, everything, whatever has come to this earth is unique of its own. And we forensic scientists are taking advantage of this. The entire forensic labs of the world, they are doing comparison work. Whether this fingerprint matches with this fingerprint or not, or this DNA profile matches with this particular DNA profile or not. Similarly, the cartridges and the bullets, they are just matched, and the reports are generated and sent to the court of law, on the basis of which the honorable courts are delivering judgments. Regarding physical evidence, as I told you, I used to say a sher in Hindi that na kisi ki is jahan mein na kisi ki nazir na misal jo bhi aaya bemisal. You might have seen in monozygotic twins, father is one, the mother is one, and the DNA profile, that is also one, but the fingerprints, they are different. So everything, whatever has come, is unique of its own. And regarding birth, there is only two questions. There are only two questions. Whenever a pregnant lady goes to the hospital, the friends and the relatives are standing outside the operation theater. The moment the door opens, nurse or doctor is coming out, the first question which is fired, that is whether the baby boy or baby girl. The answer could be baby boy or baby girl. Immediately the second question is fired, that whether the mother and the child are okay or not. The answer could be both are fine, no questions. On the contrary, whenever there is a death is of two types. One is natural and another is unnatural. In natural death, a person having an age of 85 years or 80 years, hospitalized with multiple complications, in between he or she was in the ICU. One fine day, the news spread that he is no more or she is no more. Then the number of questions are there. He or she was all right when I had been yesterday or day before yesterday. Somebody says that he or she was perfectly all right. Somebody says in front of me, he or she had dalia or something like that. How he or she died? So there are number of questions. If at all the death is unnatural, you might have seen in the Arushi murder case recently, Sushant Singh's case, everybody was having plenty of doubts. If the investigation is proper, scientific investigation is proper, then there are no issues. So the investigation part at the scene of crime and in the laboratory, and in today's scenario, you might have seen, initially when I started those days, the print media was only there. Now the number of channels, they are going at the scene of crime. At times I have seen that the police is not coming, and the people or the onlookers plus the media people, they are there. Or circle कर करके, they are showing that it is a blood, इसमें DNA होगा, इसमें ये होगा, whatever. So now the importance of the scientific investigation, that is required. And to start with, actually I'll be telling you through the actual cases, but the subject, which is crime scene investigation, is such a wide subject that if at all I have to speak on hanging, then at least I need 1 hour. And because of this time constraint, I'll just show you some important, very small cases to you. To begin with, the thing I must tell you, I learned that मुर्दा सच बोलता है, जिंदा आदमी झूठ बोलता है. Because the person who's dead is एक तरीके से उसका कोई रिजर्वेशन नहीं है कि ये मेरी माँ है, ये मेरी बहन है, whatever. उसको जो बोलना है सच बोलना है. But he'll be telling to the person who's going near to him. तभी वो बोलता है. If at all a dead body is lying on the floor, if a person, if the investigating officer or the forensic scientist is going to him, उसका हाथ पकड़ के खींचने की कोशिश करता है, if it is stiffed, then the dead body is telling कि rigor mortis start हो गया है, 6 to 8 hours हो गए हैं, तो who's telling dead body? If at all he or she is having stab injuries, if you see critically, then you can see whether the weapon of offense, whether it was single-edged or double-edged, you can see from the on the cloths or the skin. Like this, the body is speaking. Similarly, I've seen in many cases, the blood speaks in volume, whether the blood is antemortem or postmortem, the pattern of the blood. And I'll just go through some important pattern of the bloods. These are droplets, if at all you see at the scene of crime, it is a blood which is speaking that it has fallen from height. And there's a blood which is venous hemorrhage, because the veins are superficially seated. If there is a cut on the veins, the work of the heart is pumping the blood. So the streaks you are seeing, it is venous hemorrhage. Then this is if the arteries are having some injuries or cut injuries, then the flow of the blood, that is wide, and you can see, because arteries are deeply seated, so the flow of the blood, you can always say it is arterial hemorrhage. And if at all there is no definite pattern, then you can call it as a smudge type of blood. To begin with the blood, there is a case, and I used to show almost in every presentation, because it's a very good case explaining how the blood speaks in volume. Next, please. This is a case, there is a educational center, Maharshi Educational Center. In that educational, there's a huge campus in acres. In hostel accommodation, one accountant was residing, and the audit team that was there in the institution from Delhi, it's a case of Bhopal. One fine morning, this gentleman was doing some paperwork, probably regarding accounts on this double cot, which was joined. Lady sweeper, when she came to sweep the room, that time he was just sitting on this cot and doing some paperwork. After sweeping, the lady asked whether you are coming to the canteen for breakfast, or should I ask someone to send your breakfast to the room? He said, I'll be coming to the canteen. But around 11:30 in the morning, he was not there in the canteen. So somebody had gone to see this gentleman, and that time he found that he was lying in the pool of blood. He was lying ventrally. When the police came, and the institution management came. That time he was having a cut injury on the frontal area of the neck. So it was said that he was murdered. So I was called over there to inspect the scene of crime. Initially, when I saw the room, that time I couldn't find any blood stain on the floor of the room, and the body was lying ventrally on the floor in a pool of blood. The articles which were there in the room, like cot, almirah, table, chair, everything was well placed. So there was no hint like this that some quarrel or something was there in the room, and no blood droplets were there. And if you see, two desks he joined to make a dressing table. In between the dressing table, there was a mirror, and there was a spurting of the blood on the mirror. And the tabletop was having antemortem blood. Antemortem and postmortem blood, we can easily distinguish just because the antemortem blood is having a property of coagulation because of the fibrinogen enzyme, and postmortem blood doesn't clot. So you can see the clotted blood on the tabletop. One more thing which is very apparent, that is the spurting of blood you can see on the left side, not on the right side. Next, please. Now, the spurting of blood was on the mirror and on the tabletop, and on reconstruction, the keeping in view the height of the deceased, it was very clear that the frontal area of the neck was cut when he was viewing the mirror. The height that was giving this, rather the entire evidences, they were suggesting that the neck was cut when he was viewing the mirror. And just near the watch, if you see, there was a wrapper, double-edged blades wrapper was there, laser brand. When I opened it, the blade was not there and the glue was sticking to my fingers. That means it was recently opened. Now you see, as I told you, the spurting of blood that is on the left side, not on the right side. And the sole of the deceased, they are smudged with blood, and slip marks you can see. The slip marks are suggestive that he slipped in his own blood. So I was of this opinion, because the fall, that is ventrally, if at all anybody cut his neck from the backside, his fall should be dorsally, not ventrally, and the slipping was there. So I was having a thought that as the blade was missing, the wrapper was empty, this glue was sticking to my fingers. So I had a thought that sometimes he might himself cut his throat. After seeing the neck cutting, I cleaned the cut neck area by a wet cotton swab. The cutting, if you see, it is not in a straight line. It is having a wavy pattern. And one more thing in addition, I could see on the left side, there was a hesitation mark. Because these hesitation marks I have seen in many cases. Whenever somebody is giving injury to himself or herself, then because of the pain, the weapon is removed, and then again with the mentality that I have to commit suicide or get myself injury. So that way, it was a clear, in my opinion, it was a case of suicide. And what I did, that I cleaned the right hand, right palm with a cotton swab. I could see a sharp cut on the thumb, which was suggestive that he handled the blade, double-edged blade, and the below the right palm there was a blade I could see, the same laser brand blade, the wrapper which was capped over the tabletop. So it was a case of suicide. He cut his own neck by this laser brand blade, and I was of this opinion. Just a moment, please. After reconstruction, my say was to the media and to the onlookers plus the brother of the deceased that he himself committed suicide. He took a blade and he started cutting. He should be a right-hander. As the blade was recovered below the right palm, he started cutting his neck from the left side, as the spurting of the blood is on the left side, and in a healthy person, around 5 liters, 5.5 liters of blood is there. When there was a blood supply was less to the brain, he slipped and he died. And finally, the autopsy was done by the director of the Medical Legal Institute, and he was of this opinion that it is a case of suicide. If at all this type of investigation was not done at the scene of crime, definitely, I suppose police was mistaken, and they might have searched for a person who has done this homicide. Now, this is another type of unusual suicide. The person during the Diwali festival, he put a cracker, Sukli bomb, which is called, in the buccal cavity, and he ignited, and you can see the repercussions. Regarding rape and murder, as initially I was introduced like that, not a single case was there in my entire career. I solved all 100% cases within 72 hours, and the minimum punishment, that was life imprisonment, and the maximum, that was death sentence. I'll show you one or two cases. Just a girl aging almost 5 years. Those days the DNA was not in practice. The girl, she was missing from her house, and the last scene, that was her neighbor जो है उसको किसी किराने की शॉप के ऊपर बिस्किट दिलाया था, एंड वो बिस्किट का को लेके जब लास्ट सीन पुलिस ने इंट्रोगेट किया, देन ही सेड कि उस आदमी ने कि भाई इस बच्ची, शी वाज जस्ट लाइक माय डॉटर, एंड उसने जो है इसको अमूमन में दिलाता रहता था, एंड इट वाज यूजुअल प्रैक्टिस. So when the shopkeeper was interrogated, he said yes, he is saying correct. Number of times this man was coming to my shop along with this little girl, और कई बार कुछ सामान दिलाया, तो whatever the shak was there on the person, वो खत्म हो गया, and the mother and father of the deceased or the girl, वो भी, they were of this opinion कि this man should not be interrogated, and he's just like a father of this girl. Next day early morning, the body of the girl was recovered from the outskirts of Bhopal town, and the girl was lying like this. The important thing when I went there to inspect the scene of crime, you can see the red circle. There was a wrapper of the Parle-G biscuit over there. When I saw this, then I had a strong suspicion that the person who was the neighbor of the girl must be a culprit. Reason being, a girl aging 5 years can't go 13, 15, 14 kilometers away from her home with a stranger. First thing she would do, she'll throw the wrapper and try to escape from the unknown person. Because of this wrapper, I had a very strong doubt, as I told you initially, that vision is the art of things invisible. If at all I ignored this wrapper, then it was really a difficult to solve this case. The person who was the neighbor, उसको उसके घर से सारा उसका सामान, trousers, footwears and everything was brought. The girl was, you can see the typical sign of asphyxia, the tongue between tooth, and she was strangulated from her own salwar, and it's very clear, and the neck was tied with her own salwar. And these are the tattoo spot, which is suggestive of this your asphyxial death. You can see the abrasions on the neck, bruise, abrasions, contusions on the backside of the girl as a person having a weight of almost 70 kilograms mounted on the girl. These are the vaginal tears. Next. The footwears which were brought to me from the house of the suspect, they were having the algae and the mud you can see on the trousers, the underwear and the shirt. These are the spermatozoa on the VS slide of the victim actual picture, and the spermatozoa on the underwear of the accused, and the cotton swab which I took from the face of the deceased. The soil over there, it was a rainy season, the soil over there was having the similar type of algae, and this algae was propagated in the laboratory, and you can see the same type of algae, and the diatoms, they were also matched, and on the basis of these physical evidence, the honorable court gave death sentence to the accused. It's another old case. In this particular case, the girl aging 13 years, it's a very old case. Then Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Digvijay Singh, he was at the scene of crime, and DGP of Madhya Pradesh was there. And this case was also solved within a couple of hours. And it's a very sensational and famous case. In this particular case, the neck was cut. The minor girl was raped and cut. The neck was cut. And on the basis of the neck cutting, I had an opinion that the implement which was used should be a light and not very sharp, but not very sharp. So it was presumed that it should be a kanni, which masons are using for plastering or something like that. So when I told about the type of implement, the suspect was there. The penile swab was taken, and the DNA profile that was generated, and the accused was caught in fast track court. In 9 working days, the death sentence was awarded to this person. It's also a very good case, a recent case of a rainy season. 2 dead bodies were recovered from a farm, and after seeing the injuries on the body, there was a mark of electrocution. You can see the electrocution mark. There's the electrocution mark, and clearly indicating that some wire that was there. On the contrary, if you see the field, there is no electric supply or any pole or wire is there. But both the girls, they are having the burn injuries this year because of the electrocution. So when I inspected the nearby area, there was barbed wire fencing in a particular form. And I was told that during the night time, just to prevent from the animals, especially जो जंगली सुअर होता है, उससे बचने के लिए कि उनका मेज का जो प्रॉप है वो खराब नहीं हो जाए, उसमें they used to pass on the electricity. And both the girls were going to attend some festival, so they took a shortcut, and while crossing that barbed wire fencing, they got this electrocution and they died. And the owner of that farm, he thought that I'll be caught, so he took both the bodies and threw it in a farm. So like this, the case was solved. Now I'll just, it's a very good case, and in this particular case, in a bag to cut legs and both the hands and head, it was thrown in a lake. So this, the bag which was recovered, it was having a mark of bronchu, being from the family of doctors. I was just having a thought that this bag should belong to a doctor or some medical representative, because normally the bags which are available in the market, they are having mark of Adidas, Nike, etc., etc. And a few long hairs, they were also there in the bag. And when I saw the skull, it was having a clear-cut fracture because of the hard and blunt injury over the head. These are the 2 hands and 2 legs. They were cut by, after seeing minutely, I was of this opinion, the implement which was used for cutting, it should be heavy and very sharp. It should be a slaughter's knife, and as the bone marrow, it was clearly indicating. The head which we recovered, this is the first condition of the head which I recovered. This is the next, myself and the Professor D.K. Satpathy, we took some cotton swabs, और वो उसके गालों के बीच में लगाए, अंदर से आई बॉल्स को पीछे से पुश करके बाहर किया, and the hairs they were which were in the bag, वो सर के ऊपर लगाए. From 1st to 4th condition में we brought like this, and this face that was circulated in the newspaper, the lady was identified, and then we could find out that this lady was a woman from Mount Abu, Rajasthan. She was living with a doctor's son in a live-in relationship, and this so-called accused father, उसने इनकी इस लड़के की शादी कहीं डॉक्टर लड़की से कर दी. She was very much excited, and he asked the girl that you go back to your place. She said, because of you, I left my husband and 2 kids, so I'm not going. It is not done. So one fine day when she was sleeping, एक बड़ा stone लेके उसके head के ऊपर मार दिया. She died, and जहाँ से ये मीट लाता था वहाँ से स्लॉटर्स नाइफ लाके इसने इसका हेड कट किया, दोनों हाथ काटे, दोनों पैर काटे, और उसको एक बैग में रख के तालाब में फेंक दिया. एंड रेस्ट ऑफ द ट्रंक ही केप्ट इन अ बैरल, और उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट करके बस स्टैंड पे ले गया. द पीपल वर सेइंग दैट it's smelling, foul smelling. He said nothing is there, fish is there. Like this, he transported that barrel and उसको कहीं और उसने फेंक दिया, and it was also recovered after 2 days. Like this, the room where he was living, it was inspected. You can see the cutting of the bone, which is clearly indicated that the body was cut by some slaughter's knife. And finally, the stone which he threw in a nala, it was recovered, and the chemical examination and this your grouping and everything was done, and the DNA profiling was done. And this is the small fragments of the bones from the on the floor of the room which were recovered. And finally, the case was solved, and the person was found guilty in the court of law, and life imprisonment was given to the person. In hanging cases, as you know, there are two types of hanging. One is complete hanging, and there is partial hanging. In the principle of the complete hanging is that the entire body that should be in air. And in partial hanging, the foot that is touching the ground level, and the घुटने मुड़े हुए होते हैं, knees are bent, and people are of this opinion that it's a case of homicidal hanging, but it is not like that. So I'll just give you one example of partial hanging, and it is a very good case. In this particular case, a lady was found dead on the double bed, and just above the double bed there was a baby cuddle, and everybody was having, as the lady was young, most of the people, they are of this opinion that it's a case of sexual assault, as nothing was stolen from the house. The things were, when I went to the scene of crime, I saw that everything was well placed, and the cloths, they were intact, and the bangles, glass bangles in the wrist, they were intact, and the bindi over the head, that was also intact. No bruise, no abrasion, no contusion, no external injury. I could see the nada of the salwar, that was also intact. So nothing of this sort was apparent that the lady was sexually assaulted. I could see the two ligature mark over the neck, and the two ligature mark over the neck, they were antemortem in nature. I was of this opinion that it should be a case of partial hanging, but nobody was going to believe me. So after reconstruction, I was having a thought that the lady, घुटनों के बल बैठ के ये डबल रोप को उसने अपने गले में फंसाया और प्रेशर जनरेट किया. एज यू नो, 3.5 किलोग्राम weight, that is enough to cause death around the neck, because the senses are not going to the brain, and the senses are not coming from the brain. So I was of this opinion कि like this she tried to commit suicide, and उसके बाद में वो जो गले में जो वो था, इसके छटपटाहट से या इसका बॉडी के बिहेवियर से वो खुल गया, और शी जो है एक तरीके से आके गिर के बिस्तर पे इस तरीके से गिरी. But nobody, I thought nobody would agree with me. So what I did at the scene of crime, I took a transparent sellotape and put a sellotape on the ligature mark, and sealed it with the same sellotape. And similarly, what I did, I took another fresh sellotape and put it on your nylon ligature, and again sealed it. And when I viewed through the microscope, it was the fiber over the this your ligature mark that was same, which was on the on the rope also. So they were matched. So it was very clear that the same rope was used for committing suicide, and like this, the case was solved. Regarding burns, I'm just telling you very small cases because of the time constraint. In burns, whenever there is a body at the scene of crime, so important thing is whether the burn injuries are anti-mortem or post-mortem. If at all we are going to establish that the burn injuries, they are post-mortem in nature, then 100% it is a case of homicide or murder. So in this way, I am going to tell you, just particularly in burn cases, if you see the first picture, this facial picture is showing, you can see the blackening and the healthy charred skin or the soot deposition on the face. It is suggesting that if at all the burns are there, the clenching of the face is very apparent, and the exposed area, it is having the soot deposition or the burn injuries. The underfolds, you will find the healthy skin, so it's clearly indicating that it's a case of antemortem burn. Second case, you can see how the fire is coming. If at all you see the upper portion of the lips and the nostrils, they are having the burn injuries, or you can see the blackening very prominently. So the direction of the fire can be established. And in third picture, you can see the polythene that is sticking to the soul of the deceased. It is clearly apparent that when there was burns, the person was alive and he was walking on the floor, and some plastic material, it got stuck to the soul of the deceased. Blister formation again is a clear-cut sign of the antemortem burn, because dead person is not having any blister formation. And last picture is showing the carbon particles in the lungs, which is clearly suggestive of antemortem burn. These are some burn cases. This is a blister formation you can see in the same picture. And particularly the presence of cherry red blood color from the mouth or the nostrils, it's a clear-cut sign of antemortem burn, because the hemoglobin, when combines with carbon monoxide, it forms carbioxyhemoglobin, which is cherry red blood color. So it's a clear-cut sign of antemortem burn. The same picture I showed you, at the time of the burn, whether the bolt that was closed or open, it can be identified from the soot deposition. Like this, we can say at the time of burns, whether the door was open or it was closed from inside. The cherry red blood, as I told you, these are the carbon particles in the trachea, which is very clearly indicative and decisive that the person was alive during the time of during the time of burns. This is the last case I'm going to tell you, very small case. Almost 35 years ago, when the Madhya Pradesh and the Chhattisgarh, they were together. Those days, the mobile were not there, and the transport facilities, they were not there as today we have. It's a case, the title of the case I have kept, The Darkness Art of Forensic Exploit. In this particular case, when the Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh were together almost 30 years back, when the DNA profiling and modern instruments and modern technology was not there, एक किसान जो है, एक farmer, he went to another village. At those days, एक डंडा लेके और लालटेन लेके और या टॉर्च लेके आदमी रिश्तेदारी में चला जाता था 20-25 किलोमीटर आसपास. तो उस एरिया में there was a tiger and वो घर पे ये बता के गया कि मैं रिश्तेदारी में जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन वो वहाँ पहुँचा नहीं. और बहुत सारे लोग अलग अलग बातें बोला, कोई बोला के साथ किसी औरत के साथ चला गया, कोई बोला कुछ हो गया, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली वो पता नहीं चला उसका कुछ भी. One fine day what happened, a shepherd boy along with some sheep, he was grazing on the mountain to the sheep. Suddenly he saw a dried fecal matter on the mountain, and his attraction was just because there was a human tooth in the fecal matter. So he was, as he was a shepherd, so he knew that it's a potty of a tiger. So he called the police inspector to see the dried fecal matter. That police officer, he gave me a ring to Bhopal, and he asked me, this type of fecal matter we have seen on the mountain, and there is a human tooth. So what we can do? As the DNA facility was not there, but even then, we said, you bring it to Bhopal in a polythene, properly pack it and bring it over here. When we saw, there was some dried skin also. Of course, the tooth was there. So what we did, we separated those dry skin portions, and it was just giving impression they are the finger bulb of a person. So what we did, we put that dried finger pulp in a glycerine and lukewarm water. Overnight we left. तो जैसे अंगूर किशमिश को पानी में डाल दीजिए, अंगूर जैसी हो जाती है, like this the rehydrated हो गया वो. और then what we did, we prepared some mud mold, मिट्टी के जो है मोल्ड फिंगर जैसे बनाए और उसके ऊपर उसको चिपकाया, उसको स्टिक करा के. Then we took a roll type of fingerprint, and the person who was missing, उसके प्रॉपर्टी के खेत किसानी के पटवारी के यहाँ से पेपर्स निकलवा के जब उससे मैच किए तो मैच हो गए. So it was very clear the man was eaten by a tiger over there. So the mystery was solved. Last but not the least, हम न्याय के साक्षी हैं. क्या प्रथम सूचना प्रतिवेदन मिलता है, लोग क्या कहते हैं, it is not important. Whatever the physical evidence is, brutally we should follow that path. And regarding physical evidence, I used to say a शेर, तुम अगर साथ मेरे तो मुझे गम किसका, आप ही मिल जाएगा हर मंजिले हस्ती का निशान. तो I'm really thankful to the organizers and my best wishes. And finally, I'll say that चीज़ों को देखिए, अच्छे से देखिए और apply your brain. Whatever I have done in my entire career, it is not because I'm having plenty of degrees or whatever you say. It is just organized. I say that science is nothing, but it is organized common sense. So use your common sense and be passionate to do the thing, whatever you have thought. With this, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, it was an amazing session mirroring your vast experience of working on field. There are certain things you can't learn from books, but only from experienced mentors like yourself. Your explanation on silent witness was invaluable to participants, especially the students present here today. All the cases you showed today, sir, they were incredibly interesting and informative for everyone present. They truly showcased your vision and your sharp acumen in the field of forensics. I request you, sir, to kindly accept this humble gesture of appreciation. Please accept the e-certificate by IASR for your support and guidance towards our participants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a really wonderful talk. I request my co-host Kritika to move further about the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am again very much happy to attend the session and the lecture delivered by you. It was really, really amazing. Every time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, let's move forward to our next session. And again, I request Himlata ma'am to tell something about Dr. Surbi Mathur ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
So our next session is by Dr. Surbi Mathur. Dr. Surbi Mathur is currently working as a senior assistant professor forensic science at the National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. She has completed certificate course in cyber law as well as she's well versed in the Gujarati language. She completed her PhD in audio authentication and has a number of papers on her name published in various national and international journals. She has immense teaching experience and delivered lectures for both graduate and postgraduate students. She has also completed numerous training in various programs from the Directorate of Forensic Sciences, Gujarat, GEQD, Hyderabad, Central Fingerprint Bureau, NCRB, New Delhi, etc. Dr. Surbi Mathur has been also involved and expands her horizon in numerous personality development programs. She has also participated and presented a number of papers and poster presentations. She is involved in attending different seminars and workshops to enhance her pool of knowledge. She's also been awarded a national research project by the Bureau of Police Research and Development. She has achieved an award. She has been awarded scholarships for her talent and intelligence. Ma'am, it is a pleasure to welcome you here today. Thank you for joining us. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Hemlata, for the wonderful introduction of mine. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Hemlata. You just forgot to mention about a very important introduction of mine, apart from all these things, that I was also a very proud student of Masters in Forensic Science, like all of you people who are present over here, and from National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, Delhi. So I can relate with you people because I am also a postgraduate student of forensic science, and I proudly say that. And let me first congratulate and thanks Dr. Ranjit Singh sir for organizing such a great venture and a wonderful learning experience for all of the forensic enthusiasts, and also his team for managing the things very well. I have attended Harsh Sharma's lecture, the last lecture. I've heard some of the portion of it, and it brings double of my responsibility that I live up to that expectation where Dr. Harsh Sharma sir has left the lecture. So if you permit, sir, then I can start with the lecture, or there's something.
Yes, madam. Now over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Just give me a confirmation if you can see my screen, or can you see it?
Yes, madam. It is coming. You can go for the full mode.
Yeah. Is it fine now?
Perfectly fine, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. So again, a very good afternoon to everyone. Before starting with my presentation, as a forensic person, I will say that whatever comes to us as a forensic people, we believe that the evidence and the facts, they are the most important thing, whatever we come across and encounter in our day-to-day life. The facts and the evidence plays a major role, and also they play a very important role in crime investigation. And without that, whatever we are doing, discussing anything, is just a guessing game. So the evidence are the most important thing, and the evidence are the things which actually matters for us. So today my topic for presentation is the emerging trends in the multimedia forensics. uh, I will say that multimedia itself is an emerging field of forensic science, because the multimedia, the audio, video, and image authentications, enhancement, and the analysis part is still a very emerging field in the forensic, and it still requires a lot of development and research in that area. So as you know that we have a variety of crime in this world. Worldwide, we are facing so many cases. Like I think Dr. Harsh Sharma sir has majorly covered most of the topics related to the arson, maybe the homicide cases, suicidal cases, wildlife. I was seeing is the case of wildlife forensic also. So all these crimes which are there are the group of crimes which are being encountered by the forensic people in the day-to-day life. And I would say that as a forensic person, we are taught that anything, whenever there is a contact between any two things, there will be a transfer of material between the two. That is the basic principle of exchange given by Mr. Edmund Locard. I say that now the crime is a little bit changing its shape from the traditional crimes where there is a proper crime scene and the criminal visit a crime scene, commit a crime over there, and then come back and leaving some material over there and taking some material from that crime scene, which forms the basis of the basis of investigation, or forms the basis of identification of the two. Or but nowadays the crime has been shifted from the traditional crimes to the more technology based crime, where the criminal does not take an aid of any physical weapon or something and go to, and there is no need of going to a particular crime scene and committing the crime. They can sit at any place of the world, or at any place, maybe at their home or some any other safe areas, and can commit the crime with the advancement of technology, thanks to the technology which is available to us. So in these cases, there is no immediate crime scene, because the person is not physically present at the scene. But yes, we say that there will be definitely some of the digital fingerprints which will be left by the weapons which they are using for committing such kind of crimes. Although the weapons are not the physical one, these are the digital weapons, but these digital weapons also, like the physical weapons, leave their fingerprint at that place, and that forms the basis of identification in such kind of technology based crimes. So my topic of multimedia forensic is basically depending upon the how technology can be useful in prevention and detection of crime. So the multimedia and computer forensic, every time it comes in contact with one another, or they are found to be more superimposing or overlapping with one another, but there is a very minor difference or a thin difference of line. They both are the branch of digital forensic. They both comes under the digital forensics, but there is a minor difference between the two. In computer forensics, we basically deals with the cases of extracting the data or the evidences from the digital devices, while in cases of multimedia forensics, whatever information has been extracted by the computer forensic expert, those information or data needs to be identified or needs to be analyzed, and their digital fingerprints are to be detected so that we can link those data with their source. Basically, the main aim of the multimedia forensic is to identify the source or the origin of the data which is being transferred among the people and which can be used as evidence against a particular matter in a court of law. So you might have seen in many cases in our day-to-day life, we are getting so many WhatsApp messages. Recently, we are dealing with the case which is there in Delhi about the farmers' protest. So there are n number of videos, n number of audios which are being shared on the social media platforms, and they are being originated from one place to another and being transferred through a chain or a thread of information from one body to the another body. But the most important thing which the investigation want is what is the source or from where these kind of data are being generated and how they are being transmitted from one place to another. So in these cases, the multimedia or the networking forensic will be helpful in identification of the source of the things or the data which are being emerging. This is a example which I have kept. I think most of us can relate with this example. This is an example taken from a very famous movie, and I think everybody might have seen this movie. In this movie, because it was just for the fun or just for the entertainment purpose, some person takes the identity of someone else and may take or may use the mobile phone or the landline phones, create the identity or take the identity of another person and can interact in the name of some another person. But in cases, in our multimedia forensic cases, the question arises, the question which are mostly being frequently asked by the expert is whether actually the person whom the person is claiming to be, he is speaking, or maybe somebody else has taken the identity of that person and he is speaking in that particular matter or at that particular scenario. So the voice examinations, maybe sometime it is in the form of the audio where the audio authentications or the examination needs to be done. Sometime maybe I may have taken somebody else's photo and posted it in the name of Surbhi Mathur. So whether the photo which is circulating on the media platforms, whether it actually belongs to Surbhi Mathur or whether it is from the authentic source or not, that also is being covered under the area of multimedia forensics. This is just for your guessing game. These are the cases which are most frequently encountered in our forensic labs, where the photos are being morphed, or maybe the photo of two different people, they are being overlapped or superimposed or mixed with one another. And the question is being asked whether this photo is authentic photo or maybe there is some type of manipulations being done in the photo. As you can see in this picture is comprised of the photographs of the two very famous actresses. I will, if it was a physical lecture, I might have asked you about the two actresses, but here I will tell you that it is a picture which has been created by taking one picture, the upside. As you can follow my cursor, the upside is being taken from Katrina Kaif and the downward is being taken from Deepika Padukone. And we have generated this picture just to make you understand what we as a forensic people do. Normally, in cyber and multimedia forensic labs, we receive the cases where the face of some another person is there and the body is of some another person. You can relate with the cases where there is a circulation of the obscene photographs or the naked photographs of the females, and the body is of somebody else, and the face of a female, with the help of the different softwares, the face is being implanted over that particular body. So the need of a multimedia expert at that particular time is very much required to identify the truth behind the picture. So that is also the other most important thing which we people are doing. So why multimedia forensics? I say that what is the need of multimedia forensic is the most important thing we as a multimedia people are doing. We are identifying the sources, the source identification, whether the particular media, maybe in form of audio, video, or image, it has been generated from a particular source or a suspected source or not. It can be a mobile phone. Mobile phones can also have a variety of categories. It can be a Samsung phone of a such particular model. It can be a iPhone of a particular model. It can be any of the Chinese model phone can be there, or the laptop, PC, or your desktop, from where the photograph have been originated, or from where the image has been captured. The source identification needs to be done. Next is of our authenticity analysis. And this is the most frequent cases which we are receiving in the labs. We are being provided with the two pictures, or maybe we are provided with a set of pictures, and we have to find out whether the picture is authentic or not, or is there any type of addition. As you can see in this example, this person has been added in this original picture, whether there is an addition of somebody or some object in the picture, or if there is a deletion of the object from the picture, or maybe if there is a substitution of some another object from the picture. So that needs to be determined by the multimedia experts. Next is the enhancement and restoration. I can tell you that maximum cases we receive from the CCTV footages. Whenever the crime happened, the CCTV nowadays, because it has been installed in every of the public and the private spaces, plays a major role in providing the very useful information regarding the particular event which has happened. And we have seen that in most of the cases, the footages which we obtain for the analysis are highly degraded, or they are having some type of distortion in that. So whatever footages are being provided to us, or the images are being provided to us, if there is a need, we can go for the enhancement and we can restore the image for the better evaluation. Next is the interpretation and the content analysis. Once the source identification, once the authenticity identification is being done, then the interpretation and the content analysis can be done. Whatever is there, whatever is being observed in the pictures, that needs to be analyzed. I remember one case where some of the, I will not reveal the case because that is a high confidential case. We received some case from the Gujarat government, and there was some objects which were found to be present in the picture, and they asked us whether you find this picture as an authentic one or not, or is there any type of modification being done in the picture. Once the picture was being given the clean sheet that the picture appears to be a genuine picture, if there is no kind of modification being done in that, then they asked us for doing the content analysis. Whatever the peoples who are present in that picture needs to be identified through the facial recognition technique. And also there is a very interesting aspect of photogrammetry where the height estimation of the object or of the particular person who is available in the picture, the height estimation needs to be done. That we call it as a science of photogrammetry, that needs to be done. So that is basically being conducted by us, and we are having the different softwares and the techniques for interpreting the data and giving the reports. So the condemnation without investigation is the height of ignorance. This has been said by a very well-known scientist, Mr. Albert Einstein. And I also personally believe that without knowing the actual things behind whatever is being provided to you as an evidence, not every time the pictures says the reality, or not, it is not mandatory that every time what you see in a picture or a video is authentic. So without investigation or without establishing the authenticity of the evidence which has been provided to you, just believing it without any scientific proof is a height of ignorance. So the scientific proof needs to be given. This is a case, you might, maybe some of the people will be aware about this case. In 2011, there was a very famous case of Delhi, where a controversial CD came into the market containing the voice samples of three high-profile people in that. And through that CD, there was a lot of controversy, lot of media coverage was being given to this CD, because there was a very confidential things which were being out of the CD. And basically this CD was causing the defamation of the people who were involved in the conversation in that. So one of among the three, one of the person denied that the voice which is present in that CD is not actually mine, and it is being implanted from somewhere else and being incorporated in that particular CD. So his claim was the CD is not a genuine CD. The CD is a tempered one which is created according to the need of the people, just to defame me, or to give a wrong impression about me. Then this CD was being analyzed, maybe this was the longest authenticity analysis which we have seen in the media, because this CD went to three different forensic labs or three different forensic organizations. And out of the three, two came out with the opinion that the CD actually had a breaks in that, or actually have a different kind of modification factors in that, with which the expert came out with the opinion that the CD was not the genuine CD, it was actually the doctored one. And the claim of one of the party which was involved in this CD case, the claim was being proved by the scientific evidence. So that is why it is not always necessary that whatever you listen or whatever you see is found to be a correct thing. You need to analyze it first. Again, my idea of analyzing the things, that the evidence don't lie, right? Although in the earlier case, whatever I have shown you, because in this case also there were some evidences which shows that actually there was a modification being done in the exhibits according to the need of the user. Here also, this case was being reported in year 2015. You might have heard about this case. There were a lot of riots and sedation being done in the Gujarat state, and lot of menace was being created in Gujarat in 2015. And this person whom you are seeing in this photo, he was the major mastermind behind all these riots and the menace which was going on in Gujarat state in 2015. In this case, what happened was, there was one tape recording which was being intercepted by the intelligence department. It was being sent to the forensic lab Gandhinagar. Fortunately, I was also the part of the investigation in this. We got the intercepted audio calls from the case which was going on, and there was only 3 lines which were under suspicion. The 3 lines were, if they don't accept our demands, पूरे गुजरात में आग लगा दो. This आग लगा दो were the 3 words. You see that there were only 3 words which actually instigated the mass which was present in that rally to set everything on fire in Gujarat state, and it created lot of public transport, or the public loss through the arson or the fire cases riots were being there in Gujarat at that point of time, just by the 3 words which was purported to be spoken by this person. So the investigation department asked us whether these 3 words are being spoken by this particular person or not. Just only 3 words we need to compare, and we find out, we came out with the opinion that yes, actually these 3 words being spoken by this person. He was convicted after the opinion or the evidence which was being reported. again, you people can relate with this, as most of you can are belonging to the Delhi state. You know that in Delhi there are recently there are the riots or the menace which has been created by the farmer rally, and there was news that the police, Delhi police has fired on one of the farmer, and he died on the spot because of the firing of the Delhi police. After that, Delhi police come out with the CCTV footage, where the CCTV played an important role in finding out the truth that actually Delhi police has not fired on the farmer. The farmer was like he was overspeeded with the vehicle which he was driving, and he got crashed, or he met an accident due to the overspeeding of the vehicle, and he died on the spot. So this, as you see, that these kind of video images or video evidences plays a major role in identification of the truth. This I have added this case. This case was also being reported in Gujarat lab in year 2011. You might have come across with these news that there was a blast into there was the serial blast in 2011 in Mumbai, and there was one of the footage was being recovered from the Zaveri Bazaar, where the blast that was also one of the point of a serial blast in Mumbai, and that Zaveri Bazaar footage come out with an evidence in that. Fortunately, the investigators come out with footage where one of the scooter was standing in the market, and the scooter was actually considered as a carrier of the explosive material on that. On that scooter, there was a tiffin box, and that tiffin box was suspected containing the IED in that, which actually caused the blast at that time. So the question which was asked by the Mumbai investigation team to the DFS Gandhinagar was that whether we can identify the number, whether we can zoom into the number plate of the scooter, or we can identify the number plate of the scooter so that the origin of that scooter can be identified. But unfortunately, in this case, the problem was the footage which they recovered from the scene of crime of that CCTV, it was not of a better technical specification. The resolution power, the pixel size of that camera was very, very less, and due to which whenever we were zooming the footages get blurred, and the number plate was very, very difficult to be identified. Also, the distance between the camera and the scooter which was standing was also of a much higher distance, due to which the number plate was not being identified. But why I have added this case, although it was not although it does not give us with the positive results, but I added this thing is because we as a multimedia people, we can provide you the information which is already present in the footage. We cannot add anything. We cannot add anything new or something new in that, but we can extract or enhance the thing which is already present. But the most important thing is the actual specification of the devices which are being used. We can extract, we can enhance, but the final output will depend upon the actual quality of the cameras which are being installed at that particular places. So after this event, where after having 15 days of tremendous efforts of finding out the number plate of the scooter, we gave the opinion to the Mumbai police and the government that the CCTV cameras which you have installed in the public spaces or on the private spaces, they should contain at least a basic or a standard specification, so that it is not just for the monitoring purpose. If you want some type of investigation to be done from that, you need to have a better quality of the camera so that the enhancement can be better accordingly. So these measures or this kind of information was being sent or was being given from this particular case. So again, what we as a multimedia people can do, we receive most of the cases of CCTV footages where we are given with the blurred footage, and we have to find out the number plate of the vehicle which is present in the footage. Number plate detection enhancement depends upon the camera quality and the actual orientation and the position of the vehicle. But if you get a better quality of the camera, and the position is also fine, and all the other environmental thing is also fine, we have lot many instruments to identify the truth or identify the actual number plate of the vehicle which is being present over here. We have n number of tools in our lab which are related to the video, audio authentication and the enhancement part and the comparison part that are being applied, and the pictures can be made in a much more better way. So this is a footage which we have taken from one of the case where there was a AMPED 5 software was being used. AMPED 5 is basically for the enhancement we are using for the enhancement of the footages or the images. And the motion deblurring is the technique that is a highly technical thing. I will not go much into the detail of that, but this motion deblurring can be used for identification. These are the parameters or the algorithms which can be used for the identification or processing of the number plate for investigation. Again, the truth behind the scenes. You can see that this is a beautiful scene or having a mountains and the person who is roaming around the road. The picture appears to be simple by your visual naked eyes appearance, but actually there is something different in the picture. As you can see, there is a difference in this color variations or color volume of this two objects which are there in the pictures. We call them as a error level analysis. Why? Because this is a very interesting thing. Whenever you, in this case, this was the actual picture, and this man was taken from some another picture and has been introduced in this picture over here to create such kind of fake or the edited images. We whenever we use an instrument and we go with the error level analysis or the analysis of these kind of images, we find that because the two pictures are being taken from the two different devices, every device or every digital media have their own compression rates. So variation in the compression rates of the two different devices can produce a different color, as you can see over here. This is because of the different compression rate of the two pictures which are taken from the two different recording media. So this is basically to find out the actual truth, what is behind the picture, whether the picture is found to be a genuine picture or original one, or it is an edited image. This is only one of the parameter which is most easy for me to make you understand. There are many more. We can also go with the date and timestamp analysis. Whenever there is a digital file which has been created, there will be a creation date, modification date, or the manipulation date. That date and timestamp examination needs to be done or can be done to identify the authenticity or to determine the authenticity of the footages or the images or the audio files which you are having, whether there is any type of modification done in that or not. Next, so source identification, whether this picture is being taken from this particular mobile phone or not, is there is a parameter which we call it as PRNU, that is a photo response non-uniformity. As you know that most of the digital devices, they have the image sensors in that, and each of the image sensors have a photo site. So not every photo site or not every pixel which is containing a photo site will have the similar capacity of capturing exactly the same intensity of the particular white light which has been falling on that to capture the image and converting it into the electrical signals. So that difference in the sensitivity of each and every photo site which is present in each and every pixel of this image sensors, that gives a different pixel values to every image sensor which is being used by a particular device. And that difference in the pixel values of the image sensor which is present in a particular device which is capturing the image, the device identification can be done. So this is a very good source of identifying from where the image has actually been originated. So tampering in the e-documents, most commonly in most of the cases we come across, this is not actually the case. This we have created just to make you understand. Sometimes what happen is you issue the mark sheet or you issue the case things where the names, photographs and the signatures are being manipulated or are being edited. There are the different techniques. We can do the metadata analysis also for identifying the digital fingerprints of the images or the evidence which are being created. You might all have heard about the word of hash value. Hash value is basically the digital signatures which are being created whenever any digital media is being formed or digital data has been created. Every data is having its hash value. Whenever you try to make a modification in that data or you try to change the data, the change in the hash value will be done. And that is the most important thing which will be useful in identification of the whether there is a difference or there is a modification in the data or the digital file or not. So the metadata analysis containing the different digital parameters or the digital fingerprints needs to be compared. We have DCT graph. I'll not go much into the detail because this is more technical things. This is the pixel values which we are calculating in the two pictures. Whenever we modify or manipulate the pictures, obviously there will be a difference in the color variations or the pixel variations will be there in the pictures. So that needs to be identified. The color variations can be done even in your normal photograph. You are taking a photograph and you are uploading it on Instagram. We have so many filters on the Instagram. If you enhance your photograph using those filters, obviously there will be a difference in the color value or the pattern. Even that enhancement is also being taken as a case of tampering, but that can be taken as a genuine tampering or the known tamperings. Tampering in the audio files will be done. Obviously, there will be different values or different parameters like histogram analysis. Histogram is basically the overview or the measure of the values which are there. And whenever you speak something, there are the values or the parameter like frequency, pitch, and the intensities are being generated, which creates a biodata of your voice. And those biodata of your voice is called as a histogram. And its histogram analysis will be helpful in identifying the truth behind the digital audio evidences. We have the break identification. Whenever you cut something or append something or add something in between, obviously there will be a lack of synchronization between the actual the voice waveforms that needs to be determined. Coding and Kodak frame analysis. This is basically whenever you record something on some particular device and you just transfer it on some another device and make the manipulations, that device identifications can be done. And sometimes there is a repeated sample, two samples take one sample taken again and again, same sample are being repeated or they are being appended. Most commonly we see it in the cases of the anonymous caller, where the caller record some voice of some maybe film actor or something, and again he is playing the same recording so that his identity cannot be revealed. So these repeated sample examination needs to be done. Coming to the legal admissibility, section 65B of Indian Evidence Act, as you all know, contains the provision for acceptability of the electronic evidences. The audio, video and image or evidences also are being a part of such kind of laws, or they are being incorporated in that. And now although this kind of field or the digital evidences still requires lot of authenticity analysis or lot of checking before accepting it as a evidence in the court of law, but now we are seeing that the court, because of the shift of the change in the pattern of the crime from the traditional crime to the technology based crime, the courts or the judiciaries are also accepting the digital evidences with a high ease to prove some case or to clear some investigation regarding the cases. These are the instruments which we are using in the labs of NFSU and DFS Gandhinagar. There are different softwares, the Gold Wave, Computerized Speech Lab, or the VoiceNet software for automatic comparison. These are for the, these softwares we are using for the audio analysis. This is again for the audio analysis. We are using SIS system for the segregation and the waveform analysis. We are using SIDAR and the other instruments for the enhancement of the audio, because sometimes the audio, because in cases of forensic science, maximum time whenever you receive an audio file for comparison, it is highly degraded with the noise sample, the background noise, because of the recorder also, or because of the background also. So sometimes they needs to be enhanced. So enhancement purpose can be done with the help of this instrument. We have acoustic for the comparison and the authentication of the audio file. Edit tracker is also there for the authentication purpose. We are using it. We are using it for reporting the cases for the Gujarat government and also for the government of India. For video, we have Amped Authenticate. We have Midas for the CCTV footage analysis, and also we have different kind of other licensed version of the tools for the enhancement, authentication, and analysis of the video and the images. Thank you all for being a patient listener and for being a wonderful audience. And I would like to thank Dr. Ranjit Singh and his team for giving me a privilege to share my knowledge on such a big platform. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your stimulating session on such a trending topic of multimedia forensics. Your session will be especially helpful to those doing research related in this field, and your talk will provide much needed help and guidance. The role of multimedia forensic experts, it cannot be overlooked now, especially in this generation with the advent in digital technology. Experts in this field are invaluable. For, especially for the forensic investigations in cases like you showed, some cases are political in nature. So I think they play a crucial role in such investigations. Thank you again for such a revealing session.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You can join us again in the future, ma'am. It was a pleasure to hear you speak.
Pleasure is on mine. Thank you.
Please accept
Thank you,
this small token of appreciation from IASR team.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a really wonderful lecture, and I must say, those students who are attending this session, they are going to benefit by all the instrument which we are using in the multimedia forensics. Challenges, actually, the challenges is the main concern in the multimedia forensic in Indian scenario, because we have a different variation of the devices, and whatever the evidence we are getting from the police, as you discussed about the Delhi case. And we received few images in our laboratory as well as. So yes, we are facing the challenges due to the poor camera quality, due to the distance, and the many other challenges are there. And you explain all the things in a very accurate way, so that students, those who want to make their career as a multimedia forensic experts, they have a clear idea what actually they require to do for become a good multimedia forensic expert. So with this, thank you so much for delivering such a wonderful talk. Kindly accept this certificate of appreciation from our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit sir, and thank you, Hemlata ma'am, for the appreciation. Now I move forward to the last session of the day, that is on cultural challenges in forensic investigation. I request Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am to speak something about Maturissa ma'am. Thank you.
Our next and last session for today is by Professor Ma Teresa Guzman. She's currently serving as an Associate Dean for Planning and Development at College of Arts and Sciences, University of Philippines, Manila. She's also working as a consultant in cultural anthropology at Lycle Technologies. She was also worked as department chairperson at Behavioral Sciences, College of Arts and Sciences, University of Philippines, Manila. She has a membership of professional association as Pi Gamma Mu International Honor Society, Philippine Alpha Chapter and Beta Chapter, Center for Social Science Research Inc., and Philippine Anthropological Association. She has conducted and was involved in various training for betterment of society and development of student growth. Apart from all the resourceful knowledge, she had numerous paper presentations under her name. She has also expanded her horizon in experiencing and working on various documentary films and TV consultancies. She has actively taken part in presentations and ingenious activities. She has widespread experience in working at different countries like Philippines, Thailand, Myanmar, and Indonesia. Professor Guzman has completed various work under her name that represent her best illustrate her capability to handle any task assigned. It's an honor to have you here, Professor. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for inviting me, and also Dr. Henleta Panday. Thank you so much. This is a different paradigm concept. It's a paradigm shift, especially in forensic anthropology. As you can see, forensic is very quite not that popular in the Philippines, because most of the forensic scientists are coming from the police and also from our national investigating team. But there's no such course, though there are undergrad, but for the graduate program, there's no graduate program in the Philippines. We are trying to have this as a proposal, to have a course in forensic science, master's, and also PhD, because we have forensic scientists like pathologists and other, and also archaeologists. For the audience who are now listening, this is a paradigm shift because our target is to incorporate culture in forensic science. Okay. Can you see my slides?
No, ma'am, it is not visible. Can you start sharing again?
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Yes, we can see it now.
Now, can you see my slides?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, thank you. So the title of my lecture is about the cultural challenges in forensic investigation, specifically in Southeast Asia, and of course in the Philippines. There are a lot of problems that actually encountered by the forensic scientists, especially in the cultural aspect. As we all know, forensic science, well, the proposal is to expand the knowledge and skills in investigating and, of course, the research. Try to educate more social and behavioral scientists, such as psychology, educate and hire sociologists, linguists, and cultural anthropologists in forensic science, because most of the forensic scientists in the Philippines are lawyers and, of course, accountants and police. Encourage a special and different kind of environment, of course. Include people from a wide variety of science, culture, and diversity in order to provide innovative solutions to challenging forensic issues. As we all know, race is a category also, the age, of course, and the gender. What is the rationale of this talk? Actually, we are proposing the research in a different kind of team. It's multidisciplinary method. Of course, when you say multidisciplinary method, it's more of homogeneous team for the forensic alone. But for the multidisciplinary, there's the diversity of thinking, viewpoints, and experiences that makes possible to answer new questions and issues about forensic science. Hold on. When defining forensic science, of course, we all know it's a scientific and techniques on law problems that covers a variety of disciplines, including biology, mathematics, engineering, and chemistry, mostly with the natural sciences background, specifically in the Philippines. The broad scientific disciplines contribute to many forensic areas needing specialists and training. As you can see, the most common, these are natural sciences. If you add culture, And of course, people, there's a new common forensic discipline. In forensic predictive diversity, some of the institutions now are recognizing the need to enhance diversity in forensic science and have undertaken strategic planning process focused on expanding the pool of diverse talent, especially in forensic science and of course, in collaboration with the behavioral sciences disciplines. I'm not being biased by behavioral sciences, but as of now, culture is very important, especially in identifying and, of course, investigating in a specific crime scene. They need to address how culturally sensitive is the test selection, because some of the investigators here, they just go and pop up, and then there's no more communication with the family. Of course, now the international human rights and cultural sensitivity have considered race, gender, and religion application to criminal matters are still in the infancy. That's why we are proposing cultural anthropology as part of the curriculum in forensic science. Now, what is cultural competency? Why is it so important to consider cultural competency skills? As the legal experts, they are beginning to recognize the possible cultural effect differences, cultural differences on the client contact with the trial lawyers. It is important for the decision maker to react to the client's inherent humanity while researching and providing anecdotal facts about the client's life. It's more of representing him as a member of the human community. As you can see, there's knowledge, attitude, and skill. And with this three integration, you will get the cultural competency. When you say cultural competency, this is the integration and transformation of knowledge, information, and data about the individuals and group of people into a specific clinical standard, skills, services, approaches, and techniques. And most of the time, it is the increasing of individual culture and appropriateness of method. In the continuum of cultural competency, as you can see, if there are investigations, most of the time there's a cultural destructiveness. I don't know what is happening in the situation in the Philippines, but most of the time that are the cases, and there's a lot of investigation all over and over to just to validate all the data. And there's of course some of the police, there's cultural incapacity, there's cultural blindness, and of course cultural pre-competence and cultural competence and proficiency. Of course, when you say cultural competence, people can grasp, reason, and behave effectively when faced with cultural diverse situations, specifically the self-awareness on specific cases like crimes and disasters. When you say community for forensic, this is important because the forensic scientists are engaging with the client, of course, the victim's family, in a cultural competent manner. It will also lessen the likelihood that differences in culture will create barriers to communication and understanding and trust. This is so critical given the reality that we have different perspectives, geography, and culture, and a significant factor in determining the normative beliefs, especially in understanding what is death, what is crime in a specific community. Okay, so the field of forensics has developed over 30 years, especially in the Philippines also. They have though they have this expertise, so-called expertise, but at the same time, they are unfamiliar with the context of the communities and cultures. So the significance of cultural anthropology in the forensic investigation are the cultural beliefs regarding the dead and missing. Okay, we all know that this is just part of the forensic investigation, but this has a big role in understanding the community and how they feel about those investigators. So we need to comply regarding the ethics, accountability, principles, integrity, and values. Most of the practitioners, they find the standard forensic operating procedures, they are familiar, but they do not articulate well with the cultural beliefs involving the dead and the missing. We all know that, especially on the cases like disaster in the Philippines, we have a lot of disasters actually. Cultural relativist view must be taken. Okay, failure to take cultural needs and expectation into consideration, unless properly considered, have a direct effect on the investigation. Sometimes they don't actually cooperate. All right, in the Philippines, there are lots of different ethno-linguistic groups. We are actually different islands. We have different cultures. Same with same in Southeast Asia. Okay, of course, particularly I'm talking about my culture. Okay, some ethno-linguistic groups actually they believe in spirit, and some villages close by where a disappearance is believed to be fearful that any investigation or excavation will disturb ghosts of the dead. So you cannot just do investigation unless you do a particular steps in conducting this kind of study. So in the among the Filipinos, we have a lot of superstitions that we still follow. And ethnographic study is very important in studying this spiritual and social practices among the deceased of the community. If not properly navigated, the belief agency of the deceased will adversely affect the investigation. Okay, a good example is the plane crash in Vietnam that they conducted cleaning of the bodies, cleaning of the souls to appease the spirits of the dead crew before any work can be performed. You cannot perform investigation without having this kind of ritual. Why? Because disrupted spirits are thought to cause nightmares, disease, and craft failure to communities in the immediate region. Among the Muslim and Jewish traditions, the body is buried as soon as possible from the time of death. And autopsies are discouraged in most cases as it's viewed as desecration of the body. Same with the case in the recent case in the Philippines that the victim, they thought it was actually she was raped, but unfortunately they thought also that she died in the natural death. But there's no in the investigation there's autopsy, okay, but they didn't ask the permission of the family prior to that autopsy. So what are those rituals that you could encounter if you are investigating in our country, in different communities in the Philippines? The villages actually, they believe the effects of the angry spirits, especially if rituals did not occur and those who offended the mind would be responsible. Okay, if this purging rituals, which may include in the procurement of animal sacrifices like pigs, carabaos, actually it's festive, but this is part of their practices, were not sponsored by the forensic team, local landowners might object to increase, and it is possible that the host local government will stop investigation in the community unless the cultural needs of its residents are met. And what is this? The rituals. They will receive help from the local villages if they will do these sacrifices or rituals. So culture is very important. When responsible crisis in another country or community, if you're doing investigation, forensic practitioners must understand the customs and tradition involving the treatment of the dead. Okay, standard forensic practices may need to be modified to fit better with the local culture. Okay, in the Philippines, as you can see, this is one of the excavated skull. Some of the ethno-linguistic groups, pre-colonial, they practice skull binding. So there's the differences between cultural anthropology and the forensic anthropology, because we are actually not just dealing with the bones, not just dealing with the skulls, but also the practice itself. Okay. So when you say cultural anthropology, as the name suggests, it studies human beings by examining the culture of the different groups. Compared with the physical anthropology, which is also in anthropology, subfields of anthro, in contrast, emphasizes only on the development. But if you are practicing anthropology, forensic anthropology, physical anthropology, of course, you need to integrate the cultural anthropology, as the name suggests. Okay, so forensic anthropology, most of the time they are focusing on the osteological analysis, and forensic anthropologists help to identify individuals who died in mass disasters, war, or due to homicide, suicide, and accidental death. In cultural anthropology, would you believe that some of the group, pre-colonial, or some of the groups still practicing the boreal, the secondary primary boreal practices, whereby we are actually burying the dead, and then we exhume, clean the bones, and put that inside the secondary jar. And that's the work of the cultural anthropologist, not just investigating the crime, not just investigating what happened, but more on the cultural practices that they prepared for those dead bodies. Another important subdisciplines of cultural practices in cultural anthropology is the linguistic anthropology, which studies, we all know that we need to study the ways in which people negotiate, contest, and reproduce cultural forms and social relations through language. They examine the ways which language provides insights in nature and evolution of the human society. Why? In linguistics anthropology, in the Philippines, we have this pre-colonial Baybayin characters. And why linguistic anthropology is important? Because we should be mindful of the language that you use, forensic scientists that you use, and words to be used, as might they have different effects on connotation. This was my experience before when we're doing excavation together with the National Museum in one of the areas of the Philippines. Forensic scientists, you should be cautious in using different terminologies. Like, for example, undertaker. We all know undertaker is the person who takes the risk and management of the business. But in some cultures, undertaker is one who prepares the dead bodies for burial and arranges and manages the funeral. In the Philippines, we all know what is the meaning of salvage. Salvage is to rescue a wreck or disabled ship or its cargo from loss at sea. But in the Philippines, the meaning of salvage is to apprehend and execute a suspected criminal without trial. So, linguistics, anthropology, the terminologies that you are using is also important in describing crime. So, ask the next question. Most of the investigator actually have a lot of questions regarding the event or the crime. The idea is that when conducting a specific study or investigation in countries, is what type, you should know the type of cultural practices that should be considered prior to investigation. You should consider questions to ponder during the investigation. Like, for example, what is the cultural condition existing in dealing with the dead? Are the bodies buried or cremated, and why? Will these conditions affect the forensic investigations? Are there ceremonies that need to be conducted before, during, and after examinations? What are the requirements of such ceremonies? Who needs to be present? And this is important, as required by the cultural religious practices. Is there a time limit and how long a body may be examined before being buried or cremated? You cannot just investigate, you take as long as you want, but there are specific rules that has this limitation, time limit of the bodies to be exposed. In some of the cultural traditions, a member of the family or community is required to watch over a body until burial. Okay, they need to be there to see things, but there's some you cannot just be there and looking at the dead bodies. Anyway, it's more cultural. So can cultural tradition work with forensic scientific protocols, or must something give? Or if yes, and what are those? This is questions to ponder. Okay, so awareness is the greatest agent for change. As an outsider, it is the forensic team's responsibility to negotiate how differences will be articulated. The forensic team needs to be aware of this expectation and be prepared to negotiate, especially on the unforeseen event, because some of the culture actually they have this sense of negotiation. Okay, what is the possible action and how to proceed? Culture, we all know that is not monolithic. We are not monolithic. Within the culture, there are several interpretations and what traditions require, as it is in this space the forensic investigation can engage. So, as you can see in the photo, help give loved one a proper burial. So what constitutes a proper burial? Traditionally, a known individual buried within their family compound. In some of the ethno-linguistic of the Philippines, actually the specific tombs are. A forensic investigation must seek a way to provide their services to the population while working with proper burials and spirits. A forensic investigation will fail if it only focuses on the collection and evidences for the prosecution and perpetrators without attempting to identify the remains of the dead. While a measure of justice may be served to offenders, the forensic investigation would not necessarily alleviate the anxiety among the survivors regarding the unidentified dead and could not exacerbate these feelings through the additional disturbance of death and investigation would cause. So, in the Philippines, these are the protocols in doing investigation. Permission is required, especially if the case is about the indigenous people's case. There are IP, indigenous people's issues that may be part of the agreement, which require that disclosure of result, like publication, needed their permission. As you can see, I'm reading the contract prior to my investigation. This is the pre-filled informed consent. Before conducting the study, members of the community need to gather first and will decide if they will allow the study. And this is actually governed by the National Commission on the Indigenous Peoples. We need to apply NCIP Administrative Order Number 1, Series of 2012. At the same time, while reading the contract within the community, we need to have this permission of the FPIC, a free and prior informed consent in accordance with their respective customary laws and practices. So again, they emphasize the language and process understandable to the community. Okay, after that, somebody will go there. The representative coming from the NCIP, the investigators, and of course the police to have this field-based investigation or ocular inspection prior to the investigation. Okay. So what are the appropriate methods used for this kind of situation, specifically among the indigenous groups? In the mainstream academic system, copyright is used to ensure permission with the written resources, because we all know after this paper, after doing investigation, we do publish the result. But for the indigenous groups, we need an oral permission, okay, to use those materials or practices, okay, especially the songs, the stories about those departed relatives, and of course the materials that we use. Okay, some of the practices, they even dance, okay, in that particular event or activity. Permission to use such materials or practices may be considered in the context of one's intent and relationship with the owners. So as you can see, I'm the only person there. Prior to investigation, I need to follow their protocol, and this is part of the ritual. Okay, we are using culturally appropriate research methods. What are those? These are the participatory action research, cultural sensitivity interviewing models, ethnographic methods or ethnography, participant observation techniques, individual interviews, reference groups as the key community holders. As you can see, prior to the protocols in collecting samples, I need to do the rituals to appease the spirits, okay? Not to endanger my team also, because that's part of the protocol prior to investigation. Okay, in the burial sites, in investigating the tomb, okay, investigating the particular sites with dead bodies because of the disaster, there's a free fieldwork proper rituals in the burial sites. And this is one of the ethno-linguistic groups in the Philippines. They are called Manobo. Okay, another in the mountain province, and these are very popular. The Philippine fire mummies are still in the list of the world's 100 most endangered heritage. As of now, they are still collecting samples. Okay, during the collection of samples, the following were done to secure the permit: collection of the teeth, skin, hair, and hair samples from the mummies. Of course, there's a courtesy with the mayor and the elders of the community, present the research protocol in the community and of course in the local government, and allowed to collect, they will be allowing us to provide ritual to perform. Okay, so what are the materials in that particular activity? There's chicken, alcohol or gin or wine, cigarettes were used for the ritual before entering the cave to investigate those mummies, because there are a lot of actually activities that we need to investigate, especially during the World War II. In the post-field work, you should give the result of validation. Okay, you should give the result for validation. You should give the result to know the terminologies that they are using in referring to death, and of course in referring to crimes. Okay, but you cannot show the victim itself. It's a different story. What we're doing is the confirmation that there are actually cases in that particular area. So crime scene. Okay, if the aim of the forensic investigation is to help affected population recover from war or disaster, their cultural needs must be considered, the proper coordination. Okay, in doing so, the forensic investigation can provide a catalyst for a change in both forensic and cultural practices. Okay, this is one of the case in the Philippines during the Yolanda disaster, storm surge. Okay, the need for a forensic investigation to gather evidence and to identify dead, which override the need to strictly. There are thousands of people who died during that that event. Transparency is also important, and of course, mindfulness. We all know that we have to update the community from time to time. Okay. The final consideration that forensic responders should be mindful of, particular in the context of disaster involving the sudden loss of hundreds or thousands of individuals, because most of them, they lack knowledge about the body and the disease. This is the Department of Health, and these are the dead bodies. Okay, like what the forensic scientists told us, if you die, you're just in the disaster or crime, you're just one of the numbers in that Department of Health body bags. Okay, so decomposing body as a source of poison is very strong among the locals. They believe that dead people can cause poison among the living people. Okay, actually, people who are trapped in disaster are usually safe and not ill, but they die because of this kind of perspective injuries and not from the illness. Okay, so this is the event that happened. The best way actually for the forensic professionals is to, again, get the samples, study, and the best way is to dispose the bodies out of fear of disease because of the reactions of the people. Okay, so rather than thinking about the storage and the identification capabilities, they need to dispose the bodies ASAP. Okay, although recovery and removal of dead is priority, the forensic team should be prepared to address the idea of disease transmission and possible approaches to the development of ad hoc mass graves, because there are a lot of well, in the Philippines we have this usisera, meaning they like to ask questions, details in the investigators. Okay. We all know, since COVID-19 is still here in our country and all over the world, the Philippines is one of the countries who were affected by COVID-19. In order to spread the domestic, in order to spread those kind of diseases, actually domestic regulation in the Philippines called expeditious cremation, or confirmed suspected COVID-19 victims within the 12 hours of post-mortem. Burial is actually acceptable but less favored, especially in order to comply with the Islamic funeral laws or areas where there are no crematoria. Okay, but for the Catholic norms, actually transported by the Spanish colonizer in the Philippines, we are actually more on the ceremonies to honor the dead, and cremation came to be feared. Okay. In addition, many funeral homes are calling for cremation, even though it is not COVID-19, okay, or not suspected out abundance of caution. So it's not good to die during this COVID-19 because you're one of the candidates to be cremated. And that's the compliance with the government guidelines. Crematoria are rapidly processing cremation, even though they are contrary to the practice of full body interment in the Philippines. Some of the funeral homes in Manila have actually prohibited from refusing deceased COVID-19 patients. Okay. The Catholic Bishop Conference in the Philippines has actually adopted the guidelines because of change on cremation. And these guidelines include recommendation on holding the funeral mass and rites of the final commendation and committal. According to these guidelines, cremated remains must be buried. This is a Catholic practice, and not to be kept in the houses. Of course, it will be disposed, of course, in the columbarium, and not to be scattered because of the thinking that it can also cause diseases. The urn, actually, they emphasize containing remains must not be kept at home. Despite the church acceptance of cremation and its relatively cheaper cost, interment is commonly preferred as burial practice among the Filipinos. Okay, so this what we are actually missing now because of this cremation. The usual funerary rites, often including holding a wake in the residence of the deceased with a bereaved hosting novenas, nightly prayers, and offering masses of the dead, and about 3 days concluding with the inhumation at the cemetery. The long-standing misconception, spread of pathogens and miasma from dead bodies, prompt hygiene during infectious disease, actually using PPE if the person died with COVID-19. Actually, it's more historical in the Philippines. That's why we are scared about the perception of cremation. Why? Because part of the history in the Philippines, a lot of people died because of the cholera, okay? And the aversion, and because of this disease containment, the Americans actually use cremation to sanitize the communities, and this is actually during the 20th century. Okay, so most of the houses actually were burned, okay, because of the directives of the U.S. Colonial administration. The entire Manila actually were burned with the fear of infection. Okay, so this is the publish of Dr. Francis Gialogo, a historian, that most of the houses in the different communities actually were burned because of the pandemic. And of course, there are detention centers for sick were also built. And the Filipinos actually feared this detention, and also, of course, the fear of burning their houses. So the ordinance actually with infected bodies should be in a sealed metallic coffins, because some of the communities are poor, unable to afford sealed coffins, and afraid of cremation. Filipinos preferred to dispose of their departed by throwing them into the river or burying them within the grounds of their homes. So there are practices that until now they bury their actually their departed relatives with a tomb in their houses, especially among the ethno-linguistic groups. Here, as you can see, the cadavers are treated with a standard PPE, and when the special contact, so that they need to have this special physical contact should be minimized. To date, there have been no confirmed cases of viral transmission from a dead body anywhere in the Philippines and, of course, in the world. Okay, today, especially the Filipinos, people use war, actually it's like a war during the American time, as a metaphor for describing turbulence brought by COVID-19. The cholera epidemic in the Philippines during the early years of American colonization unfolded as a literal war as a newly colonized Filipinos struggled against armed conflict and disease. In this actual war, mass cremation of dead was a weapon to subjugate or subjugation that intertwined America's pacification campaign in the island. One of the picture, this is from the Indonesia. Okay, do not burn our bodies. Burial is our right. So it's more of the information dissemination regarding the perspective about dead people. Okay, so trained are cultivated, are trained forensic professionals or untrained professionals, forensic professionals. If cultural values are identified at crime scenes, it is important that the victim's family be included in trying to elevate conflicting values between forensic science and the cultural values of the family. To end, by investigating how these laws contribute to the historical and ethnographic backgrounds of management and death, combined perspectives from forensic science and cultural anthropology can be used to suggest the possibility of honoring deceased in a culturally sensitive way, even this turbulent times. And these are the references. Magsukal is thank you in the language of the Banawas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this informative lecture. I request Hemlata ma'am to please forward the gratitude of thanks.
Thank you, Professor Gusman. Thank you for speaking on such a sensitive but often overlooked topic of cultural challenges in forensics. As you said initially in your presentation, diversity of thinking, viewpoints, and experiences make it possible to answer more nuanced research questions and issues in forensic sciences. It is so true. The importance of cultural awareness cannot be stressed enough, as it plays a crucial role not only in identification but also for collecting samples and engaging with stakeholders in forensic investigations. Understanding of cultural beliefs and humanitarian forensics can together uphold the rights and dignity of the deceased. Thank you for such a beautiful session, sharing your intensive experience and updating the forensic community present here today. Please accept this small token of appreciation from the IASR team. Professor Gusman.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the organizers, and thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for inviting me in this conference.
Thank you so much, Professor Teresa, for accepting our invitation and delivering a wonderful talk. Now I request my co-moderator, Kritika, to move the session further.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we are running late, we move forward to thanks our chairperson and co-chairperson. Thank you so much, Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am, and co-chairperson Seema Patel ma'am and Vijay Kumar Yadav sir. Your skill in handling the session was specially appreciated, and I am highly grateful for this. Now, I request to accept our token of gratitude in the form of this e-certificate. Your active involvement won't let us feel that we are away from each other. Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am, in sincere acknowledgement for the outstanding service as chairperson of the panel at First International Conference on Emerging Trend and Forensic Science. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Seema Patel ma'am, in sincere acknowledgement of the outstanding service as co-chairperson of the panel at First International Conference on Emerging Trend and Forensic Science. Thank you so much, ma'am. And yes, of course, thank you, Vijay Kumar Yadav sir, though he is not in the meeting right now, but still thank you so much for your outstanding service as co-chairperson of the panel at First International Conference on Emerging Trend in Forensic Science. Thank you so much, sir. Now, let's move forward, and I request Seema Patel ma'am to give a vote of thanks for this entire session. Over to you, Seema ma'am. I think we are not in the connection with Seema ma'am right now. So, Ranjit sir, can I continue further to?
Yes, Kritika. Now I request my convener-in-chief, Mr. V.N. Fernanda, to give the concluding remark regarding the whole keynote speaker session. Sir, over to you.
First of all, it was a very dynamic session what we had this morning. We had different dignitaries, different experts from different forensic domains. And so far what we've experienced is just a tip of the iceberg what this session can actually deliver. So I personally thank the speakers of the day, Mr. Michael, who delivered the first session this morning, and Dr. Harsh Sharma. As these experts, we should all understand and learn that these people are always ready to share the knowledge with the young people like us. So we were actually fortunate to have this kind of people in this kind of seminar, and we appreciate everybody's individual contribution for the whole audience here. And yes, Dr. Surbi Matho's session on the multimedia forensics, yet it was a very vast domain rather, and students who actually participated in this, they got a brief about what all things they can actually do in the field of multimedia forensics, which is a extended part of the digital forensics. So while we just discuss about digital forensics, people just talk about a computer and mobile phones. But what the data analysis and data examination was something which was shown to us in the session. And yes, just the session which got concluded just now, the cultural challenges. See, for investigation, there are various kinds of challenges, which also includes one of it is the cultural challenges. In countries like Asia, while we follow different kind of cultures, one culture does not, the investigation procedures does not allow the same methodology to be followed for all the cultures. So understanding the cultural interface and to implement the investigation aspects and to take the necessary permissions by understanding the cultural values. So all these things put together, probably this morning, we really had a very amazing session. And I personally and officially on behalf of IASR and SIFS as a team, I thank all the keynote speakers for their time and their contribution for this hour with us. So I wish all the other participants who are now about to give their paper presentations are very all the best and have a good day. And thank you from my side.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we are moving towards the paper presentation, as you already said. So here I request Kritika to take over the session.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Valinda, sir, for your valuable words. And last but not the least, thank you to all the speakers, chairperson and co-chairperson for handling the session. Now, without wasting time, because I'm very sure all the presenters are holding their breath to represent their presentation in front of the esteemed jury members. As I said, jury members, let me introduce you with all my jury members. With the session, the presenter sessions will be handled by the chairperson of the presentation, that is Dr. Pooja Puri ma'am. Now, before I start with the Dr. Pooja Puri ma'am, I would like to tell something about her. Dr. Pooja Puri ma'am is a dental graduate and has done her master's in forensic science for Department of Forensic Science, Punjab University. She is working as a assistant professor in Amity Institute of Forensic Science, Noida. She has delivered many lectures and has conducted workshops on forensic odontology. She has published articles in various national and international journals and contributed chapters in books of forensics medicine for UG and PG medical students. Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate your presence. Now, let me introduce with our honorable jury members. Before I start the introduction, I thankful to all the jury members. Let me start with the jury members. The first jury member, Dr. Sumit Kumar Chaudhary, sir. Dr. Sumit Kumar Chaudhary, sir, is an established academician, researcher, author, editor, consultant, influential thought leader in the forensic science discipline. He's a gold medalist in forensic science and holds a PhD degree in forensic science and behavioral sciences. Dr. Sumit sir has led the expansion of academics and executive development program at RRU, particularly in the field of forensics. He's actively involved in teaching, training, research, and forensic case consultancy. Thank you, sir, for accepting our offer. Now, let me introduce to my next jury member, Dr. Ritesh Shukla, sir. Dr. Ritesh Shukla, sir, is currently working as an assistant professor at School of Arts and Science of Ahmedabad University. He has co-authored research articles in international peer-reviewed journal. He has edited books on forensic nanotechnology, nanotoxicity. He received the early career research award from the Science and Engineering Research Board. Thank you, sir, for accepting our offer. Now, let me move forward to our next jury member, Dr. Ankit Kumar Shrivastava, sir. Dr. Ankit Shrivastava, sir, is currently providing his services to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Institute of Forensic Science and Criminology, Bundelkhand University, Jhansi, Uttar Pradesh, as an assistant professor. He has 14 years of teaching experience and was awarded a PhD in the field of forensic science. During his 14 years of journey, he has authored several research papers published in different journals of national and international repute. He has been invited on various countries, namely UK, US, Netherlands, and so on. Now, he has worked in the field of forensic DNA typing, forensic ballistics, forensic biology, serology, forensic chemistry, and forensic anthropology. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our offer. Last but not the least, our speaker, Dr. Jayashankar Pillai, sir. Dr. Jayashankar Pillai, sir, postgraduate videos from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Postgraduate Dental Science, Pondicherry. He is presently working as a faculty in the Department of Oral Pathology at Government Dental College and Hospital, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. As a member of the Program Development of Review Community of Gujarat Institute of Disaster Management, he drafted and submitted the guidelines of SOPs for the digital management of in the alternative of disaster for the government of Gujarat. Thank you. He has developed the new dental trade standard called GFSU GDC, Dental Anthropology Model, and is currently the Joint Secretary of the Indian Association of Forensics Odontology. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our offer. And I wish all the best for all the presenters. And I request you now to move forward with the presentation. I hope my jury members are ready to evaluate their session.
Thank you so much, Kritika. Now I request Dr. Pooja Puri ma'am and all jury member for accepting our invitation to give their valuable time. Thank you, everyone. As we have a presenter in a professional category, so these are the names. I request all the presenters to be on the time. And before starting the presentation, I request Dr. Pooja Puri ma'am to give some thought about this paper presentation and about this conference. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. All the dignitaries, distinguished guests, and delegates, at the very outset, let me express my sincere appreciation for this honor I have been bestowed upon by the organizing committee of IASR for chairing this scientific session. I welcome you all to this important gathering, and I look forward to your contribution in this scientific conference for furthering the cause of forensic science, not only in India but globally. This should be the task and responsibility of all of us. I think the forensic scientists, the forensic examiners in the labs, the faculty members, most importantly, our students, the private sector practitioners, and the judiciary as well, in promoting and exchanging of expert insights. We would like to encourage particularly the researchers to present their papers in this symposium on their results from the frontiers of science and technology. This will help, I think, in getting the overview of different fields of forensic science they are involved in. So I'll not take much time. I'll express my sincere wishes for the success of this conference and all the very best to all the participants to discover the new opportunities in the still growing areas of forensics. So thank you so much for your attention. Over to you, Dr. Ranjit.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request all the jury members. Now the session is going to be governed by you all. Whatever the question you want to ask from any participant, you are free to ask. And now moving towards the first presentation, Dr. Kanchana, she's from Sri Lanka. Madam, over to you. Dr. Kanchana, are you audible? Are we audible? Can you unmute? Yes.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yeah, perfectly fine, ma'am.
Okay. My presentation is visible?
Yes, madam, visible. You can make in a full slide mode.
Okay.
Perfectly. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, this research is quite interesting, and I would like to say this is a new field, actually. And my topic is recognizing suicidal tendencies through hand analysis. Suicide signifies a major category of preventable death in many countries and communities. Suicide is dramatically different are its causes. In most cases, there are no single cause, but rather a large number of contributing factors. Suicide, addiction, and depression have a close and interconnected relationship with each other. The main objective of this study was to provide the prior identification of suicide tendencies of a person through hand analysis. And also, one more important thing, that these findings can help to speculate about how the death occurred. For example, murders can be made to resemble as suicide. Sometimes, if the person is cunning enough, suicide could be staged to look like a murder. So, as a methodology, obtained 2 handprints of people who were attempted to suicide several times. Taking prints was done by 2 types. First type was carried out using fingerprint ink. Second type was taken a clear, high-resolution photo of both hands. In addition, it included a record of personal data. Especially, this research is also included details of handprints of people who were the victim of suicide, and it is the most difficult part for me because taking prints from a dead body. And when we come into the analyzing part, all the hand signs are analyzed under the 4 main streams of palmistry, which is called chiromancy, chirognomy, dermatoglyphics, and gestures. Here in these 4 parts, the main part is dermatoglyphics, which is studying fingerprint and pattern of the skin. And here we go with the results. Research suggests that the simplest way to prevent suicide is to understand the danger factors, be aware of the signs of depression and other mental disorders, recognizing the warning signs for suicide, and interfere before the person can far-reaching the method of self-destruction. Here, I just added only few important results only because it is too vast to include all the result in a presentation. But in my research paper, I include all the details in very broad manner. Now, here you can see the first part, chirognomy. There are 8 mounts of the hand. You can see on this picture, the prominence of any of these mount is not a evidence of tendency to suicide, but these mounts signifies some kind of relation to the method of suicide. For example, here you can see the handprint of Hitler, famous person, and here you can see here under the middle finger, this is called Mount of Saturn, and there it is a cross mark, and also it is very prominent. So it is indicate the disastrous suicide. Like that way, we can compare with the prints and their suicide method that they used already. And here you can see the described details. Each mount describe the way they are going to attempt suicide. That is the most important part, because we have to identify how they are going to apply suicide methods. Apart from these pointed fingers, the hand will be long and narrow, and long tapering fingers. The first planage of middle finger will be longer than other 2 planages. Twisted or abnormal little finger, those are the common signs. And here, when we comes into the second category, here I included very important thing, which is called headline, drooping headline. Here you can see a drooping headline, and this is the most important part, because if someone is having this kind of drooping line, then definitely suicide thought is present with that person. And also here I included girdle of Venus, and that's also showing that emotional things, emotional breakups, and the destructive mind of emotions that can be described from this line. And here you can see it very clearly. And now we come to the third part. Before come to the third part, here I have added 2 case studies of my research work. And I should mention that comparing or considering one sign, we cannot say a suicidal thought or that person is going to commit a suicide. We have to find out 5 or more than 5 signs of one person's hand to confirm the suicidal ideas or his action to suicide. Here you can see another example. And now we are coming to third part. Here we are analyzing the skin texture. And this skin texture, there are 4 different consistencies that are clearly recognized corresponding to the qualities of the 4 elements. The element texture of the skin describe how an individual receives the stimuli and responds to the impression of the environment. In a handprint, the different skin textures reflect different degrees of space between papillary ridges. The space between ridges of the skin represent the elemental skin textures accordingly. Here you can see each element. Here you can see the gaps are different in each element, and here you can see each element describe the method. This is actually quite interesting thing, and it described the exact method of suicide. I found this connection theory 95% of my case studies, especially with the people who were victim of the suicide. And finally, and 4th category is hand gestures. After suicide, few gestures can be seen significantly. The hands are clenched, especially in a violent hanging. Here you can see in this picture. But if it is doing by a sacrifice, then hand will be open. In India, it is called Atma Samarpan sign, like this. Totally, both hands will be open. As a conclusion, I would like to say hand analysis may help to give proper solutions to overcome this negativism. At the same time, we can give positive outcome of counseling and therapies from changes of the hand signs over the time passing. Here I have added how the prints changing after counseling. If we diagnose the proper mental disease or thoughts or the proper solution to their mentality, then according to that, if we applied the proper counseling method, then we can survive. We can prevent the death by suicide. Here it is the most valuable example. Sorry. So I think my research will be very interesting to you all, and I hope this research result can be applied in forensic science also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchana. Now I request my jury members, if you want to ask any question, kindly proceed with the question session.
Yeah, Dr. Kanchana.
Yes.
Yeah,
sir.
this is Dr. Ritesh. Very nice presentation, no doubt. It is a very new topic in the field of forensic. If definitely, if you get a very good result. My question is: you have shown in your presentation that mount that found into the palm area of the hand correlate with the suicidal tendency. My question is: what is the biological mechanism behind it? Because suicidal tendency is more or less is related to the our brain and our system. So how you connect it with the mount with the biological mechanism?
Actually, sir, each and every mount connect with nerves in our system and all the nerves connected to the brain. And it is already proved that this each part, it is connected to our brain, particular part. So that that describe the method actually. Like for example, like as I said, this Saturn described the mind, thoughts, and then related to that means nerves related to brain, which activate to think about spiritual things, think about life in a like we can say religious way. But if we compare into this Mount of Jupiter, it is always connected with the thought of leadership, quality of reason, quality of leadership, quality of gathering, quality of ruling. These things are all already confirmed with other researchers.
Yeah, I agree with this. I agree with you. These all mounts are basically having a significant role, and they are describing the different type of function into your attribute into the human bodies. But which one of the mount is basically responsible for suicidal tendency? If I
actually ask, Mount of Saturn, quietly.
Mount of Saturn.
Yes, 90% of the time, Mount of Saturn. This area is the causing.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kanchana.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchana. Thank you, Ritesh, sir. With the permission of all the jury members, can I proceed with the next presentation?
Katika, I had a question.
Yes, yeah, I had a question also.
Okay, Dr. Ankit, sir, you can please proceed. I will ask in follow.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Kanchana, nice presentation. I have asked only one question. Which type of suicidal cases included in your work? I think there is a vast difference in hanging, burning, drowning. So what type of, is you included various type of suicide cases, suicide tendency in your work?
Yes, actually, most of the time I have case studies more than 100 and different each category, like hanging more than 15, then poison then more than 15. Like that, I have categorized and observed their hand. After that, I analyze these results.
Okay. And what about burning or drowning?
Yeah, in drowning case, that's marked specially like this. This clenching hand gesture is present, but in a hanging way, hand will be like this, open hand, without forcefully, like when we are doing self-sacrifice. Suicide means if it is self-sacrifice, then hand will be open. But if it is forcefully death, then this type of gestures are there. And most of the time, by these gestures, we can identify. Drowning cases, 95% of cases, this gesture is present. But in arson cases, like burning cases, then it is difficult, but signs are there, like here in this area, that cross mark is there, like Hitler's hand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchana. We have another jury, Dr. Sumit, sir. Sir, please proceed with your question, sir.
Dr. Kanchana, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, so much so that I immediately checked whether a cross is present on my Saturn or not. And I wanted to believe that this entire studies, comes out as a forensic science. And in coming days, we might have this as an acceptable forensics. But Dr. Kanchana, I have a couple of queries. One thing is that your sample size, you said 15 for hanging, right?
Yeah.
So don't you think it is too less to conclude for a general population? I've gone through a number of research papers on dermatoglyphic personality profiling in the past.
Okay.
What I've found is that the error rate or the different rate of the other population control group is more than 65%, 67%. So
Okay.
do you think with just an acceptability ratio of maybe 30% or 35% and with an error probability of 65%, can we accept this as a forensic?
Actually, sir, you are right. But in this case, to prove suicidal thoughts, I have collected more than 100. But the method that we are describing, that is, yes, you are right. Because 15 for each category, it is less. Because this is a difficult part. Because the hanging, when I'm going to crime scene and asking the prints of these dead bodies, it is very difficult task. But I still collecting all these handprints, but confirming the suicidal thoughts and they are going to apply suicide thing, I think 100 is enough. But as you said, yes, for confirming the method they are applying for suicide, yes, data is
All I
more
wanted to
needed.
tell is that please also work on a control group. You might get a more number of people without suicidal tendency, but still with the same kind of prints or same kind of mounts. That is one thing.
Yeah.
Number two, in your conclusion part, you said that the suicidal tendency is high in LGBTQ group, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
is there any specific pattern that you could come across? And how,
Yes.
after the visiting the suicide crime scene, did you also investigate about their sexual preferences?
Yes. Actually, all these I have gathered from my consultation only, most of my clients. And so I have their whole medical history and their personal details.
So what was the finding in case of LGBTQ about the mounts or ridges?
Yeah. For example, LGBT cases, normally this finger is short in men. Means normally it should be long. But in case, that's why I just added in my results tapering fingers lengthwise, it is not normal. Normally it should be this finger is long in men and this finger is short, but their lengthwise their ratios are totally different from normal community like male and female.
Okay, over to Dr. Pillai.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you very much. Just one small query, madam, though it is not my domain, but just for my interest. In your study, you said that you analyzed some cases who attempted suicide. Okay.
Yes.
So there would be some person who would have attempted suicide using, sharp instruments by cutting their forearm, such type.
Yeah.
So did you try to correlate the hesitation cuts in the forearm with the lines in the hand? Any
Yes.
correlation you did with the hesitation cut marks you would have observed?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the finding, madam? Was there
Actually,
correlated?
most of the time this drooping headline is present, and also in this area, because which I described that gap between this skin structure, that is the most important thing, because if the gap is so much, means earth element, if it is belongs to earth element, then definitely he will use the knife or blade or some kind of metal thing and cut himself to achieve suicide. So
Okay,
that
you,
two things are there.
okay, quantitatively you tried to correlate the number of hesitation cuts you observed.
Yes. Nearly 3-4 marks are there, but very few cases, some cut their hand very deeply, and these two fingers also not working properly in first attempt. These cases also present.
Okay. Another thing what I wanted to observe in your study was the data in the numeric form. You have not presented the data like in the table form or the final conclusion of the numerical values, which was not there in your study. So is it an ongoing study or you are yet to release the data?
Actually, sir, this is my first forensic related paper.
Okay.
So that's why I just add in future research papers, because your comments are very valuable for me because I'm new to the forensic field. So that's why I will add definitely.
All the best. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchana. Thank you to all the jury members. Let's move forward to the next presentation. It's P802, Deepika Kakkar, and the topic is Hand Index of the Male Khatris of Delhi, India. Deepika Kakkar, yes. Deepika, kindly unmute yourself. Your presentation is visible, but can you please unmute yourself?
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Deepika Kakkar. I'm from Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences. I'm here to present my topic, Hand Index of the Male Khatris of Delhi. Just a minute. Slideshow. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are completely audible. Please.
Okay, sir. As you know, human hand is a versatile part of the body, being as a sensory or a motor organ. So the study which I am carrying out will demonstrate the hand shape and classify the population accordingly. So here the role of anthropometry is very important. It is basically the branch of science which deals in measurements and establishing the physical mass properties and strength of human body. And this type of studies where I'm majorly focusing on hand index, it helps in studying biometrics, ergonomics, reconstructive surgeries, and forensic anthropology. Varieties of metric and non-metric measurements basically help in assessing the ethnic sex differences of land. And this index helps in have a very crucial role in medical legal cases and in cases of forensic science, which can be used as a marker for ethnicity and sex determination. It even helps in personal identification of human being. These techniques summarizes the anatomical complexes of the hand, persons living within a similar geography, or for the objective rather than the subjective. So I would like to tell you about more about the hand shapes. There were 5 categories of hand shapes according to Martin and Saylor. First were the hyperdolicular, where we have a very long fingers and a narrow small palm. Dolichochair, long fingers and a narrow small palm. Mesochairs, long fingers but short and small palm. Brachiair, short fingers and long large palm. And hyperbrachiaris, short fingers with a broader large palm. So hand index is what? Basically, it is a hand breadth upon hand length into 100. And according to the Martin and Saylor, there was a classification and proper values were given all for these 5 classification. For the hyperdolicho chair, it should be less than 40.9. Dolicho chair, 41 to 43.9. And for meso chair, 44 to 46.9. And for bright chair, 47 to 49.9. And for the more than 50, it was hyper brighter. So basically, my objective for carrying out this research was to estimate the hand index of the male Khatris population of Delhi and classify it. And these kind of studies will help in for forming the anthropometric atlas and even establishing the database by, and it can act as a collaborative evidence for the future studies in forensic science. This study was carried on the 160 healthy males. Around 18 to 15 years of the males candidates were taken, and hand length and hand breadth was taken. Hand length, it is basically the state distance from the interstyloin to dactylion of the middle finger, and hand breadth was measured as a state distance from metacarpal radius to the metacarpal ulnar, as you can see described properly in the figures. And my results were: hand length mean was around 18.29, and hand breadth was 8, and minimum and maximum to hand index by carrying out the hand breadth upon the hand length into 100 was 44.13, which follows under the category of mesochair. And it ranges as, and in the this mesochair group, basically before also I've told you it has long fingers with short palm. And when I correlated my studies with the other countries, even with the other states of India, I inferred that the northern state predominantly classified as a mesochair group of hand, whereas the southern state shows the hyperdolichair category. And when I categorize eastern and western states of the India, it show the mixed combination of dolichochair and mesochair, or even the dolichair and brachychair respectively. And even on more studies carrying out, we have even inferred that the cold climate generally favors the mesochair hand classification, and hot climate directly correlate to the dolichochair hand categories. So on comparing with hand with the Indian population, foreign countries even show the category of hyperbrachial, means that is they have a broader large palm but short palm. So there was a very significant variation in the hand shape in various tropical geographical zones. That means it can be, you can say, they have a many factors which depends upon the morphological characteristics of hand. It can be because of the gender, ethnicity, socio-cultural domain, and even due to the genetic factors also. So by this I can conclude that these kind of studies can help in formulating the equation for predicting the Khatri's community key using hand breadth or hand length parameter, which can useful for the future studies for the researchers in the personal identification, for the sex determination and ethnicity classification. Therefore, I would like to conclude that the Khatri's community belongs to mesochair group who have the longer fingers with a short and a small palm type characteristics. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. Now, I request the jury members to proceed with their questions.
Deepika ji, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Really great findings.
Yes.
One thing I wanted to know about this is that qualitatively you have compared on the Indian map as to what are the areas with hyper, meso and brachy, right?
Yes, sir.
Quantitatively, with your own data, could you compare as to how the Khatris are different with other communities? What is the percentage change or percentage specificity with Khatris, so that when you claim that you can identify their ethnicity and sex, so is it possible through your study? That is number one. And number two, within Khatris, could you differentiate the male and female indexes?
Yes, sir. Sir, within the Khatris also, I have differentiated between the males and females, and they were the differences. They belong to mesochair category only. And with respect to the percentage, that much detail I have not yet undergone for my study.
Okay, so one thing is that both male and female are coming meso. So
Chiri.
there would be some data variation would be there, I'm
Yes,
sure.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
In
Yes,
terms
sir.
of the broadness of hand and in the terms of length.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
But to actually put this study into application, any study that you do should get applied somewhere.
Yeah, sir, I can go for the estimation for the regression equation. And yes, from right now, I can say that the population size I have taken is not that much high. It was around 160. If I consider, if I increase my that the data collection, maybe the things can be used for the further studies also.
Any other jury member?
Yeah, with the permission of the chair, may I ask, it's not a query actually, just a suggestion. So, Doctor, it was a very nice presentation, Dr. Deepika, but I just wanted to ask one thing, like, did you compare the data with the stature of the person? because this is an anthropometric
Yes, sir.
parameter. So
Yes.
since your focus was mainly on the age, sex, and socioeconomic factor, and also the community factor,
Yes, sir.
did you try to, because from a forensic perspective, I'm asking, did you
Yes, sir.
try to correlate with the stature of the individual?
Yeah, sir, I try to, but yes, they were correlated with hand lengths, hand measurements of my population. And yes, sir, so my study is also ongoing for the stature estimation from the upper body as well as from the lower body, and trying to differentiate and trying to predict the linear equations, so that even one these kind of studies can be helpful, sir, even when we have the fragmentary body parts.
Exactly. That is the
Yes,
reason
sir.
why I asked. And
Yes, sir.
another thing is, you should always try to compare, as Dr. Sumit sir told, that compare with the other population
Yes,
also.
sir.
Uh,
Okay.
okay. Then another thing I wanted to ask is, you also should have incorporated the BMI factor into your study.
Okay, sir.
Body mass index,
Yeah,
you
sir.
should have calculated the height, weight, and based on that, you calculate the BMI. Based on that, you could have correlated. So this is
Yes,
just
sir.
my suggestion.
Yeah, thank you so
And
much, sir. I will
another
do.
suggestion is, since you wanted to, correlate with the socio-economic factor also, I would suggest that you should have considered the socio-economic status by
Okay.
using various scales. There are certain scales which decide the socio-economic status. So you can
Sir,
also.
actually, it is just a little part of my study. I have just,
Okay, okay.
it is not a full part of my study I've shown.
Okay, but you can continue. This is what I
Yeah.
mean to say. You can say, this is my
Okay.
suggestion. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so
Thank
much, sir. I definitely incorporate these suggestions.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Deepika.
Okay, Ritesh sir, proceed.
Please proceed.
No, okay, you. Yeah.
Yeah, go first. I will go after.
Okay. Deepika, my just one question. Have you
Yes, sir.
reviewed the anthropologic data of Khatris? Because I think there are a lot of work on have been already done on Khatris.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have.
Then what is the difference in their work and your work?
Sir, I'm not able to get what you're trying to say.
What is the difference between their work and your work in same population?
Sir, actually, even if ask the Khatris, I have taken the Khatris of Delhi, and Delhi have the mixed population of Khatri. Even there was some research paper I've studied from the Khatris of Punjab, from Haryana. There is a difference, definitely. Sir, I have not detailedly studied those. Yes, sir, these things are incorporate. These things are already going on.
Okay, Ritesh sir.
Yeah, Deepika.
Yes, sir.
I have a very quick question.
Yes, sir.
I have seen in many population studies where regression analysis is performed.
Yes, sir.
Have you performed the regression analysis? Because in your presentation, I haven't.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have presented. Yes, sir. I have estimated the stated and estimation through linear regression equation from the upper body and from the lower body. That is from the hand measurements also and from the foot measurements also.
So, what is the value?
Sir, like what? Sir, it's you are asking for the correlation value.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir, with the hand measurement, it have correlated 85%.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Fine. Thank you.
That I have not shown all my results in this presentation. It was just a small part of my proper research work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deepika.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deepika. And thank you, all the jury members. I hope there is no more questions from the jury side. So with the permission of the esteemed jury members, I'll move forward to the next presentation, that is Dr. Sonal Sehgal. The topic is tongue print as biometric authentication. Dr. Sonal, over to you.
My presentation is, the slides are visible?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, but can you please open up your slideshow mode?
Just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, that's perfect.
Just okay. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Warm greetings from Dental Institute, RIMS. Myself, Dr. Sonal, and I'm presenting a review on tongue print as in biometric authentication. As we know that human identification is one of the challenging areas that man has confronted with, and forensic odontologists mainly deal with the identification based on the recognition of the unique features of oral structures. So in terms of uniqueness, we should not forget the important role of human tongue, which is encased within the oral cavity and can be easily drawn out and displayed for the inspection and palpation processes. So the purpose of the review is to deliver the uniqueness and the compiled up a biometric authentication system based on the analysis of tongue print, texture, as well as on the shape, which is making it suitable for the identity recognition. Under the classification of the tongue print, it can be classified as shapes on the basis of shapes and geometrical features on the dorsal surface of the tongue. Under the shape category, we can classify it as elliptical, rectangular, triangular, round, and square. Whereas in the geometrical features, we can always consider the factors like length, width, thickness. In the texture category, we have divided it into the two parts. First one is physiologic one, and the second one is pathologic. In the physiologic, we have to analyze the fissures, and in pathologic portion, we have to go and we have to check for the geographic tongue, like scrotal tongue or smooth surface or some hairy lesion on the tongue. So after the particular visual inspection, we have to go for the tongue prints, which can be obtained by the various methods, like visual inspection. After the categorization of the shape and the texture, we have to go for the visual inspection and look for some other features present on the tongue surface. We have to go for the digital photographs, and after that, we can always try for the 3D dimensional analysis of the tongue, which can be done by the alginate impression. Third, the next one is digital software can be used for this. And another method can be you can always go for the video recording or the capturing of the video of that particular tongue. Ultrasound techniques have been also incorporated in few areas, and definitely histological examination, which is not generally incorporated. Histological examination can also be undertaken. So what are the basic advantages, or you can say the superiority points of tongue print versus any other biometric system? If we go for fingerprint or palm print, it can be irradiated, or you can say due to the work or by the surgical procedure, it can be altered. Whereas the face scan, it can be technologically fooled. You won't be able to recognize the patient or people face with the variety of camera angles or lighting levels. Voice can also be affected by the sickness, or some person having cold or cough, something. So then the voice check cannot be performed correctly. Retinal scan are highly sensitive, and it can be affected by the bright light and diseases such as cataract. Skin color is definitely used, but it's having some drawbacks, like patient with age or with some burn or some diseases or some particular skin creams can be used, which can modify the biometric authentication. Now, in studies, I found that lingual morphology, which can be used by using the alginate molding technique or alginate impression, it can be used and duplicating the indicated details, and which is the most acceptable technique. The next one, which comes under the digital photograph, it can be taken after, like once you have done the digital photograph, visual inspection is very much important for the dorsal surface of the tongue with the professional cameras. Texture features can be calculated by SIFT, which is a kind of digital software, which can be calculated the histogram equalization of the tongue. Cast, which can be taken after the alginate molding technique, can be examined for the surface morphological changes, shape, presence and absence of the fissures, and other details. It has been shown, although major studies has not been done, only few studies I have came across, and which has shown that males are having multiple fissures, whereas females are having single deep fissures on the dorsal surface of the tongue. Whereas if we compare the shape, the males are having U shape, males and females both, but majority in females, we have found that V-shaped tongue has been found in majority of the females. So if we compare tongue with any other biometric techniques, as I've told, that tongue is the unique to every person in respect to shape and texture, and it is an internal organ. It can be easily stuck out for the inspection and palpation, and definitely particular permission is not required for that. So if I conclude and if I'll go for the future work, I would suggest that morphological aspect of the tongue is the unique, as I told, and the lingual impression can always be taken along with the photomicrographic images to for a secure method of identification. And very little investigation has been done and little researches has been done, definitely. So a proper continuation of this work, which definitely give a very much importance for the better human identification. These all are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal. Now I request my jury members to proceed with the question session.
Sonal, good presentation. My
Thank
question
you, sir.
is, what is the applicability of tongue biometrics in forensic science?
Sir, generally in any institution nowadays, we are having thumb prints like that. Like thumbprints are there, and because of Corona crisis, COVID-19 crisis, thumbprint has been stopped because of the they are in direct touch sensation, and touch nowadays are being it's contraindicated these days. So and as well as for tongue print, we can always go for like presence and absence of that particular person. For the maintaining the records or maintaining the presence of the person, it can be used definitely. And as far as I think that is the major prospect of.
Basically, individualization is not part of forensic science. Basically, we deals with evidences found at the crime scene. So I don't think so. Is there any type of tongue print is found on any crime scene?
So actually not much of the studies has been done till now. Only the studies which I have came across and very less references I got for this. But definitely for the crime scene, I have not found any single study which has been done for the tongue print.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
With
Dr.
the permission. Okay, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Dr. Sonal, my question is a follow-up question of Dr. Ankit.
Yes, sir.
But in a different way. That
Yes,
is,
sir.
how can tongue print be translated into the biometric system? Because in your whole presentation, you compare it with biometric systems.
Yes, sir.
So my just question is that how can tongue print be translated into the biometric system?
Okay, same like the same thing which we use for our thumb print for the biometric authentication, because the fingerprint impression has been taken for the authentication purpose. And if we take impression of the tongue on the alginate, and we can pour a cast, and we replicate it on the basis of a cast. After that, it can be go for the authentication. Like it can be like you can say it can be reciprocated as an impression of that particular. And after that, you can like after the taking alginate impression, I would think like all the details will be replicated on the alginate impression, and it can be imprinted.
Dr. Sonal, is it feasible? If you create a cast, then anybody can take your cast and go and show to the biometric system and
No, sir, not. I'm not talking about the cast. I'm talking about the just onto the on the software. It can be like it can be feeded, and once you are showing your presence, or you are going for an authentication, you can always, like we press on the thumb, we can always go and we can always show our tongue for the like, because we are physically over there, so we can always show our tongue and authenticate it. Like we can compare it with the impression as well as with our own tongue.
Okay, it would be a retina-like system.
Same like that. So it's not like we have to carry the impression. It is just to read out the details which we can miss in the visual inspection. So alginate is something which we take during the like denture patient. We take the impression of that particular mouth. So for the tongue also we can take the impression with the alginate, so that details will be covered, and we can make the cast out of it, and we can read the details if we want. Detailed study can be done on this.
Okay, Dr. Sonal, thank you.
With the permission of the chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sonal, it was a good presentation. Just I wanted to ask few things here.
Yes,
have you come across any tongue image database, just like we have a fingerprint database is there? Okay, have you come across, or do you know any database which are generated for tongue prints?
Sir, not now. Only 2 articles. That too, I mean, I have mentioned in my references as well. Only few articles have been got only on the just to replicate and just to read out the features of the tongue, which can be used in the identification of that particular. But not as far as software is concerned. I'm not aware right now. I've never heard even.
In fact, some people they studied on this in a very elaborate manner in Hong Kong, and they have developed a database for this. Okay, you can have a look at that. My second question on this is, how far the word tongue print is justifiable? According to me, when you are studying the measurements of a tongue, when you're studying the surface details of a tongue, okay,
yes,
and how far you can justify the word tongue print instead of a word like glossometry or glossoscopy, something like that? Why the word tongue print came?
Kindly, I beg your pardon, sir.
Can you justify the use of word tongue print?
Yes, sir.
You are actually taking a print of that tongue. You said as you are taking the impression, alginate impression,
Yes,
and you are
sir.
making a
Yes,
dye.
sir.
It's a soft tissue, okay? It's not a hard
Yes, sir.
tissue like
It's
a tooth. So how
yes, sir.
far the measurements will be more reliable? When you take in first attempt and you are taking the same tongue in the second attempt, the same type of material, are you sure that the same measurement you will get?
Same, sir. We have to instruct the person whomsoever will be taking impression. We have to instruct that it.
It is subject to variation.
Yes, sir.
It is subject to variation.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, it might be, but we have to instruct the person to keep the tongue protruded and stable, because sir, in like in mouth also we take impression, and like it comes. It's not like it doesn't come.
Yeah,
But definitely you have to instruct the. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am sure that you will get the impression of the tongue, but my worry
Yes,
is
sir.
whether you will get the measurement. Suppose you rely on the measurements, like for example, the anteroposterior and the width of the tongue. Are you
Yes, sir.
sure that
Yes,
you
sir.
will be getting the same measurement? Because an error of even 0.1 or 0.5 millimeter, that
Yes, sir. Yes.
matter. That is the real
Yes, sir.
query. Okay. And the use of word tongue print, I don't know why it has come. That is the reason why I asked, can you justify the use of word tongue print? And that too as a biometric authentication, it's still doubtful. Okay. And another thing I wanted to add to you is, since you are studying on the tongue, I think for the uniqueness characteristics, just like fingerprint, you want to see the unique characteristics of the tongue, which may be individual to individual different. Okay. So certain surface parameters, like for example, the circumvallate papilla, okay,
Yes, sir.
and the
Yes, sir.
foliate papilla pattern, they are found to be
Yes, sir.
somewhat unique. Okay, so I think you can concentrate. Even the sublingual vein analysis can be one of an important tool in tongue studies. Okay,
Yes, sir.
this
Yes,
for
sir.
your suggestion. Okay, so I
Thank
think
you. Thank you so much,
you
sir.
need to do a lot of literature work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, jury member, for such a wonderful, interesting discussion. As Dr. Sonal said, this is a primary study, and she is going to establish this study more for the biometrics use. And I'm sure, as Dr. Pillai has said, such database is already available in Hong Kong. She can take a suggestion from that database and that study. I request all the presenter, Dr. Kanchana, Dr. Deepika, and Dr. Shonal, to look into the chat box and answer the query, because taking all the query from the participant is difficult. And I request you all answer your query to the chat box. So we request our next presenter, Adarsh Mishra, with the permission of all the jury member and the chairperson, to present his presentation. Dr. Adarsh, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Adarsh Mishra, research scholar from MT Institute of Forensic Science, MT University, Noida. So, the topic of my presentation is development of analytical methods using HPLC UV for identification of ketamine drug in forensic samples from the forensic samples like blood, liver, and injection sample.
Can you please show the slideshow mode so that all we can see clearly? Yeah, perfect now. Thank you so much.
So, anesthesia are the substances that causes temporary loss of sensations or reversible loss of sensations caused by a depression of excitation in nerve endings. So, a lot of cases are being reported of suspected poisoning due to overdosage of anesthetic drugs. This may be due to reasons like uncontrolled doses given during surgery. One second. This may be due to reasons like uncontrolled dosage given during surgery or abuse of anesthetics by drug addicts and administration of these drugs for wrong reasons or for recreational reasons. When referred to forensic labs, the chemical analysis becomes more complicated for the most of the time, as no is my video visual? So no anesthetic drug is found detected. The main reason behind the non-detection of the drugs is that most of the anesthetics are fast degradables after its administration. So the degradation varies from 1 to 3 hours depending upon the type of anesthetics and the condition of the sample. So ketamine is one of the dissociative anesthetic drug used in the present study that rapidly induces to the patient into for unconscious states. Moreover, ketamine is used during the rape also, like date rape cases. So in my study, I have analyzed the ketamine using the HPLC, and these are the instrumental details like Hewlett Packard 1050 series, and then C18 Agilent was the column used, and the mobile phase consists of aqueous perchloride and acetonitrile in the ratio of 50:50, means 1:1 ratio by volume, and the pH was 5.2. The flow rate of mobile phase was 1 milliliter per ml. The detection wavelength was about 206 nanometer. So after the sample preparation and extraction, so sample was prepared using the solid phase extraction method. So the result of my study was the linearity was 0.997, and thus the range means the range of concentration was 10 to 40 ppm. The LOD was 0.12 and LOQ was 0.36. Recovery rate was 90.7 to 91.4 percentage. Then the precision, like for the validation, we have done the precision also. The drug was analyzed for interday and intraday. So 3 days it was analyzed, and 6 times a day. So the RSD percentage was 0.8307, and the RT that was detected was 5.15, like it is the average. Then accuracy was measured. It was measured by spiking the sample matrix of interest with a known concentration of standard analyte, and the analyte by analyzing the sample using the method being validated previously. And the accuracy was checked at 25% and 55%. So the recovery rate was 90.7% and 91.6% at 25%. So after the validation of the method, the same method was applied over the drug extracted from the biological samples like blood, viscera. In viscera, we have taken the liver part, and the injection samples. So the RT was about 5.12 or about 5. So these are the HPLC graphs. The first graph denotes the ketamine drug in blood, and its RT was 5.013, and in this second graph the ketamine drug in viscera with RT 5.127, and this is again the ketamine drug was analyzed with the injection sample having the RT value 5.120. So in this study, a highly sensitive and selective HPLC method was developed and validated for the identification of ketamine drug in forensic biological samples like blood, liver, and injections. The optimized method was allowed for the determination of anesthetic drug at low concentration, as its LOD was 0.12 nanogram per ml. So the developed method was successfully applied to detect the anesthetic drug and also helped to quantify the amount of degraded drug in blood, liver, and injection samples. The conclusion, the development of such a method would be highly helpful for the forensic toxicologist and chemical analyst in order to detect the drug from the forensic samples at low concentration with a high degree of accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Adarsh sir. Now, I request the jury members to please proceed with the questions.
respected jury members, you can ask questions from the presenter.
Yeah. I have very good presentation, Adarsh. I have a couple of questions.
Okay, sir.
My first question is, you have mentioned in your title slide injection. What is the meaning of it?
Injection means the sample that we get from the chemist shop, like that are used during the surgery. Means the during the medical practice, the doctor use the injection samples for the surgery. So that is the injection part.
Okay.
Because in many cases, the abusers or the medical practitioner or anesthesiologist, they inject using the injections only.
Okay.
So I have collected the injection, like the pure form of the drug, plus the drug from the other body parts like viscera and the blood.
Okay, so have you simulated the ketamine into the blood or liver, or you have taken the real-time samples?
I have spiked the ketamine.
Okay, you simulated the samples.
Right.
Okay.
Because it was not possible at the same time to collect the such samples.
So how you simulate it into the liver?
So I have taken the part of liver, like I was attached in the Deen Dayal Upadhyay hospital in Delhi. So during the postmortem part, so I have requested the medical officer to provide me the liver part. Then I have injected it.
Okay. So that liver is not containing any other anesthetics at that time?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned it in your introduction slide, anesthetics are fast degradable. What does it mean?
Fast degradable means their half-life is like 3 to 4 hours. Means their concentration will be degraded within 2 to 3 hours. Means different anesthetic drugs have different half-life period after their injections on the body.
Degraded means what? It is converted into the metabolites, or it is excreted, it is volatile. What does it mean?
It will break into its metabolites. Means its concentration will be half after its breakdown into its metabolites.
It's fine. So it can be detectable.
Yes, it can be detected.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'm done.
Other jury member? Okay, so I request others also to take the question which we have.
Just 1 minute, Ranjit sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Others, would you take ethical consent from the institute?
Yes, I have taken.
They gave him consent to give you liver sample for spiking.
Yes, I have taken the consent from the hospital as well as from the MT Institute, means from the department.
No, MT Institute is not authorized, na?
No, so I have taken the permission from the hospital.
Yes.
So I have taken because without the permission, nothing can be taken as such.
I think this is not possible, not for spiking to give you a liver sample.
So I have just taken. So I have just taken a small piece of the liver, like extra part. So I have spiked at that place only, in the hospital only, hospital premises.
Okay, Adarsh. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, others. Please answer the query because lots of query in the chat box. So the other participant can get benefited by your research.
So I have to reply in the chat?
Yes, please do that.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Adarsh, sir.
Okay.
Now, with the permission of the state jury member, I'll move forward to the next presenter, Navda Bharadwaj. Over to you, Navda.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes, you can go for the full slide mode.
Okay.
Slide show. Yeah, perfectly fine. Go ahead. Thank you so much.
So Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to give you the presentation on validation and confidence interval estimation for the determination of a height of a person from a CCTV footage using the reverse projection photogrammetry. So here's the contents. Now the introduction. As we know that the use of video camera CCTV has risen sharply over the past few years, and the approach gains importance because of the present day requirement of validating the method and also knowing the error rate before it is put into practice. So CCTV footage can still be useful to provide the lead about the suspect from his physical features like height. So this method is generally used when the reference image is recorded by creating the same or maybe the identical circumstances as that of the question. Now, aim and objective. So the aim is to measure the height of a person and also locate the angle at which the person height can be calculated with the maximum accuracy by using the reverse projection photogrammetry. Now the question arises, what is reverse projection photogrammetry? Basically, this is the method to estimate height, require revisiting the scene and obtaining footage with a calibrated object in place of the suspect. Also, it is important to ensure that the same camera is in place with its position and the angle intact. So this is the methodology, how we collected the samples. Two persons who volunteered for the study referred to as a subject one. And for the subject one, the height of a subject one is 177 centimeter and the height of the subject two is 166 centimeter respectively, were asked to stand upright in the pre-marked location in the scene of view. And the below figure shows the indoor location of the subject and the reference. Reference is a pole and the outdoor location of the subject and the reference. Now, this is the overview. So we used a software called ImageJ software. And ImageJ software has so many plugins, but in our study, we use the superimposed plugin in ImageJ. So now you can see in the figure one, left side showing the person position and the right side showing the reference pole. Both the position and both the position as well as the person position and the reference pole position is same. The angle of both the positions are same. Now, in next figure, you can see line has drawn from bottom to top on reference pole and set the scale on image. So as we already know that the height of the reference pole is 1 to 1.4 centimeter, 121.4 centimeter. So we just put the value 121.4 as a known distance and changes the value, changes the pixel to centimeter. So so both the next on the next figure, both the images were superimposed by using the superimposed plugin. So after selecting the height of a reference pole, that line was extended up to the head of a person and measure the height of a person by pressing the control M. Now you can see the height of a person in the fourth figure. Length is 177.013, which is the accurate height of a person for the subject one, as I already said. So these are the result, how we calculated the result. So the height of the subject were determined by using the method described earlier by the three examiners independently. These are the box plot. The box plot are created in the R language. So basically from the top, now you can see height of subject one indoor and the height of the subject one outdoor. In the height of the subject one indoor, you can see there is a large overestimation of the height of a subject one. Many locations indoor were very near to the camera. Large distortion could easily be seen and hence overestimated. So if the indoor and the outdoor observations, now we can see for the estimating the height of a three examination toward the equal value, we combined the mean values of for all the three examiners. So you can see for the indoor, for the subject one, indoor value is 184.7 centimeter for the examiner one and 181.6 1 centimeter for examiner 2 and 183.2 centimeter for examiner 3. But these are the overestimated heights. Like for the original height, 177, actual height is 177. So now we applied the same in case of subject 2. Then the height of the subject 2, as I already know, is 166 centimeter. So for indoor values 168.6, and for examiner 1, and 166.5.3 for the examiner 2. So these are the indoor observation are slightly overestimating, and the outdoor observation underestimating the height of the subject 2. As you can see in the left side of the box plot, for the examiner 2, the accuracy of height is very good. So second, the reason behind is why the examiner 2 has a accuracy. I mean, second examiner is close to the actual height, as he had practiced a lot with a sample and has practically more experience than the other examiners. So in the above discussion, if the now we can conclude, if the camera is less than 2 meters to the person, there is a large overestimation. The reason, there is so many reasons behind is overestimation. This was small for the outdoor camera, as the closest point of the camera was at least 3 meters. So now we decided to omit the closest points. After omitting the closest point, we our examiner examined the whole procedure again, and we concluded it that is combined value for the examiner 1 is 175.6, for examiner 2 is 176.4, and the examiner 3 is 178.9, which is closer to the actual value of the subject 1. Also, similar observations were made in subject 2. The combined value is 165.3, and examiner 2 164.3, and the examiner 3 is 166.8. Means this is the actual value of the subject 2. Now we conclude there is overestimation, as we know. There is an overestimation of height at point close to the camera, and a tendency for underestimating at far away from the camera. So if the distance of the subject is reasonably far away from the camera along the line of the axis of the camera, the height estimate tend to be accurate. So we concluded that in our study, the distance more than 3 meters were found reasonable. So these are the future directions. We created a deep learning based model in which you just need to put the value of a reference height, and it automatically give you the estimation of a height. So in this case, this chair, as you show in this chair, the height of this chair is 108 centimeter. And the person height, the deep learning model automatically calculated the person height, that is 166.2 centimeter. So this is my future direction. Actually, I already created the deep learning model for this, and these are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Navtha. Now, request the jury member to proceed with the questions. Respected jury members, we are ready for the questions.
Navda,
Yes, sir.
good presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think this would be helpful for forensic scientists in the future, and statistical output are also very good. I think you should measure the not only in standing mode in the future, sitting mode is also included in your future work. I congratulate.
Thank you so much,
all the university. Thank you.
Yeah, Navidha, this is here, Dr. Ritesh. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How many types of CCTV camera you have used in your study? Because there's a lots of different camera, then may be possible their pixels is also different. So it can definitely change the measurement of the statures.
Yes, sir.
So how you overcome these things?
See, there are three reasons for the overestimation procedure. Like when we relate the 2D picture to the 3D world, there we find a lot of problems. But in case of overestimation, there is one problem we face is lens distortion problem. And second one is pixel per centimeter for the close image is always large, as we already said in the slides for the indoor calculation when we calculated the value for the indoor. For the pixel centimeter for the close image is very large at that. So slightly misplacement of the measuring line could result in the large over the underestimation and the lower estimation. And in our case, we use a CCTV footage that have low resolution, just because to overcome the lens distortion, just because overcome the pixel per centimeters of.
Okay, thank you, Navda.
Thank you, Navda. Navda, there are questions in the chat box. Can you kindly reply on the same?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I hope there are no more questions for Navda from the jury members. Okay, so let's proceed further. Now we have our next presenter, Ravshish Kaur. Ravshish Kaur, over to you.
Yes. Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Ravshish Kaur from Amity University, Noida. I am going to present.
Ravshish, kindly put on this slideshow mode. Yes, good to go.
I'm going to present my topic on the applicability of Demerangen's 7-teeth method using its average method of assessment in growing children of NCR population. This is a short pilot study. So age estimation of an individual is an important aspect in law of offenses which is committed by the juveniles, illegal immigrations, underage employment, child marriage issues, and individual identification in case of mass disaster. Among all these, dental age estimation by radiograph is most commonly used to determine a person's age in the absence of a chronological age. As we all have observed that India has seen a huge disturbing purge in crime rates, which is committed by the juveniles, that led to increased demand of age estimation by the accurate and simplified method. Among all these, dental age is based upon the rate of development and calcification of tooth bud and the progressive sequence of their eruption. According to the research conducted by Nola, he assessed the age which is based on the radiographic appearance of the tooth. Then in 1973, the study was assessed by the Demerangen. He formulated the method for estimating the dental age by reference to the radiograph appearance of the seventh tooth on the left side of the mandibular region. The study was found precise and accurate by the Hug and Matson when applied to the younger age group. The major aim of my study is to find the applicability of the Demerangen method by using its average method of age estimation in growing children of NCR population. I have taken the sample size, that is a short sample size, 20, 10 from males and 10 from female children, age group of 8 to 16 years. By visiting the Department of Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics of SGT Dental College in Gurgaon, in that I have included the criteria for written record of age, presence of full complement of teeth on mandibular left and right side, and my exclusion criteria is I have not taken any kind of disease that could affect the general growth and development of an individual and the distortion and crowding of the teeth. Before going on to my result and observation, I would like to explain how I have examined the whole data. I have taken certain steps for conducting the age estimation by DAECC chart. First of all, I have taken the panoramics, cutting the tracing sheet to the size of the OPG. I have traced the calcified area of developing permanent teeth on the 7th mandibular tooth on the radiograph. After tracing, each developmental stage of tooth match with the pictorial representation given in the chart. This is the abridged demonstration chart, and correlate the value of the score of boys and girls. All corresponding scores added up to the total maturity score, and then it is further matched with the corresponding Demerangian conversion chart for boys and females. The data was statistically analyzed. The collected data was analyzed by calculated in the form of mean and standard deviation respectively. Karl-Pearson correlation coefficient was also used to determine the association between two types of ages, dental age and the chronological age, and it was found positive and significant at 5% level of significance. The correlation between dental and chronological age was correlated by Karl-Pearson correlation coefficient, and the estimated age was significant. That shows the positive result. At conclusion, the pilot study has support my short study, which could further be implemented on large population. Hence, we can say that this study is successfully be used in the place of original Demerangian method, which is more time consuming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravshish. Now, I request all the jury members, we are ready to take the questions.
Yeah, with the permission of the chair, it was a nice study, nice attempt, Dr. Ravshish. Now, I have two basic questions for you. What is your sample size?
My sample size is very short because I'm going
What is that value? What is that number?
That's 20. 10 I have taken males and 10 from female children.
Oh, total size is only 20. Okay.
Yes, yes. This is a preliminary study.
Okay. And what is the age range you have selected? It is 8 to 6.
8 to 16 years.
8 to 16 years. Okay. Yes. So now question here is, since it is a 7 teeth method, that means you are including the mandibular second molar. Okay. You know very well the mandibular second molar starts its formation at the age of 2.5 to 3 years.
Yes.
So you could have reduced the lower limit to around 3 years and included the upper limit to 15 years or 16 years, because it is completed by 15 to 16 years. 14 to 15 is ideal. Now here in your result, I found that the mean age is around 2.8 years. How it is possible?
This data has been statistically evaluated by the statistician.
No, that is correct. When your minimum age is 8 years, the mean age is 2 years. How it is possible?
Yeah, I got your question, sir. Basically, the data that I have collected as of now, I got the age of 12 to 30, 12, 13, 16 of the children age group. I have not not taken the data of 8 years. I have selected the age group, but in my 20 samples, there was no child of 8 to 12, 8 to 11 years of age group.
Then how you got the mean age as 2 years, 2.8 years? You got the average age, chronological age is, in your result you can see that, you have mentioned it is 2 years, 2.8 something.
Yes, sir.
So how that is what I'm asking. Why so less value, mean value?
Sir, I think this is a very short study. I need to take more samples to
Okay, I presume that it could be the difference what you mean to say. So you have to be very clear. I think the table, the difference between the chronological age and the estimated age, the mean difference could be 2 years. Kindly check your data. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, because if you are telling that the minimum age what you took is 12 years and the maximum age is 16 years, okay, and if you calculate the mean of that, so 2 years is it possible, that one query, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is what you need to check, okay?
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have more questions from the jury members? Okay, so with the permission from the chair as well as jury members, can we have our next presenter, Shubhansh Srivastava. Over to you, Shubhansh.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, respected jury members. Is my slide visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, sure.
Kindly put on slideshow
Yeah.
mode. Yeah,
So
perfect.
good afternoon, respected jury members, the sixth team, and all the presenters present here. I am Shubhansh Srivastava. I have my master's from forensic science, and I am specialized in digital forensics from Rashtriya Raksha University. This paper, I have developed a tool, lightweight live forensics acquisition tool. Its name is Xenon Amphibious Incidence Response Utility. So let's see. So let's see the table of contents. So introduction, why acquisition and imaging is required, data analysis versus live analysis, then the literature review, just a brief literature review, then the comparisons parameter, which I have taken up with my softwares and the other commercially available softwares, as well as open source softwares, which are available in the market. After that, the conclusions which are drawn and the references. So for introduction part, as we all know that we are moving towards digitalization at a very fast pace. So one can say that our pace is directly proportional to the increase in cyber crimes. So I have formulated some of the some of the headings from the newspapers which I have came across, and it is showing that India has jumped by 77% increase in cybercrime in 2017. 1.2 trillion rupees has been stolen by cyber criminals, and all these relating to increase in cybercrime. So how can we mitigate these kind of things, and what processes which we follow? These are the following processes. First is the secure of evidence. We need to secure the digital evidence. Then is the acquisition part, then analysis, then interpretation, and then the final part is the reporting one. So for the purpose of this paper, we will focus on the acquisition part, as Dr. Subhi Mathur ma'am already stated in the morning session about the importance of analysis, that the analysis can be no better than the sample analyzed. So it makes this acquisition part a very important aspect in this particular digital forensics, as well as the forensic science in total. So let's see why volatile data is important. So one of the first, there are a few parameters why volatile data is important. It is Trojan defense, server and companies, malware, encrypted data, and running processes. So I will just give a brief about everything. So like, for example, server and companies. If any incident response if any incident response comes for any server or for any company, we can't put that whole system down. We need to acquire the physical memory. We need to acquire that maybe we could acquire the hard disk, we could acquire some partition, or we could acquire some like physical memory, the RAM memory. So we should do it in a up and running state. That is, we need to go for the live acquisition rather than dead analysis. So I will just stop here and just bifurcate between dead analysis and live analysis a little bit. So dead analysis is also termed as traditional analysis. In this, we turn the switch system on, we turn the up and running system off, and then we extract the physical memory, that is RAM, not the RAM, we extract the hard disk, and we go for the imaging part. But we are emphasizing upon live acquisition in a up and running state. Okay. Then malware. Once in the traditional kinds of malware, they were file-based malwares. So they resided on a file. They were some executable files or some DLL files or some scripts. But in this modern era, the malwares are transitioning into a fileless malware. These malwares, they only reside in the memory of that particular system. Once the system is turned off, they have no physical existence. They will revert back the registry changes or registry keys which they have changed for their persistence, and there will be no proof, there will be no evidence of that particular malware in the system, because they reside in RAM memory, and they don't write anything to the hard disk. Encrypted data, so the systems, Windows systems are has been pre-built BitLocker encryption is there. So if there is a BitLocker encryption in any drive or any partition or any hard disk, there is no method to decrypt that. The decryption method could take years to decrypt because it is encrypted by 256-bit key. So it would take much more time. But if the system is if the system is up and running, we could extract the RAM memory as well as the physical drive that could be in an unencrypted state. Then the running processes are whatever the processes are being running on that particular system. Like now, this Zoom meeting is going on, this presentation is running. So these kind of processes are running in my memory, in my RAM memory. If the system is turned off, then there will be no existence of there will be this particular processes would be closed. So running processes, transactions, DLL files, open DLL files, these all could be analyzed by volatile data. So I have went through some of the standard operating procedures. So this is from the courtesy of Medicine Police Department. So they have emphasized upon dead analysis rather than the live analysis. They have just the highlighted part I am reading: unplug the power cable from the rear of the computer, not from the wall outlet. In case of laptops, unplug the power cable from the rear of the computer, not from the wall outlet. If the laptop stays powered on after the cable is removed, remove the laptop battery if possible. So they are emphasizing upon dead analysis, and they are in that process, they are neglecting the crucial volatile information. Let's see some other SOPs. That is the courtesy from Income Tax Department, India. In case of live systems, also recover volatile memory dump / RAM memory dump using appropriate tools. So in India, Income Tax Department, this is the SOP of Income Tax Department, India. They are emphasizing more on live analysis. So in this particular thing, we are way ahead than other departments. In case of switched on computers, if live imaging is not possible, remove the power supply from the back of the computer without closing down any programs. So in India, we are emphasizing more on live analysis rather than dead analysis. So to build up a tool, as I already told, I have scripted a tool for this particular thing. So there are some parameters if those parameters are fulfilled by some tool, then only that tool can be used for forensic purposes. So it is done by CFTT, that is Computer Forensic Tool Testing. It is governed by NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology. So these are following parameters: that the tool should create an image of a digital source. It should acquire physical as well as the logical partitions, that is C drive, D drive, and as a whole hard disk. It should acquire all the visible sectors, as well as it should acquire all the hidden sectors. And if there is some corrupted drive, or if that hard disk have some benign like some bad sectors, then that tool shouldn't stop its process. It should override those sectors with zeros inbuilt, or like sectors are all filled with ones and zeros, no? So it should fill that with zeros, benign fill for bad sectors. And then it should check the integrity, that is the hash value comparison. It should provide a log report, that who was the examiner at that particular time, who acquired that system. It should provide a good log report, and it should provide integrity. It should provide features to prove the integrity of the system. So moving on to the literature part, or problem statement rather than. So I have went through many papers, and I found that this disk acquisition tools have been neglected. From the past 3 years, around 29 disk acquisition tools were compared, and only 11 were updated, and others were not updated within the past 3 years. But in this past 3 years, operating systems have many patches. Operating systems have been transitioned in many ways. So we are neglecting disk acquisition tools. Then second, and due to that particular thing, many softwares are not being able to run in the updated systems, right? Then unsuitable formats. There are many formats which are like proprietary software that NCase uses E01 format. So these are unsuitable for not unsuitable formats. These are proprietary formats which can be analyzed by using those proprietary tools, which are obviously very expensive. And other formats are also there which are open source, but which can't be analyzed by every analyzer, that is Autopsy or FTK system. Then ineffective tool, as I already told. And for this, this is a very crucial point, that it uses an installer. In case of live forensics, in case of live acquisition of a system, we can't install a third party software in any system. We can't manipulate that data. We can't play with that integrity of that of that particular system. So all major of the tools are using an installer. They first gets installed in that particular system, and then they start imaging. So one of the features of my tool is it is a standalone software. It doesn't need any installation. It is just click and it will run, right? After that, memory footprint, it is also one of the major disadvantage in many softwares. They are using a lot of memory, and once they are using a lot of memory in a live system, they are overwriting the existing processes which were running. So the software should be this particular software should be a software that uses very less memory footprint, and the checksums in use. Majority of the tools which are using which are in this particular acquisition part, they are using MD5 as a checksum. But MD5, there are many papers also. MD5 checksum, they are prone to collisions. So a different file could have same hash value. They are prone to collisions. That's why we need to update the checksums which are already currently in use. Then what's the solution for that? The solution is CSIRO, Shannon Amphibious Incident Response Utility. Here it comes. I have termed it amphibious because as an amphibian, amphibian can live in both land and waters. As an amphibian, this software can be used for dead analysis as well as live analysis. It is scripted from scratch. It is a standalone software. It uses open source libraries. It provides excellent features, which we will be discussing further. It maintains the integrity of the evidence, and it uses WinP for memory acquisition. Then these are the tools which we compared for comparison. So this is AD, this is access data FTK imager, then dd.exe, this is very old script, and then this Nigeland32.exe, Helix 3, and Pro Discoverer Basics. These were the tools which I analyzed with CSIRO. So these were the results. In this particular bar, the blue bar shows the total artifacts changes. Orange bar shows the memory usage, and the gray bar shows the transferring speed, the acquisition speed. In short, the blue bar should be the less. In a good software, the blue bar should be low. This orange bar should be also low, and this gray bar should be up. It should be more, or should be larger. And so this artifact changes are, if I am installing a particular software in any system, the registry keys are changing. Registry there have been changes in some registries. So we need to minimize registry changes as well as memory changes. So these are all the chart part, and this is the numerical form. Say access data image, access data FTK image. It is changing 187 artifacts. And it is using 27.3 MB of RAM usage, and it is using and the copying speed or transferring speed for imaging speed is 121.8 MB per second. It is megabytes per second, right? So, and compared to what Shannon IRO is doing, it is making changes in 100 artifacts. It is using 9.5 memory usage, and its copying speed, its transferring speed or imaging speed is 123.7 MB per second. I have used it in around 20 different systems, and with varying operating systems ranging from Windows 7 to Windows 10. Results continued, yeah. So these were following more parameters on which we tested the tools. So Shannon IRO, it's a portable utility. It supports both physical as well as logical partitions. Its image format is a raw image. Why I have chose this raw image rather than building up a new format? Because raw image is a image format which could be analyzed by any software. I have analyzed it with FDK imager, and I have analyzed with this autopsy, and in both the softwares it was working very good, great, like this. And then the cryptographic hash which it is using, my software, it is using MD5, because I have used MD5. I was criticizing MD5 in the back, but I have used MD5 because major of the softwares, major of the analyzing softwares which are analyzing that particular image, they are using MD5. That's why, for the sake of that, because it is very popular, that's why I have used MD5 also. Apart from MD5, I have used SHA-1, SHA-256, and SHA-512 hash values, hashing algorithms. This is the basic what we say interface of my tool. It's a command line utility. It requires elevated privileges, that is, it should be run as an administrator. So these particular these 7 parameters, it is seven features it is providing. It is providing imaging, hash matching, process capture, system configuration, RAM capture, clipboard content, and command prompt commands. So clipboard contents are, if I copy something, so some word file or something from some place, it is present in the memory, in my RAM memory. So it will dump that whatever I have copied in that particular thing, it will dump this in the while choosing this 6th option. Command prompt commands. Command prompt is known as the heart of operating system. Like, if you are accessing command prompt in any system, you can access each and everything. You can elevate your privileges. You can like bypass antivirus securities. You can change the user. You can even change even delete the existing user of the system. So I have integrated this command prompt commands too. This is about hashing, like how it works. I have, for the example, I have taken a file for the imaging part, and this is the it is like here. Let me take the highlighter. It is showing that, yeah, hash value matched, chain of custody maintained. So it does all these processes simultaneously, right? After that, this is the utility log report, which is shows after the completion of the event. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I request the jury members we are ready to take the questions. To all the respected jury members, we are ready to take the questions for Shubhan's presentation.
Yeah, Subhansh, this is Ritesh.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I have just one question, quick question. That is, sure. This tool is developed by you, or it is an existing tool?
No, sir, this is scripted. As I told, it is scripted from scratch, and it has been developed by me. I have used some open source libraries for that, but I have scripted it from scratch. Yes, sir.
So, do you think to translate it?
I'm not getting a point, sir. Question, sir.
You are doing the research only for yourself, or it is translated?
Yeah, yes, sir. So, sir, I'm thinking of getting a copyright for that particular thing. If not possible, if I don't get a copyright for that, I will make it open source for the community, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhans. I must congratulate. This is a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I have one query. Have you, like as you told that you have chosen the several operating system from Windows 7 to Windows 10 and others. So have you also tried on different storage devices, or this is on the some particular device? Because in some devices we are facing problem during the acquisitions.
Yes, sir.
What all storage devices you have tested during your passing of the tools and the memory capturing?
Yes, sir. So I have tested on flash memories, pen drives, memory cards, external hard drives, inbuilt hard drives, HDD also, and SSD also. I haven't for the further scope, I could try in the digital cameras or some other digital evidences, but for right now I have compared these parameters, these evidences.
And the open source directory which you are using, like libraries which you are using, are they approved by the authority like NIST and others, or they are just the script are just available on any open source places?
Yes, sir. So I have also I had also this doubt because we can't trust open source libraries.
Correct.
So when I went for more research in this particular domain, I found that many existing commercial softwares, they are built on open source libraries itself. But what they had done, they took the open source libraries and they have integrated their software and made it proprietary. So those open source softwares are validated, and which I have used. And this open source software, this open source links, I have just taken a little script of that and manipulated it according to my need.
Great. So have you the open source tools or open source library which are used in Access Data or the Pro Discover or any other acquisition tools? Have you taken their guidelines also during the cooperation of your tools or development of your tools?
So while before developing, I did my research work, literature work, and I found that CFTT NIST, which is it is a governing body for all those things,
Yes.
and they have made a PDF for all those. What they do is you need to provide them with some literature work, and you need to send them your software. They will check each and every parameters over whatever parameters they have shown, and they will just ensure that yes, this tool can be used for forensic purposes. So this FTK major and all those Helix, those tools which I have used for my comparison part with my Cyru tool, I have compared it with those tools itself, which have been enlisted by NIST, CFTT NIST.
And as you told, that operating system you have used for the Windows, and have you used for the Mac or any Android or the other for mobile applications?
Yeah, this is a sir. I have scripted it in Python, and I have used it for Windows for Windows purpose, Windows platforms, and it has been working. I went from Windows 7 to Windows 10, and it was working great in all those Windows.
Development of this tool in a good way so that we can use Indian originated tools. So I must congratulate you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjit sir, and thank you, Shubhansh. I must say it was really amazing presentation. Now, I hope there is no more questions from the jury members. So can I proceed further? Okay. Now, let's move to the next presenter, Ragini Pandey.
Okay, thank you so much. Just give me 1 second to share my presentation. Is it visible to all of you?
Yes, Ragini, you can go for the slideshow board.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Okay, so hi all, a very good evening to everyone sitting out there and listening to me right now. Before jumping to my presentation, I would like to give my brief introduction. My name is Ragini Pandey. I have done my bachelor's and master's both in forensic science, and currently I'm a guest faculty teaching forensic science in the Police University of Jodhpur. So the topic of my presentation is unknown jewels of forensic science. We know that, yeah, forensic science is, so innovating in its search for effective methods and techniques. We have studied, being a teacher, also I have taught my students about different biological evidences used for the drug extraction purposes, drug analysis purposes. Okay, but these evidences, for example, blood, urine, being a toxicologist, if I'm going to a crime scene, I will be looking for the evidences like blood, urine, saliva, sweat, hair, nail, so that I can recover those evidences and go for the identification purpose. But these evidences has some disadvantages. Now, what make me excited to make a presentation over here is cerumen. Cerumen is commonly called as earwax. It is a substance present in our ear that is, secreted by ceruminous gland, a modified sweat gland. See, I have told you that, yeah, these evidences have some kind of, disadvantages. Like these evidences have high risk of contamination and, yeah, difficult collection methods. But if we focus on cerumen, on the other hand, cerumen is having less contamination rate. Why? Because it is present in the ear canal, and yeah, it is being protective over there. It is also not contaminated by using cosmetics, as our hair and yeah, sweat suffer sometimes. Okay, cerumen can also be, detect the analytes recently administered in the body, like drugs and recently administered in the body, and yeah, the drugs which are being administered months before. Unlike the hair that can be used to, monitor drug that is administered in the weeks to months back in time, but it is not suitable for administration of the drug for a shorter period of time. Now, she must be thinking that how our cerumen can have drug. So let me tell you, cerumen is, produced by a ceruminous gland, a type of sweat gland, a modified apocrine sweat gland, and it is composed of keratin fiber, keratin protein. So the same way our nails, our hair, our sweat is having drug, in the same way, cerumen is also accumulating drug. Cerumen can also be used as a potential evidence for the examination of mitochondrial DNA. I have gone through various reports and various researches that are advising that, yeah, it can be used as an alternative biological fluid. The second thing is fingerprint for drug analysis. I personally have never thought of using fingerprint for drug analysis. What I have studied in 5 years is fingerprints can be used to individualize between two persons. The probability of matching two fingerprints is really, very high. But, I told you that, yeah, these evidences like blood, urine, they are having some disadvantages. And the most accurate technique, takes too much of time to get results, and being criticized for being invasive as well. So here come intelligent fingerprinting technique, where scientists have developed a revolutionary method, a portable technology. It exactly do what its name suggests, like it detects drug metabolites by analyzing minute traces of sweat collection present in the fingertips. Now, the method is efficient, non-invasive, low cost, of course, because we need to, just purchase this device once, and we need to just change the cartridge after every test. It is accurate, it is portable, it is hygienic. Now, it can detect drug, not only one, not two. According to a report published in a toxicological journal, it is reporting, it is, just identifying 4 classes of drug. Example of these drugs include cocaine, opioids, methamphetamine, cannabis, heroin. This is the cartridge where we need to press our finger. The sweat present in the finger. See, we know that, yeah, our fingerprints is having sweat pores. So those sweat pores are creating and producing sweat. And likewise, we are having drugs in the sweat. This cartridge will be capturing the sweat and will be analyzing the results. So the time taken from starting from taking the sample collection to the result, it will take only 9 minutes. So this technique can be very helpful where ideal and accurate, speedy results are needed. For example, we can use this technique in airports, in schools, in workplace testing, in rehabilitation centers, etc. Third thing is fungi. When we are, studying mycological, fungi, its types, effect in environment, it is termed as mycology. And whenever we are using this mycological information for the forensic investigation, it is termed as forensic mycology. Now, forensic mycology is very helpful, in estimating time since death. How? We are studying entomology, forensic entomology. In that, we study the life cycle of, insects, the phases of insects. And depending on that life cycle, we are concluding that the time since death. Similarly, in the case of fungi, we are using growth rates of fungi to estimating time since death. It can also be used to investigate cause of death. For example, if a person is living in a moldy building, and if the death has occurred, fungi could be the reason. Or if he has ingested some mushroom or magical mushroom or poisonous mushroom, fungi could be the reason. And last but not the least, it can also be used as trace evidence and prove to be reliable evidence in various cases. I am recalling one cases over here, which was reported by Wiltshire. It was a rape case in which suspect was denied the claim made by the victim that they have a sexual relationship in the local park. away from the alleged scene. So after collecting the mycological information from the suspect, from the victim, and after the comparison, it was observed that suspect was telling a lie, because all the mycological information and the observation, the results was closely resembled to the area made by the claimed by the victim. So yeah, not only in this case, fungi can also be useful in solving various cases. I have gone through some of the cases as well, and fungi was proved to be useful evidence in those cases. And last, the most interesting part of my presentation is rehydration of dead body. We know that, yeah, if a body is being dumped in the external environment, in the open air, it gets dehydrated and mummification occurred. What happens is, in that stage, mummification complicates the identification process, first of all, and secondly, it will be inhibiting the elimination of causing of death. Like how the death was caused, we will not be able to know. So one scientist in Mexico, his name was Fernandez, he developed, introduced a technique of rehydrating the tissues of mummified corpse for the identification purpose. So the technique improves appearance of skin. It will be able to, just enhance the tattoos or scars for identification purposes. What motivates him to do so? In the Mexico, at that moment of time, Mexico was considered to be the most violent city. Being a doctor, being a forensic scientist, that person, that doctor, Cardenas, encountered various dead bodies at mummified stage. And the identification process at that stage becomes very difficult. Even if we are giving that mummified body to the family members, they are unsure about the body. So the doctor become emotional, and for this, he used to, he just started experimenting with different chemicals. And one day he got a magical formula in which he was able to identify fingerprint, he was able to identify tattoos and scars to make the identification process very easily. The formula got patented in 2017 and he got the royalty. If the body retains its original position, it allows for internal organs to be better viewed. We can identify the cause of death by itself. Now, if I show you the pictures of this technique, this was the body in the initial stage. This body become black. This is the body. Even we cannot identify facial characteristics from this body, nor the fingerprints. After the immersion of that body in the chemical formula given by doctor, bodies gave these changes after 24 hours. Like it started changing. It just, returned its original position. After the immersion, the body used to be like this, and from that body, we will be able to identify facial characteristics as well as fingerprints or tattoo marks for identification purposes. In the beginning, the hand was like this, stiff and rigid. But after the chemical treatment, hand become like this. So we will be lifting the fingerprint from this hand very easily. Yeah, we can also retrieve tattoo marks, because tattoo marks can also be proved useful for the identification purposes. So by this technique, we can retrieve fingerprints, tattoo marks, etc. In the starting also, in the morning, Harsh Sharma sir told about the rehydration tissues by using glycerin or lukewarm water. The concept here is same, but he is using some kind of other chemicals. I have gone through some of the literature as well. They're using various chemicals, like they're using sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, urea, potassium hydroxide, and whatnot. The chemical he had not mentioned anywhere, but yeah, he is doing this thing. He is doing this practically on a large basis, and yeah, contributing the identification purpose very easily. Yeah, thank you so much. And these are my references.
Thank you, Ragini. Now we are. I request all the jury members that we are ready to take the questions from Ragini Pandey.
Thank you, Ragini. Very nice presentation. I have a couple of questions for you. First question is, how can cerumen be a potential evidence for the forensic investigation process?
For the analysis of drug, if we are not getting anything, any other evidence, or if the evidence has been contaminated, we can use cerumen in that case. We can extract drug from itself. And yeah, we can identify drug if ingested or inhaled anyhow.
Can you give any example which drug is basically extract from the cerumen?
In the research I have gone through, I'm not aware about the drug actually. I'm not recalling the drug name, but yeah, researches it was there that yeah, it can be it can be extracted from cerumen very easily.
Okay. My second question is, what is the transducer used into the drug detection through those cartridges which you have shown into your presentation? Whether they are using the optical method, they are using the electrochemical method, or any other type of method they are using?
In that cartridges, they are using fluorescent conjugated antibodies, which is specific to drug. So if drug is present, that drug will be combined to that antibody and will be given positive results.
So this type of antibody is known as some other name, because these are against the chemical. Because normally the antibody is against to the biological antigens, not against to the any chemicals. So what is the name of these type of antibodies?
I'm not aware about this. Sorry.
Hapten is the name of these type of chemicals, which is basically work against to these type of chemicals. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ragini,
Yes.
Ragini, I agree with Dr. Ritesh. One suggestion from my side: don't mash up the different technologies in one presentation because of a short time. So I think you should focus only one futuristic technique in your next presentations. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Thank you, Ankit sir, for the suggestion. Ragini, as you told that there are different chemical used for the cadaver. So you just go through the guidelines by the Interpol for the development of fingerprint from the cadaver. You will find all the technique and the name of the chemicals. And the different techniques, there are 7-8 techniques which is already approved which is used in the DBI for capturing the fingerprint from the cadaver. So that will be going to be very useful. Any other jury member? Pillai sir, do you have any question, or with the permission of the jury member and the chairperson, can we move towards the next presentation?
Yeah, when sir was asking about the forensic application of cerumen, Dr. Ragini, I have a question. Can we use this cerumen for DNA analysis as a source of DNA? Can this be used?
Yeah, sir, we can use for the mitochondrial DNA analysis.
Yeah, mitochondrial. Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ragini. Thank you, all the jury members. Now, with the permission of the chair and jury members, I'm going to move forward with the next presenter, Anuja Jain. Over to you, Anuja.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anuja, I think you have the low bandwidth or the network error. So try to connect again, because we are not able to see your screen.
So it's share.
Yeah, Anuja, you have shared, but we are not. It's completely not visible, just because I think there is some network issue and your voice is also not coming in a proper way.
So, second. Is it visible now?
Anuja, I think there is the internet connection issue from your end, because your video is stopped as well as your screen is not visible to us. So it would be great if you just log out and rejoin again if it is not a problem for you, or just have a look on your internet connection once.
Yeah, sure.
In the meantime,
Sure, ma'am.
In the meantime, I request Kritika to request the next presenter.
Yeah, sure, sir. Now, I understand that Amit, you are having your next schedule, but due to some problem with Anuja's network, is it fine if we start your presentation? Amit Mishra?
Amit, am I audible to you?
Ranjit sir, we just have a look for once, just a minute, and I apologize the jury members for this wait. We just need 1 minute to look for Amit so that he can start his presentation. Meanwhile, Anuja is working on her internet connection issues.
Anuja, once you are ready with your presentation, just let us know. Amit, can you start your presentation? Amit Mishra.
I request my team to have a check on the last presentation. I request my team to have a check on the last presentation.
Moderator, can you check the Amit and the Anuja if any presenter is present?
Sir, we just need a minute. We just need a minute.
Amit, can you check your connection? Yes.
Sir, I think Anuja is with us for the presentation because we can see that Anuja is actually sharing her screen. Anuja, I think the network issue is still with you because we are not be able to see you. Can you please start your screen sharing? Yeah, that's good. That's good. It start working, I guess. Anuja, you need to unmute yourself also.
Anuja, can you try the unmute now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can see your.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Anuja here, and I am a PhD scholar from India University. And here I am trying to present a very broad review regarding nanoforensics, its advanced techniques, and its significance. So we all know what forensic science is. It is like having to do with law. Science, as we all know what science is all about. So here the topic of talk is nano. So nano nowadays is a very trending technology, or I can say a science which is trending in almost every field. So, nanoscience in collaboration with forensic science is proving to be a boon for the experts and also for the nation, because nanoscience is providing so many advantages in forensic science that
the trace evidences, and many more experiments or laboratory work or investigations which were very difficult in old days, they are becoming very smooth and very advanced and very much less time taken because of nanoscience. So here I have described some of the divisions, although I have not incorporated each and every division. There are some divisions in which nano is showing its
Anuja, I think still we have a connection issue with you, and your voice is breaking. We are not able to hear. I think other member is also.
we all know what science is all about.
Yes, Anuja, the
Here the topic of talk is nano. So, ma'am, but I can hear you properly.
that we are
Can you
not
hear
being able to
now?
hear you.
Ma'am, can you hear now?
Yeah, Anuja, please go ahead.
So, yeah. So, a fingerprint identification, question document fingerprint identification. In this field, we have been using many conventional techniques since beginning, like silver nitrate, and many more techniques were conventionally used. Which is mainly used for ballistic. For ballistic, we preferentially used to analyze the explosive residue. So for that also many visual techniques, many UR, many IR techniques were in trend. Same goes in forensic medicine. Like I have taken example of Timeson's death. In forensic medicine, Timeson's death is counted by rigor mortis, as earlier said by many presenters. So nowadays we are trying to use nano in all space. Same goes with the forensic toxicology. The drug facilitated crimes. The drugs are obviously are meant with so many elements. So conventional techniques, when we go through to analyze a particular element which shows the existence of particular drug, in conventional techniques it was very haphazard, or maybe because of some external artifacts the analysis was not that much accurate. So nano also helped to concise and to penetrate the efficiency in forensic toxicology. Same goes with bioserology. So here in DNA analysis, so here I have described many PCR, the drug facility are obviously are meant to be the all some divisions in which nano is showing its shows the existence of particular drug. In conventional techniques, it got very is used. The analysis was not that much accurate. So nano also helped to also concise and to penetrate was identified by using nano like nano and now I can hear you properly. In forensic medicine, any PCR, can you hear now? Related, or I can say that here only one medicine, that in vitreous humor,
Okay. Anuja, I think there was some error from your side, and we have heard your presentation, but not in a full mode. Partially, we have heard your presentation, and I think jury member will also agree with me. Can a jury member confirm
Yes,
that?
yes, yes, Dr. Ranjit.
So there was some network issue. I request my next presenter, Amit Mishra, to start his presentation. And once the time allows, we will request Anuja again to make the presentation. Amit, over to you.
I'm visible, sir?
Yes, please go for the full slide. So,
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself is Amit Mishra, and I'm here to present my work on comparison of various pattern marks on country-made firearms. There are lots of uh, patterns are present in firearms, but we just some major patterns we will consider for forensic examination. And in this work, there is a pattern, methodology, and result and conclusion. So move on to our first slide. Type of marks. First mark is breech marks. When a cartridge is fired, the explosion forces the bullet down the barrel and the shell chasing in force back against the breech. That there is a photograph, the full mechanism is presented. When a bullet is fired, it pulls back due to some recoiling. So, and you can make connection with the fares of the firing, breech of the firing pin. Now, firing pin marks. To accomplish a firing, the firing pin strike the center ring of the cartridge. This will leave a distinguishing impression that unique to the firing pin marks of that particular times. But sometimes the marks is some striations or some can brush the percussion cap. So there is some certain times it not we can't present we can't see the firing pin marks and breech face marks. Second is chamber marks. These marks are mostly found around the body of fired cartridge when by the irregularities by the inside of the chamber mark. These chamber marks is present when a high explosion, when combustion is done, when firing pin hit on the percussion cap, the explosion is done and the bullet is the propellant is detached from the cartridge. Then he pulls back the striation on present on the chamber. Sometimes there in next slide I'm talking I'm just about the exactor marks. In these marks, these are the also some types of chamber marks. Sometimes the ejector pins can made these marks like spiral, heavy ramp, bowling, right rumbling, curved, and drift flow chamber marks. And sometimes it cracks, make some deep indentation marks. And the ejector mark, the extracting pin and the ejector mark through a spent shell chasing from the chamber of the gun. These leaves marks on the shell chasing that are unique to those parts of the particular firearm. Extracted marks. There is a device found on the most firearms, except a revolver, which helps to pull the empty case out after it fired. In a country-made pistol, there is lots of improvisation is coming through these days. 80% of cases are committed in riots, murder by country-made firearms. So there is lots of improvisation nowadays. The offender or accused start copying the standard ones. So now there are some marks like muzzle lip marks are also present, and ejector marks, ejector pin and extractor marks are also present in the striation, in the form of striation. And these are the methodology to accomplish the if a forensic examiner got a weapon, he needs to be at least 2 fire from the same firearm and compare the marks under the microscope at 100x. And in my project work, I tested 400 samples. Some of them are similar to the pattern are similar, and some is different, and some the percussion cap is brusted. And so no opinion can be shared for the identical that the weapon is used in to committing a crime. At least 3 marks should be present for make the weapon is identical for it. And in my conclusion, after analyzing these marks, I concluded that every country made firearm is like unique pattern style. Even if we fire 2 different cartridges, they present 2 different marks, but in a standard firearms there is a unique patterns almost the same with each other. Sometimes it can be changed, sometimes it can be not in country made firearm. So this is from my side.
Thank you, Amit. I request jury member if they have any query related to this presentation. I request another presentation, Puneet Puri, and on behalf of Puneet, Neha Tomar is going to present. So Neha, over to you. Neha Tomar?
Yes.
Yes.
I request if somebody can please share my slides because I'm having some network issue.
Have you shared the slide with us?
Yes.
Give us a second. I think we do not have the slide. And by which mode you have shared to us?
Through mail.
We are not able to check that on a mail. We have not received, I think.
May I share it again?
Yeah, please send. Or you can try the sharing from your end. If there will be some network issue, we will request you to send on the email.
Please let me know if the slides are visible to you.
Yeah, it is visible. You can go for the full slide mode and start presentation, madam. I think you have cancelled the slideshow.
I'm not able to see.
You can just, I think you have stopped the share screen. You can again choose the share screen and select the slide.
May I have your permission to mail you my slides, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry, jury member, for such technical delay from our end. In the meantime, Anuja, if you are in the room, I think she is also not in the room. And the presentation by Dr. Neha is the last one. So I request jury member.
So in the chat session,
Yes.
Anuja is actually saying that she's here and
Anuja, you can start your presentation. if network allow. We are running a late.
Meanwhile, I request Anuja, if you are able to share your screen, then we can ready to go with your presentation.
Neha, I think we have not received your email. Anuja, if you are ready, can you start your presentation? Anuja Jain.
My apologies for the inconvenience. I have once again mailed you my presentation. If you can please check.
Which email address you have used, madam? Yes, I have received.
IASR forensic conference at
Yes,
the
yes.
gmail.com.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to present.
Thank you so much.
Yes, madam. Please go ahead.
My sincere apologies for this inconvenience caused. Thank you so much for inviting me on this platform. Greetings to one and all present here on this elite platform. I'm Dr. Neha Tomar, Assistant Professor, Amity University. I, along with Puneet Puriji, Assistant Director Ballistics, under esteemed supervision of Dr. R.K. Sareen and Dr. S.K. Shukla, are working on this experiment. The work projected here is in this presentation is one portion of the work we are doing. So alike range estimation, identification of shooter is equally challenging task for forensic experts. And forensic science plays an indispensable role in solving these mysteries of these criminal cases which lack in direct evidence, and only circumstantial evidences has all the bearing. So can we move on to next slide, please? Thank you, sir. I would like to report a case here. This is case of a death of a lady owing to firearm injuries. On investigation, it was found that family was having lunch when suddenly the daughter-in-law got up and went upstairs. Her father-in-law followed her, and soon after firing of shots were heard. The daughter-in-law was found dead in gunshot injuries, but in lack of eyewitness, investigation failed to ascertain the manner of death to be suicide or homicide. So may I request you to please go to third. Thank you. Forensic science endows an overriding role in such cases. Forensic experts across the globe have been testing minute quantities of GSR ejected out of the firearm, deposited on hands, face, and clothes of shooter to establish relationship between firearm and shooter. The basic concept behind this examination is when the firing pin strikes the percussion cap, the priming mixture burns and an intense flame is produced. This flame ignites a propellant and the gases produced, they exert pressure on the bullet and the bullet is fired at high velocity. These are the vapors of the elements which constitute the priming mixture. These vapors travel with the propellant gases, and when these gases come out of the firearms, the vapors get condensed on various parts of shooter. So can we move to next slide, please? Thank you. So SEM-EDX is widely used technique for identification of shooter. The examination of GSR in SEM-EDX takes place by lifting up the sample with the help of stubs. The stub lifts the gunshot residue arising out of firearm as it is lying loose on different parts of body of suspect, and when stub is pressed on those body parts, the residue sticks to the adhesive of the stub. The SEM shows the molten and the cooled spherical morphology of the GSR, whereas EDX, it gives the elemental composition of GSR. This technique is indeed a golden technique, but the exorbitant price of this instrument is a major concern, and not all forensic lab possess this instrument. Another technique which is used in analysis of GSR is atomic absorption spectroscopy, which again is a widely used technique for analysis. This technique detects the elements which are coming from firing in addition to those which are present on the human body. To take account of these elements which are coming from human body and matrix, control is collected and analyzed. So if the elements they are present on the swab, they are taken from hands, and if the swab is sufficiently, if the elements are sufficiently higher than those in control, it is concluded that the suspect is shooter. But many times the difference in amount present on swabs lifted from hands and control are so small that it becomes difficult to draw any conclusion whether the suspect has fired firearm or not. One more disadvantage of using AS is you can determine one element at a time. And moreover, it is a destructive technique. It consumes whole sample in addition to its inefficiency in profiling all elements in one go. So can we move to next? So in this present work, the GSR was collected by a cotton-tipped plastic applicator, which was soaked with 5% nitric acid. And in order to determine the possibility of false positive results, the experiments were conducted, and it was found that in this occupational contamination and the amount of GSR was of microgram level on the hands of person who are involved in the occupations like mechanic, like auto mechanics, air conditioner repairs, or electricians, plumbers, battery workers, etc. So the test could not be conducted on the hands of such people who are involved in such specific occupations. So this present study was focused to innovate a cheaper technique that will lift only residues which are coming from firing. And to achieve this, we took plastic applicator, which was tipped with adhesive tape on both the sides, and a small portion of tape was fitted to one end of plastic applicator and pressed on the firing hand, and GSR was lifted. For the experiments, matrix sample was taken in plastic envelope. 18 rounds of a 7.65 mm weapon were fired. After firing each round, FDR was collected from back and palm of right hand, which was used for firing. After firing every round and after lifting FDR by plastic applicator by double-sided adhesive tape, the hands were thoroughly cleaned. The firearm was also thoroughly cleaned after each firing, and then the samples for next round were taken up. So can we move to next slide, please? So this slide, it shows photographs of a weapon that was used for experiment, test firing, and collection of swabs. So can we move to next, please? Thank you so much. So matrix sample was taken in plastic envelope. 18 rounds of 7.65 mm were fired, although I have depicted only 4 tables here. After firing each round, FDR was collected from back and palm of right hand, which was used as firing hand. Now, if we look at the first table represents the concentration and intensity of major elements like copper, lead, antimony, and barium at the back of right hand and palm of right hand. At the back of right hand, concentration of lead is almost more than 8 times, barium of 1.5 times, and copper is almost more than 2 times when compared to what is present in the matrix. Similarly, at palm, the concentration of copper, lead, and barium are substantially higher than that was present in matrix. Antimony is absent in matrix, whereas it is present in both back as well as palm of shooting hands. When we look at the next table, we see the next table represents concentration and intensity of elements, particularly copper, lead, antimony, after round number 2. At the back of right hand, concentration of lead was almost 8 times, barium 1.5 times, and copper 2 times. Antimony was absent. The third table represents concentration and intensity of, again, these major elements. And again, we see the concentration of lead is more than 8 times. So, can we move to next slide, please? The experimental data shows that after firing, the amount of FDR, that is the elements copper, lead, antimony, and barium, they are considerably larger on back of hand and palm than in matrix. Hence, the shooter can be positively identified. We also concluded that this technique of lifting with the help of plastic applicator with double-sided adhesive tape is a intricate technique that is used for lifting FDR by tape. And this method is propitious and it can easily replace the stub, whose availability and use is a bothersome task for investigating officers. This technique of lifting FDR without using acids like HNO3 gives a distinct advantage over the method wherein acids are involved in lifting FDR, because investigating officers, they find it bothersome to carry acids to the field, and use of these acids is not known to them. The instrument which we use for analysis is X-ray fluorescence, which is an instrument that is cheaper as compared to SEM EDX, and the SEM EDX comparatively as an expensive equipment. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha Tomar. For I request if jury member have any query or any question related to this presentation. So as we have received many presentation today, and I request Kritika to move further, for as we are running, I think 1 hour late, but I'm really sorry. And I really thankful to all the jury members for spending their time, their valuable time during this event. We are late also. So Kritika, over to you.
Thank you, sir. And yes, sir, you're absolutely right. Even I am very much thankful to to the chairperson as well as the jury members for being with us in the entire presentation session. I really want to extend my gratitude to chairperson and request ma'am to say something about the presentation session.
My dear delegates and guests, at the opening of session, I said that I hope we would learn new ideas from each other, and we could see we had very good presentations today. There were many interesting and useful presentations during the session, and I feel many good experiences have been shared and good lessons have been learned today. So I would like to thank all the delegates and the participants for their active participation. And I also thank the organizers for ensuring that the session ran so smoothly. Thanks everyone and stay safe.
Thank you so much, Pooja ma'am, for your kind words. And thank you to all the paper presenters. I'm very sure that the audience enjoyed your presentation, your work, and your approach towards serving for forensic science. Now, I want to thanks to all esteemed jury members. And before that, I request Pooja ma'am to accept our gratitude in the form of this e-certificate. Thank you, Dr. Pooja Puri, in sincere acknowledgement of the outstanding service as a chairperson of paper presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kratika. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit, for bestowing this honor on me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move forward. And thank you so much to all esteemed jury members for making the presentation session more interesting with your valuable suggestions and interesting questions. Thank you for the patience, as well as Sir said that we are actually having a technical glitch, and thank you for being constant with our and supportive with the entire session. Now, I request you to accept our gratitude in the form of e-certificate. Thank you, Dr. Sumit Kumar Chaudhary, sir, in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding paper presentation professional category. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. Ritesh Shukla, sir, to accept the gratitude in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding paper presentation professional category. Thank you, Ankit, sir, for in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding paper presentation professional category. Thank you, Dr. Jayashankar Pillai, sir, in the recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding paper presentation in the professional category. In last, I really want to thank all the jury members for being with us and making this session more interesting and intellectual with your ideas. Thank you, sir. Now, with the permission of all the participants, all the jury members, and Dr. Ranjit Kumar Singh, sir, can we move forward to the poster presentations for professional category?
Yes, Kritika. Now I request our chair for this e-poster presentation, Dr. Utsav and Parikh, sir. Kritika, over to you.
Now we have a chairperson for the e-poster presentation, Dr. Utsav and Parikh, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation and being the chairperson for this session, the e-poster category. Sir is having an eminent experience in working in the fields of forensic science and giving his best and develop knowledge for every learning student. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your presence in this presentation. Now, we have our esteemed honorable jury members, and let's just move forward. We have Dr. Richa Ratogi, ma'am. Dr. Richa Ratogi, PhD in Forensic Science from the University of Delhi, currently working as Assistant Professor of Forensic Science at Amity University, Haryana. Dr. Ratogi has many publications in reputed journals and 3 book chapters in forensic science. She has also authored EPG Pathshala modules under the UGC MHRD scheme. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. We have Dr. Ashish Varya, sir. Dr. Ashish Varya is the head of the department and assistant professor at the Department of Forensic Science, Government Institute of Forensic Science, Nagpur. He has completed his PhD in forensic science. He has 5 book chapters and 40 international research papers publication in high reputed journal to his credit. He has presented more than 50 papers and posters in various international and national conferences, seminars, etc. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. We have with us Neeraj Varshne, sir. Mr. Neeraj Varshne, sir, is currently working as Senior Scientific Assistant in the Narcotics Sections of Forensic Science Laboratory, Patna. He has also worked as Senior Scientific Officer in the Chemistry Division in Forensic Science Laboratory, Patna. He has also served as the Scientific Associate in the Chemistry Division in Forensic Science Lab, Delhi. He has also been trained from the Central Forensic Science Laboratory, New Delhi, in the Toxicology, Biology, and Chemistry divisions. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We have Dr. Surbhi Mathur, ma'am, also for the presentation, and we have already acknowledged her session in the morning session. Thank you all the honorable jury members for being with us for the next e-poster presentations.
I request our chairperson, Dr. Utsav and Parikh, sir, to take over the session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranjit. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity on this gracious occasion of first international eConference on emerging trends in forensic science. And I am pretty sure that I have already watched many sessions on paper presentation. It was very excellent. I congratulate all the participants. And as far as the poster presentation is concerned, I am pretty sure that it will be also a delightful experience and knowledgeable experience. I expect some more knowledge gain from the poster presentation, and I wish the best regards to all the participants. Not wasting much time, I request all the participants to present their presentations. Over to you, Dr. Ranjit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the jury members for accepting our invitation for being a jury member in this professional category, e-poster presentations. We have a presentation, 11 presentation in this session. I request all the presenters to be ready one by one as per your schedule and as per our name. And I'm really sorry that we are late around 50 minutes. So I'm going to share the screen from my end, and I request Dr. Sunita to be present.
Can we have Dr. Sunita in the for the first poster presentation?
Present, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, over to you.
Good evening to all the esteemed people here in the field of forensic science. Actually, I am a periodontist profession. I was introduced into this professors, and I will be presenting a very simple presentation of the use of forensic medicine in dentistry. I will be talking about some of the emerging trends that we see in forensic odontology, and I will be discussing its use in some of the crimes that were committed. And the next slide, sir, please. As a forensic odontologist, actually, we can help in solving many of the crimes, as we know that the tooth is a very robust structure that can withstand high levels of temperature and any kind of disaster like any tsunami or any extremes of temperature. Amongst these, because the dentist provides specific treatment to certain patients, and as a result of this, everybody has their own individual pattern of the tooth structure. Any irregularity in the teeth can help because of the bite marks that are produced in certain violent crimes, and any restorative conditions that have been provided by the dentist can also be recognized when they have both the ante and post-mortem records. As you can see in the image at the bottom of the screen, when a radiograph was taken of a patient, when the patient had visited the dentist, and the dentist had the RBG of the patient. In this, you can see the pattern of the bone, the alveolar bone, as well as that of the pulp tissue. It remains the same in the patient, and they can be considered as fingerprints compared to fingerprints, okay, which are used in solving any kind of crime. So the next slide, please. Some of the other methods that can help dentists in solving any crime is the lip prints, also known as chiliography. Okay, in this, everybody has in their own individual lip prints, and there is also the advanced ones, which are the tongue prints. Okay, which is it depends. It is only consistent only to that particular individual. Then there is a rugoscopy as well, which is seen on the hard palate, and the other rugae, which is different for every individual. And also there is something that is known as DNA profiling, where the dental pulp, the cementum, the dentine, and the alveolar bone and the periodontal ligament, they contain amount of dentine that can be used to obtain the DNA of the patient and identify the patient. So the next slide, please. I don't know whether many of you might have heard about this. This is a man who is known as Theodore Robert Bundy. He had committed a lot of crime for many years, and because of his charming and charismatic personality, many of them got involved and they could not arrest him because there was not much proof that they had against him. But it was with the help of two forensic dentists who took his wax impressions, and they matched it with the bite marks on his victim. And finally, in 1989, he was executed for his crime. So the characteristic marks that they found in the bite mark was that he had a very irregular lower front teeth, and he had a characteristic chipped lateral incisor in the maxillary arch, which had 3 specific elevations, and therefore the bite marks can also be considered equivalent to that of the fingerprints. So the next slide. And another case that helped in acquitting 2 of the suspects whose bite marks matched that of the famous Nirbhaya case that was in Delhi in the year 2012. With the help of dentists from the SDM college in Dharwad, they were able to involve 2 of them who were accused in the case. So the next slide. And one of the recent emerging trend in forensic odontology is that of facial reconstruction. It was a ma'am itself who is a part of this platform, Dr. Hemlata from KEM Mumbai. She was able to make a facial reconstruction of a man who was found decapitated, and his head was found 500 meters away from the site of the crime, and his face was completely, the skin had completely removed, and they had made it in such a way so that they could not recognize this man. But with the presence of the skull, she was able to reconstruct his eyes, nose, and all the other facial structures, and ultimately they were able to recognize who it was, and the people were finally convicted for their crime. So it is forensic odontology. For me, as I got into this, I found it very interesting, and a lot of dentists need to be informed about this, and they need to be educated and help for the betterment of the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I request jury member if we can take a question at the end, as we are running 1 hour late, or if any member wants to ask any question, you are welcome. Respected jury member. Can we move further? I think there is a connection error. So I request second presenter, Dr. Surbhi Garg, to start her presentation.
Dr. Ranjit.
Hello, sir, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Surbhi, please go ahead.
Good evening, one and all. I am representing the Department of Oral Pathology and Microbiology, Rajasthan Dental College and Hospital, Jaipur. I would like to start with a thankful note for giving me this opportunity to present an e-poster titled as Metamorphosis of Forensic Odontology. So moving on to the next slide, please. Introduction of forensic odontology includes it works in archaeological sites, mass disasters, and crime investigation. The aim of this presentation is firstly to study some historic events where the forensic odontology played a very vital role. Secondly, to study the evolving trends in conventional methods. And thirdly, to study recent concepts in forensic dental identification. Next slide, please. Historical events. Forensic odontology, though seems to be a very new developing field, it has been in working since many centuries. Forensic odontology has been very commonly used for identifying dead bodies by the dentures that had been worn by them. The first reported case of dental identification was in 1453. In 1453, at the Battle of Cassillon, which was fought between Germany and France, the dead body of John Talbot, the English commander, was identified by his denture. In 1775, the Paul Revere, a famous personality in American history who signaled that the British were coming by burning the 2 lanterns, is considered the first forensic dentist in US. This is because he identified the dead body of Joseph Foran by the denture which was made by Paul himself. Another example comes from the Bazar de la Charite, which was an annual event organized in Paris.
In 1897, a huge fire broke out, which killed the 126 notable aristocratic women. The bodies were so badly charred that the dental records were used by Dr. Oscar Amoido, aided by two French dentists, to identify. Dr. Oscar Amoido wrote his thesis on the value of dentistry in medico-legal affairs, and he is universally recognized as the father of forensic odontology. So, please move on to the previous slide. In 1945, the dental identification was used in the identification of Adolf Hitler and his wife Eva Braun at the end of World War II. So move on to the next slide, please. Dental records have also been used to identify the victim's dead body in some crime cases, like in the famous Parkman-Webster murder case. In 1850, it was the first case where the dental evidence was the base of the conviction. The murderer, Webster, was a professor in Harvard Medical College and had borrowed some money from the Parkman. He murdered him in the college premise, and to hide his crime, he cut the dead body into small pieces and burned them in a furnace in his lab. It was the Parkman's denture which helped in identifying the dead body. The analysis of bite marks has been considered the important evidence in the court of law since many years. In 1967, in Scotland, a 15-year-old Linda Peacock was murdered by a 17-year-old Gordon Hay. The murderer was identified by the bite marks on the victim's body. In the Robert Lee Stinson's case in 2005, the murder was identified on the basis of the missing front teeth by the bite mark analysis on the victim. In 2012, the most significant Delhi gang rape case, in which the victim was found with the bite marks and the injury marks. On the basis of these bite marks, the suspects were identified. Next slide, please. The evolving trends in forensic dental identification. Dental record maintenance played a very vital role if it is maintained adequately. Forensic dental identification can be done on the basis of the accuracy of the ante-mortem dental records. It is easily stored nowadays by computer softwares and equally important as DNA analysis and fingerprint analysis. Dental imaging is used to compare the radiographic image of the deceased person with the ante-mortem radiographic image of the suspected person. Bite mark analysis. The quality and the anatomical location of bite marks have significance in the identification of individual. Salivary DNA recovery and the bacterial genotypes from the bite marks become the backbone of forensic investigation. DNA analysis nowadays is used for determining the sex, place of origin, and the physical characteristics of a person. Chyloscopy deals with the lip tracing. When there is a loss of teeth and other restorative details, then lip details are helpful, but it has to be traced within 24 hours. Rugoscopy is also used for the identification in case of teeth loss. Next slide, please. The current trends in forensic dental identification. Facial reconstruction by using the computer software is a very accurate technique to identify a body with an intact skull. Denture identification method. There have been so many cases where the victims' dead bodies are identified by their dentures, but dentures themselves are not so individualistic. Thus, it has been suggested to deliver the marked dentures to the patients, like with some names or their numbers, which will help in identification if something unfortunate happens. Tongue print is at its building stage. Ante-mortem photographs or the impressions of tongue can be compared with the post-mortem tongue records for investigation. Moving on to next slide, that is the conclusion. The field of forensic odontology is not new to the present world. It has continuously undergone metamorphosis now more than ever. Historical background has shown that it has played a very crucial role in numerous cases, either in the identification of dead bodies or in the solving the criminal cases, proving it in the court of law. This has been possible through the numerous conventional methods, and with the continued metamorphosis, the new techniques will only expand the role of forensic odontology. Thanking you.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. My request jury member, Dr. Richa, Dr. Neeraj sir, if you have any question, we can ask from the.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit. Dr. Surbi, nice presentation. May I please ask one question to you, just out of curiosity? I would like to know how the tongue prints are individualistic, if you could throw some light on that.
Ma'am, tongue prints basically is at its building stage. Ma'am, tongue print is like just like the fingerprint. It is like that only. Every individual has a spatial tongue print also. Ma'am, we can take the alginate impression, but that is not so. Ma'am, that is not the accurate one.
Okay. So, have you come across any research article or any review paper while putting up this presentation on tongue prints?
Yes, ma'am. I followed the review article, The Current Trends in Forensic Odontology, given by Nadeem et al.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ranjit.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. With the permission of jury member, I request our next presenter, Salvi. Salvi, are you in the position to start the presentation?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Salvi. Please go ahead.
Good evening, all. I'm Shalvi, research scholar of Amity Institute of Forensic Sciences, and currently working in as a scientific assistant in Forensic Science Laboratory, Delhi. I'm here to represent my poster, which states that recent advancement on determination of arsenic traces via electrochemical sensor and approach toward a lab on chip. It is basically depends on the review article, what I've gone through during my research period. The electrical portion I'll discuss later. First, I'll discuss with arsenic portion. We all know and aware about arsenic. It is a metallic irritant. There are numerous compounds of arsenic present in the environment, but some of them are more toxic, such as arsenic trioxide, arsenic pentoxide. Why? Because it is electrostatically stable than others. Therefore, they are most opted form for detection. Next slide, please. Yeah. As in forensic field, to detect a heavy metal, there are numerous of technology which we have gone through during our study period, like Rhine's test. Basically, it is a microscopic test, but for confirmatory and for the quantitative value, we have to run our sample on highly equipped instruments such as ICP, MS, ICP, OES, AAS, as well as UV visible spectrophotometer. So what I'm here to tell you that for the detection level, for the detection technique, we have to run our sample on a well expertized manner. So I'll get back into this later. Then how can we skip those chemical fiasco into a lab on chip based system? So arsenic mode of administration is very simple. It can easily be spiked into any medium such as water, coffee, tea, etc. because it is a masking agent. I don't know how many of you are aware, like one of the DRDO scientists recently stated that he's been spiking with arsenic poisoner from the last few months or year. He was not aware that he's been spiking with arsenic in his digestible items. So in that scenario, it is very high time to do a technique which can be able to detect arsenic on the spot. So in that way, we have focused on some of the techniques which are present and we are not incorporating right now with the forensic field, like sensors. We all know about the sensor, but we haven't incorporated those technique in forensic toxicology field right now. So yeah, so we all know that arsenic, how it when it gets absorbed in our body, it acts as an inhibitor. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah, this is the chart with which I have incorporated in this. Like when it gets into the body, it inhibits the succinic dehydrogenase and leads to the uncoupling of oxidative phosphorylation and increases the loss of ATP. It intentionally binds with the hemoglobin and causes the multiple failure organs, which leads to death as well when it gets more into fatal doses. So arsenic is so stable that interestingly, it is so stable that it can be able to detect from nail, bone, hair, and obviously vital organs. So it is primarily we can detect arsenic antemortem side as well as postmortem side. So it becomes very important. Next slide. Yes. Now we'll talk about the sensor. How can we able to incorporate the sensor technique which has been widely using by other industries like food tech, nanotech. So how can we relate those with the forensics? It is very important right now because we don't want to go into the lab to run our samples. We want our result on the spot. For that concern, we all should merge towards the sensor techniques. Sensor is please stay on this slide. Sensor is basically nothing but a device that measures physical input from its environment and converts the data and can interpret it by machines like voltmeters, potentiometers, etc. So basically, sensor is divided into three parts: working, transducer, electronics. I'll explain one by one. Like working is a place where we incorporate the components, like if, for example, for biosensor, if we are talking about biosensors, the working electrode, a working space, we can incorporate with the biocomponents like antibody, enzymes, DNA strain, etc. In the respect of the studies. For nanocomposites like silica caps, graphene caps, gold or silver particles can be used as a component for the working. Transducer here act as a transformer. Like it basically transforms the signals which are produced by the working site after the interaction, and it converts the signal into a machine into a voltmeter, that it takes the information from the working side and convert it into a signal which can be able to depict by the electronic instrument later which is connected with it. Like we can connect the electronic instrument with the cyclic voltammetry, DPV or LSVP, etc. Those are the voltmeters which are already been using by other industries, which are depends upon the conduction procedure. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, these are the images which is showing. Like first image is the brief idea about the screen printing electrode, and the second 3D figure which is a depiction of a biosensor. Working electrode, I've already mentioned that it can be modified into these mentioned areas, and these reference and auxiliary electrode, or we can say the counter, all these criteria are based upon the conduction. Like if we are providing some kind of potential current, all the results will depend upon the its electricity influence under the electrochemical cell. If we are talking about the arsenic, if we are incorporated the arsenic with some of the specific or selective nanocomposites like gold nanoparticles, if we are incorporated the arsenic with gold nanoparticles and put on the working electrode, the area which is showing in the image right now, if we have if we drop cast the nanocomposite on the working electrode and put it into a electrochemical channel, definitely it is going to depict some of the change in the peak, which can later be depicted by the instrument, how much amount of arsenic present on that amount of samples. Next slide. And this is the graph. It is different from the potentiostat. It is a colorimetric detection. If we are talking about the recent advancement, this is also a recent advancement in the field of detection level. Colorimetric is a protocol which gives a result on the spot based on the color detection. Here you can see the different color arsenic value showing with the rest of the other heavy metals. Why? Interesting right now because it is incorporated with the polyethylene glycol capped gold nanoparticles. All the abstract which I've mentioned is specific for the arsenic detection. All the rest was not been able to interact with the metal ion, interact with the nanocomposites because of the electrostatic relationship. So basically, electrostatic relationship is main focus Because arsenic is having a sulfhydryl group. It can easily be able to interact with polyethylene glycol, and polyethylene glycol particles will interact with the gold nanoparticle. All the complexion which is created will be resulted into a blue color, and all the rest was not been able to produce that color. So here we can say that yes, polyethylene glycol was the specific for the arsenic. So there are so many studies are going around the world that how can we able to differentiate the other metal with others. So the nanocomposites are been playing role model for that. This is the image where, previous slide please. Yes, here you can see the gold nanoparticle. AU is the representative of gold. So AU is a nanocomposite which we can use from various properties, like it can show the redox properties, fluorescence, as you can see the image, like it is giving the various different color, plasmon resonance, conductivity, dense mass. Here it is a cumulative study that yes, gold can be able to use for as a nanocomposite for all other metal, not only for arsenic.
Just shall we for the interruption, but the time allotted was 7 minutes and it is extended now, so you have to wrap up it as soon as possible, please.
Okay, sure, ma'am, sure. So here, yes, this yeah, slide, next slide. I'll explain this later. Ma'am, next slide.
Yeah, next.
Yeah, the ITO is the sheet. It is a conductive sheet. Like what we have got the gold is the specific for the metal detection. We can incorporate with graphene oxide as well. And this is the image which is depicting itself. Like we can use the ITO sheet as well for the chipset, Arduino chipset electrode. For I can sum up like in the summary what I have mentioned, that in the recent trend we can go through the nano level for the detection of arsenic and arsenic trioxide and arsenate, because both are more stable and opted this study. So in my knowledge, we can use this so that it helps us to avoid the chemical fiasco and lead towards the green forensics, which will be able to help for the environment as far as the handlers. So we should go for the sensor other than the heavy instrumentation. So my main criteria was to represent the review article on this type of nano sheet and nano techniques, which can be helpful to detect the arsenic. So thank you so much. It is a very vast topic. I can't take too much time. So yeah, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Shalvi. And I request the jury members, if you have any questions, we can take the question.
Okay. With your due permission, Dr. Ranjit, may I please ask a small, out of inquisitiveness, I just wanted to know.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes. So, Shalvi, you talked about the biosensors.
Yes.
And I want to know that the samples that you get in the laboratory with arsenic poisoning, so you first have to extract arsenic and then you put that into the sensor, or crude arsenic is required, or how do you take the samples for
Okay,
that?
ma'am. There are okay, ma'am. I got your question. Actually, there are so many methods. Like for the biosensor itself, we can take the whole blood. For that, if you heard about the enzyme acetylene choline esterase, which is specific for the arsenic, because it get interacted with the sulfhydryl group and continuously give the results for the voltameter. So we can take the whole blood, as well as for the main concern, if you don't want to take the whole blood, we can digest the sample into microwave digester, or with putting the sample with the nitric acid. So there are so many protocols you can follow from the whole blood or from the extracted blood. How we can get the results by the use of sensor.
Thank you,
Okay,
Shalvi.
thank you.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. Now we move forward to the next presenter, Vandana Prasad. Over to you, Vandana.
Good evening, everyone, respected jury members. My name is Vandana Prasad from Galgotia University, and today I'm presenting my e-poster on the topic the significance of nanomaterial in forensic fingerprinting. As we all know, the crime is increasing day by day, and to handle the situation, we need a key evidence and as well as advanced technique. The next slide, please. Huh? The fingerprints play a important key evidence role because it is a unique identity of a person and it differs person to person, and they may be latent or plastic in nature. Latent fingerprints are those which are invisible to our naked eyes. Patent fingerprints are those which are visible to our naked eyes, and plastic fingerprints are those which having a three-dimensional structure. And out of these fingerprints, latent fingerprints are found abundantly because they are not visible and they remain undetected. Next slide, please. There are many techniques used for the detection of latent fingerprints. There are some such techniques are iodine fuming, ninhydrin, silver nitrate, cyanoacrylate are being used for the development of latent finger in present time. But these techniques have some limitation when it comes to the prints which are aged and because of the environmental factor. And these techniques, the convention techniques, are failed to develop them. Next slide, please. To overcome such a limitation, the from past few years, nano scientists has been using nanoparticles for the detection of latent fingerprints. As you can see on this slide, the nanoscale. As we can talk about the human hair having a size about 100 micrometer. It is equal to 5 times more than a 1 nanometer. So as we go down towards our DNA is having 1 nanometer in size, and so as we get the idea that 1 nanometer is equal to our DNA. So nanometer is that much small. So next slide, please. Nanotechnology is being used because it has shown a great potential in producing the next generation of fingerprint development technique, which is known as nowadays nano fingerprinting. The method offers the opportunity to develop new fingerprint techniques with superior property, including enhanced selectivity, improved contrast with background, and increased sensitivity. Next slide, please. There are some examples of nanoparticles which are being used for the development of latent fingerprints, like gold nanoparticles. From the literature survey, it was found that 2.5 nanometer of nanoparticle, average gold nanoparticles, was used for the development of latent fingerprint. And the most important thing of nanomaterial is that it interact with the fingerprint components, and so that they remain intact for about a course of time. So here the gold nanoparticles generally interact with the fingerprint components by electrostatic force of attraction between a negatively charged gold nanoparticle and positively charged fingerprint residue. Second, silver nanoparticles has shown the development of latent fingerprint on porous surface, and it is also showing electrostatic force of attraction between positively charged fingerprint residue and negatively charged silver nanoparticles. Third, and these nanoparticles also use in the oxide forms or metal oxide forms, such as zinc oxide nanoparticle. They can be used in the nanopowder form, and by using zinc oxide nanopowder, it has shown good fingerprint development on porous surface by a hydrophobic interaction. Next slide, please. So there are also different types of nanoparticles are there. They are used for the development of latent fingerprint by encaping with them with a functional group, some kind of functional group. So in case of silicon dioxide, it has encaped with the carboxyl group. Carboxyl group is negatively charged, and then it interacts with the fingerprint component like amines group, and they form a amide linkage for the development of latent fingerprint by electrostatic force of attraction. So the fifth one is cadmium telluride, or it is encaped with silicon dioxide. As we all know, cadmium telluride is toxic to environment as well as for mammals. So it is when it is encaped with silicon dioxide, it forms a non-toxic nanopowder, and it develops a fingerprint with a fluorescence effect. So it having a electrostatic force of attraction between fingerprint residue and the nanopowder. Next slide, please. And the whole conclusion of the study is that the characteristics like distinguished details of fingerprints could be obtained applying different nanoparticles such as gold, silver, zinc oxide, etc. Therefore, nanomaterials play a vital role in the development of fingerprints and aids the investigator in solving the cases successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana Prasad. Now, I request the jury member if we have any question for Vandana.
Okay, Dr. Vandana, it was a nice presentation. I just wanted to put up one suggestion that you, I think, missed putting up the rare earth metals that have
Yes, ma'am.
also.
Yes, ma'am. European oxide and all. Yes, ma'am. You are talking about.
Okay, never mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. Thank you, Vandana. Now let's move to the next presenter, Dr. Molly Banerjee. Over to you, Dr. Molly.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Ma'am, good afternoon, everybody. I, Dr. Molly Banerjee, a final year PGT student at the present moment in the Department of FMT, Arjikar Medical College, Kolkata. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be given to me to present this e-poster of a case report of death due to choking mimicking cafe coronary.
Dr. Molly, we can't hear you. Kindly unmute yourself.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Choking is defined as complete obstruction of the airway by a foreign body large enough to obstruct the lumen of the trachea beyond the carina, leading to violent mechanical asphyxial death. It mostly occurs accidentally, very rarely homicidal. Usually the common victims are the children, the elderly, the lunatics, and those who have taken excessive alcohol before eating food that simulates cafe coronary. Cafe comes from cafeteria, coronary from acute myocardial infarction, hence the name. Now, the objective of this study was to report a rare case of sudden death detected during autopsy and to ascertain the cause and manner of death. And the materials and methods that were taken were information from police inquest, from police requisition from MCDC, from history from the family members, the medical legal autopsy that I have performed myself, and the reports of the viscerae for chemical examiner's report sent to FSL. Next slide, please. Now, the case history was the 23-year-old male subject, a habitual drunkard, was taken to Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, where he was declared broad dead by the on-duty medical officer, who advised post-mortem examination to determine the actual cause of death. He had a history of drinking alcohol before eating food in a restaurant, where he suddenly fell down from his seat onto the ground unconscious. Post-mortem examination was held after going through the police inquest, other documents, and history from the party of the dead person. On medical legal autopsy, rigor mortis was present all over, bilateral subconjunctival hemorrhage was revealed, sinuses was present, dark discoloration of the face, petechial hemorrhages over the face at places, postmortem staining over the dependent parts of the body except over the pressure points, no injuries over any other.
Dr. Molly, your voice is not coming. I request Dr. Molly, I think there is
Next
some...
slide, please.
Okay.
On internal examination, the organs, including lungs, was edematous. The heart was normal in size. but all the organs were congested. The petechial hemorrhages over the visceral surfaces of the pleurae and pericardium. Evidence of congestion and a lining of thin mucus over the walls of the tracheal and laryngeal lumen, and a small oval black seed-like structure of size 1.5 centimeter by 1 centimeter was found beyond just in front of the tracheal bifurcation. Usual viscera was preserved and sent for chemical examination. Alcohol was detected in the stomach sample. Next slide, please. These are the photographs which were taken during autopsy. It is showing the normal tracheal lumen, which was found at that time with a thin line of mucus. Then you can see that in the next figure, the tracheal lumen has a foreign body just right at the end. And ultimately, the figure 3 shows a foreign body, the seed. The next slide, please. In conclusion, I can say the death was due to choking, which was sudden in onset, giving a very little time to treat. History from the family members and meticulous autopsy were required to ascertain the cause and manner of death. Only meticulous vigilance over the extremes of age groups and mentally aberrated people during eating, proper caution by the household people to see that the children are not eating unwanted foreign body, proper care after breastfeeding, avoidance of excessive alcohol before food, etc., can prevent such unwanted sudden death. And I'm highly, I appreciate the help which I got, the assistance which I received from my guide, Professor Dr. Shuddhodhan Botubal, Professor and Head of the department now at KPC, the HOD of our department, Dr. Shobhan Kumar Das, and Dr. Debachish Shom, who is always a friend, guide, and helper, demonstrator of the same department. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Molly, for a nice presentation. I request a jury member, Dr. Neeraj sir, if you have any question to Dr. Molly.
Dr. Molly, thank you for a wonderful presentation on cafe coronary. It's a subject that not many take up. I just wanted to know, madam, how many or what percentage of people have actually, have the cause of death has been cafe coronary? If you could please throw some light on that.
Ma'am, in my career of 20 years in this department, about over 25,000 PM I have done. But out of it, cafe coronary percentage, I would say hardly it was somewhere around 5 to 6% cafe coronary. But death due to choking was much more because the etiology of choking are more than a number, numerous, apart from cafe coronary.
Great. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Molly. Now we move to the next presenter, Dr. Twesser. Over to you, Dr. Twesser.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My poster is on delve into the three-dimensional patterns of 3D printing in forensic odontology. Next slide, please, ma'am. 3D printing. First of all, 3D printing or additive manufacturing is a process of making three-dimensional solid objects from a digital dental file. Medical 3D printing. It is an emerging area of technology that explores. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, very much audible.
Yes, sir. Is an emerging area of technology that explores how 3D printing can be used to replace or support an existing biological structure. A related area of 3D printing called bioprinting involves printing human tissue and organs by layering living cells instead of plastic or titanium. Dentist himself. It is one of the most printing and dentistry. It is possible. Ma'am, previous slide, please. It is possible to get a scan of the patient's teeth to model it and to directly print the crown. Next slide, please.
Dr. Twesser, you are not audible to us.
Of software compatible with it. Yes, ma'am. DICOM, segmentation software compatible with the 3D printing. Primary processing is done by the technologist. Pre-processing example bonds subtraction in CD to simplify the vessel segmentation. Segmentation example thresholding and region growing. Post-processing the example of the sculpting, trimming and smoothing. The secondary process is done by the radiologist to ensure the anatomy or accuracy, edit the segmentation, sculpt and trim the anatomy of the interest. STL compatible CAD/CAM software, tertiary process is done by the engineering or medical team. Additional smoothing and editing, mirroring the normal anatomy, implantable device design, excluding tissues, example hollowing the lumens. 3D printing orient model for the printing accuracy smoothing. Combine the models on build tray for efficiency. Select the materials and select the colors. Preparation for clinical use, cleaning and support the material. Removal, model infiltration, curing, polishing and sterilization. Ma'am, next slide please. Various uses of 3D printing in medical educational level at the replacement of the tissues, organ replacement, cancer research, cartilage and bone, drug delivery system and skin. In dental, there is orthodontic purpose, prosthodontic purpose, oral and maxillofacial surgery, periodontics and endodontics. Ma'am, next slide. Now come to the forensic odontology. Forensic odontology is the application of dental science to legal investigations, primarily involving the identification of offended by the comparing dental records. There are various evidence which are used in forensic odontology to identify the person, age, gender. First image shows the bite marks. The second is lip prints, which is used for age and gender determination. The saliva, DNA, and other radiographic image methods are used as evidence in forensic odontology. There are mandible and maxa, which is remain after the disaster of the human body, which is used in forensic odontology. Ma'am, next slide, please. Now, current and evolving application of 3D printing in forensic odontology. Principle of it is to produce a 3D printed model from a DICOM format data are converted into STL format data or AMF and transferred to AM machine for file manipulation, which is a new requirement compared with the traditional 3D visualization. 3 steps of 3D printed model: image acquisition, image post-processing, and 3D printing. First of all, image acquisition is the 3D forensic odontology model can be printed from any volumetric image dataset that has adequate contrast to differentiate tissues. Second, image post-processing. Post-processing in radiology involved to visualize the volumetric data in any plane and then to render that volume on 2D display. Manipulating DICOM images for 3D printing involves accurate segmentation of desired tissues by placing in the regions of interest around them and then refining the STL representation of ensemble surface defined by those regions of interest. Then the third step is 3D printing of three-dimensional printing. All 3D printers use data encoded in the STL file to deposit and then fuse successive 3D layers of material. This is similar to segmenting a tissue volume by successively identify the region of areas on the consecutive cross sections that enclose it. Ma'am, next slide, please. There is a various anatomical models which are used in forensic odontology. This is a printed model. First image is shown as a 3D printed mandible, 3D printed skull. The typical digitalized dental model imported to the rapid form editing software is using. This is a picture shown bite mark image generated by the dental cast, and below it digitalized 3D dental model with intersecting the plane and captured tooth contour. There are application of 3D printings are bite mark analysis, cilioscopy, age estimation, gender determination, 3D weapon reconstruction and 3D facial reconstruction are used. The conclusion is mainly that forensic odontology and 3D printing is a newer era in today. The technology of 3D printing can be boon to the forensic odontology, and their implementation have opened numerous directions. The biggest advantage of 3D printing is the non-invasive reconstruction of the detailed anatomic structure, which can be used to solve cases, also to provide quality education training. And 3D printing has made possible to construct the complex part with minimal discrepancy that could be accurate accepted in the court of law. 3D printed models of bone and teeth can be useful for forensic odontology in both analysis and exhibit inconvenience, which can provide clarity of the communication in the courtroom. As increased resolution and better software available, and as cost decreases, this technology is taken up more uses in all fields. It is clear that the 3D printing will increasingly plays important role in forensic odontology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trisha. I request jury member if they have any query from Dr. Trisha.
Hello, Twisa. This is
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Ashish here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice presentation. But
Thank you, sir.
tell me, is there a difference between the technique that you told and stereolithography? Is there a difference between additive manufacturing and stereolithography and 3D printing?
Sorry, sir, I haven't read about it.
Okay, okay. And have you read about any cases where 3D printing has been used recently?
No, sir, sorry. I haven't read it.
No?
Any article related to this? No, sir.
No articles, nothing?
No, sir, sorry.
Okay, okay, okay. See, stereolithography is the same as your additive manufacturing, and okay, you should
Yes,
read
sir.
about it as well.
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes,
you
sir.
have missed that term, and you should, be aware of all these terms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Presenting a topic on such a new word that you are introducing, you're trying to introduce, you're trying to show something new to people. So then you
Yes,
must know
sir.
about all the aspects.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes,
You
sir.
should read
Thank you,
about
sir.
the cases wherein it might have been used.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Padir. Now I request, with the permission of the jury members, Dr. Siddharth Modi to present his presentation. Dr. Siddharth, over to you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Siddharth Modi. My topic is saliva as a diagnostic tool in forensic odontology. So next slide. Sir, what importance of forensic odontology? The forensic odontology branch of forensic science uses the skill of the dentist in personal identification during mass calamities, sexual assault, and child abuse, to name a few. The saliva plays an important role for the as an investing tool for the forensic odontology. What is saliva, sir? The saliva is a product of pair of major salivary gland and several minor salivary gland present in the oral cavity and the buccal cheeks. The compositions of the saliva: first, mucus, amylase, lingual lipase, electrolyte solution, enzyme, and proteins. Next slide, sir. The importance of saliva: it is a major source of DNA because it contains epithelial cells from oral mucosa and inner surface of the lip. The enzymes such as Streptococcus salivarius and Streptococcus mutans are present on teeth and in the saliva. Saliva has recently served as a primary investigative tool in forensics in the detection of crime, cases of sexual assault, human and animal bite mark, poisoning, hormone identification, and alcohol and drug abuse. Any traces of saliva left behind in the bite mark or lip print, which gives information about age, gender, personal characteristic, health status of individuals. The different salivary tests for forensic odontologists are: first, starch iodide test; second, RSID test; third, ABO group identification, and fourth is the DNA identification. Next slide, sir. Am I audible, sir? Okay.
Yes, you are audible. Please.
Sir, different uses of saliva as a diagnostic tool in forensic odontology are: the first, bite mark analysis. The saliva can be deposited on the things in the crime scenes or on bite marks on victims or suspects' body. The bite mark is defined as a physical alteration in or on a medium caused by the contact of teeth. In few of criminal cases, it is seen that suspect or victim has a left his or her teeth marks on another person or intimate object. The second one is lip prints. The collection of lip print as forensic evidence as the crime scenes. And the third one, the sex determination from the saliva in bite marks. First, the presence and the detection of sex chromatin. The bar bodies are present in females and F bodies in present are males. Second, the sex hormone level determination based on the detectable quantities and ratio of testosterone and 17B estradiol by RIA. The former parameter has been demonstrated successfully in salivary stains. Next slide, sir. The other uses of the saliva as a diagnostic tool for forensic odontology. The first one is a personal identity, and second one is a variation with age. The saliva is a dried saliva stains from the bite marks and lip prints. The different uses in different techniques. The first one is a comparative identification, and second one is a reconstructive identification. In comparative identification, when suspect is known for personal identification and human deoxyribonucleic acid profiling and fingerprinting. In second one, reconstructive identification when suspect is unknown and narrowing of search required. In salivary signature, it is used for forensic profile building, constitutes and advantages. It is used for the personal characteristic, health status, age, and gender. Its advantages are the geolocation, time of collection, and personal identity, the malignancy, oral and systemic disease, drug intake, poisoning, and alcohol. Next slide, sir. Conclusion: the importance of saliva as an investigative body fluid in increasing over the years of in forensic laboratories. It is also used for sex determination and individual of the accused in the scene of the crime with the help of the salivary exfoliators. Cellular examination, its detection and analysis is very important in verifying in the existence of crime, in identifying suspect and victims of crime, and personal identification in mass disaster. Keywords are saliva, bite marks, lip prints, sex and age estimation, and forensic odontology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Siddharth. Now I request jury member Ashish sir, Richa ma'am, to ask any questions to Dr. Siddharth.
Dr. Siddharth, good presentation. Have you performed any experiment on these aspects of saliva?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware about the term salivary hemagglutinins?
No, sir. I haven't read, sir, about that.
Okay. All right. Read it. Okay. Read this as well.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ashish.
Dr. Siddharth.
Hello, I have also one question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
If the person is non-secretor,
yes, sir.
You understood? Then we can do this test or not?
Sir, according to if patient is unknown, then after that, sir, her marks are present on in the in bite marks as well as lip prints, and after that, we can detect. Hello, sir.
I hear.
Yes, you are audible, Siddharth. Go ahead with your answer.
After that, we can detect this person and we, sir, about that crime.
Because the person have non-secretor, but sometimes have some pyorrhea disease and other disease. then it is possible.
Okay.
You understood or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Neeraj sir, for the valuable suggestion. With the request of the jury members, can I announce the next presenter name?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now the next presenter, Dr. Shivani. Over to you, Dr. Shivani.
Yes, ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My topic for today is significance of orodental tracing in identification of human body. So, starting with introduction. Yes, ma'am, next slide. Starting with introduction, what is identification? So basically, identification is an establishment of individuality of a person, either dead or living. So when is identification required? It is required in victims of mass disasters like earthquakes, tsunami, and many others. Criminals who are absconding, missing persons, monetary cases, civil litigation cases, and closures. Next slide, ma'am. Forensic odontology and its applications. So forensic odontology is that branch of forensic medicine which in the interest of justice deals with the proper handling and examination of dental evidence and with the proper evaluation and presentation of the dental findings. Its applications are, it is used in the age estimation, it is used in the identification of found human remains, identification in mass disasters, it is also used in assessment of bite mark injuries, assessment of cases of abuse, and civil cases involving malpractice. Ma'am, next slide, please. Dental identification. So, dental identification of human beings, it plays an important role in criminal, monetary, social, burial, and many other cases. So, the main form of dental identification, one such form is comparative dental identification. Comparative dental identification includes, that is, the post-mortem dental remains can be compared with the ante-mortem dental records. So the post-mortem dental remains, it includes that the forensic odontologist, it includes a charting and the written descriptions of the dental radiographs and the charting of the oral cavity is done. And ante-mortem dental records, it includes the numerous dental treatments which have undergone and along with the preservation of it. So the steps of comparative dental identification are, the first step is oral autopsy. So oral autopsy, it helps to make a proper post-mortem dental record. Here, incision is done, that is incision is done along the angle of the mandible to the tragus of the ear. Here, the sectioning of the muscles and the ligaments of the temporomandibular joint is done. Traction of the mouth is done, and the visualization of the oral and oral arches, that is upper and lower dental arches, done. If there is any developmental anomalies related to shape, size of the teeth, then it is marked. And then the second step is securing the ante-mortem records. The third step is comparison between ante-mortem and post-mortem records. The last step is conclusion and final reports. So both the reports are compared and then the evaluation is done. The ante-mortem records, it includes the written notes, study cast, radiographs of the patient, that is to confirm the identity. Next slide, ma'am. Types of identification. So according to American Board of Forensic Odontology, the 4 types are, the first one, positive identification, where the ante-mortem and post-mortem data matches sufficiently, that is no discrepancy is found. The second, possible identification. Here the quality of either evidence is not possible to establish the identity unambiguously. The third one, insufficient evidence, where the available information is insufficient for conclusion. The last, exclusion. Here the ante-mortem and the post-mortem data are clearly inconsistent. So these are the types of identification which helps to make a proper conclusion. Next slide, sir. Newer identification techniques, it includes the post-mortem dental profiling, other innovative methods, and role of DNA in dental identification. So the post-mortem dental profiling, here the forensic dentist, it produces a sketch or a picture of the facial features of the person, and it is known as dental profiling. It is performed when the antemortem records are unavailable or virtually no clue exists. And it includes a triad of information, that is ethnic origin, gender, and age. Other innovative methods includes the labeled dentures, which may be used in identification, orthodontic appliances used by the patients. The Ruge pattern of the palate on the maxillary cast is compared with the recovered human remains. Role of DNA in dental identification. So here, the teeth plays an important role because they are an excellent source of DNA material, as they are resistant to environmental assaults. After the body is decomposed, the dental tissues like enamel, dentin pulp, they survive. So the DNA is extracted from that and it is used in the dental identification, and it plays a very major role. Next slide. So the last conclusion is that forensic dentistry has a very crucial role in identification of those individuals who cannot be identified visually or by any other means. And the unique nature and the structure of the dental tissues play an important role. That is, the teeth being the hardest substance in the body, they survive in most of the conditions. And the size, shape, and arrangement of teeth differs for everyone. That is, no two humans have the identical dentition relative. So at last, there should be maintenance of dental records, cast, x-rays, sample tissues, so that the preserved materials may be used in the identification of diseased individuals. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani. Now I request the jury member. We are ready to take questions for Dr. Shivani. Richa ma'am or Dr. Utsup sir, if any question is there for Dr. Shivani. Okay.
No questions from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so with the permission of the jury members, now I'm moving to the next presentation. Dr. Pooja.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
I'll start with your permission.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening and a warm namaste to the respected jury members, the organizing team members, and my fellow participants. I suppose it's overdose of forensic odontology by now. Well, I'll give you a short relief, though my topic is related to odontology, but it is not the usual crime criminal stuff I'll be talking about. Please go on to the next slide. With this, I'll introduce my topic for the presentation, paleodontology, the whispers of the Carians. Paleodontology can be named in multiple ways: dental bioarchaeology, dental archaeology, etc. General archaeology is the study of human history through materials, artifacts, and that are unearthed or discovered. When the remains are uncovered at an archaeological site, their study falls under a domain called bioarchaeology. Studying the bones and teeth of humans who have lived and died in the past provides a ma'am, please go back to the slide. Thank you, ma'am. Studying the bones and teeth of humans who have lived and died in the past provides a wealth of information for scientists. These skeletal remains can tell the health, age, and gender of an individual. A person's teeth and bones are what remains after their bodies have long since decomposed. And in some cases, the teeth may outlast bones and be the only part of the body that remains. Coming to the various aspects of this subject, though I have given separate headings, they are all kind of interrelated. Next slide, please. Paleogenomics is a nascent field that studies DNA in remnants of ancient teeth. DNA in teeth is well protected from most of the taphonomic and microbial changes. Dental calculus is of great help to explore broad aspects. High-throughput DNA sequencing of calculus has provided valuable insights into the evolution of the oral microbiome and the history of epidemics. Dental modification is performed for different cultural purposes. In modern days, we have orthodontics. In past, it was filing down of teeth to points, drills, etc. Teeth can also be unintentionally modified by certain habits, such as smoking a clay stemmed pipe or using the teeth as a tool in place of scissors or pliers. Metrics and non-metric features can help us determine the ancestry of the remains. We have a software called R-Asudas and the Asudas block, which can help analyze the non-metric traits. To determine the age at the time of death, any standard radiographic, histologic, or eruption pattern can be used. But yes, the first priority will be not to destroy the historic piece of evidence. For the age since death, various dating methods like the stable isotope analysis, carbon dating, N14, uranium series, the ash analysis in case of incinerated remains can be done. Next, please. Teeth as tools includes activity-induced dental modification. Each one of us have certainly used teeth as our third hand, but the same aspect when analyzed on ancient samples reveals surprising facts. Grooves on the occlusal surface of the buccal case history people were most likely produced during the processing of fibers from plants and animals for making items such as nets, cordages, and regional variations were also present in between gender. The growing evidence suggests that these first epidemics forced societies to make epoch-defining transformations. For some infections like the syphilis, TB, leprosy, the marks on a skeleton, bones, and teeth can serve as pathognomic indicators of an infection. Some diseases will never affect the skeleton at all, including plague and viral infections like the HIV. With this pandemic this year, it won't be surprising if it starts showing some effects on the skeletal parts too. There have been case reports where there is effect of the virus on the alveolar bones. Coming to the history of migration, strontium level analysis done from bone and teeth when compared to the strontium levels of the soil reveal the area of migration, but for that a database of the land is a must have. Next slide please. Diet plays a prominent role in the organization and evolution of human cultures, and diverse array of analytical techniques are available to help reconstruct diet in ancient population. Dental paleopathology is particularly important as it can provide direct evidence to the type of diet an individual consumed during the life. Coming to evolution of teeth and history of dentistry, earlier denture teeth were made of real human teeth. Gold was drilled into the canals, filing. Various types of waxes were used for the restorations, etc. The demerits of this study is that paleodemography is possible only when a good number of samples are retrieved. And retrieval of those samples is again a mammoth task. Given modern day constructions hampers its space. Like we know, Annagiri skull samples were found while digging up the construction of the drainages. To conclude this presentation, in India we already have an overburden of cases on the judiciary system. With the knowledge of dental bioarchaeology, at least the cases that are of more than 90 years old can be given to the bioarchaeologist to extract data. This is a budding stream and has a good scope as long as understanding the past is important in the future. It becomes a very hectic task to reconstruct the past when there is paucity of evidences of that era. Newer methods like the radiocarbon dating, uranium dating are not only specific, dynamic, but even a very reliable source of data analysis. With this, I rest my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Now, I request the jury members that we are ready to take questions from Dr. Pooja if the questions are there.
Okay, so Dr. Pooja, very good presentation. I just wanted to know if there is any dental record database available around the world, or any national database that we have.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, America does maintains a dental record database, and they have a very strong evidence of that. I mean, they even have the dental records of the soldiers of the World War era. So they definitely maintain it. But when we come to India, yes, certainly the dentists are also to be blamed for this. We do not maintain a proper data which is accessible to everybody.
Okay, so I think now that this entire presentations, all in fact in the session has been predominantly on the forensic odontology.
Absolutely.
May I please ask you what would be the future scope of the field of forensic odontology in your point of view?
Ma'am, honestly speaking, this stream does have a beautiful scope in India, especially when we are talking. But the problem is that we do not have a proper platform here where we can explore ourselves. If we have that platform, definitely I see the subject as a budding stream here. And for that,
Okay,
of course,
thank you, Dr.
awareness
Pooja.
is required, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank
Okay,
you,
thank
Dr. Pooja. Thank you, Richa ma'am. Now I request, with the permission of jury members, my next presenter, Dr. Nareen. Over to you, Dr. Nareen.
Yes, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Narendra Hadiyal. I am presenting the tooth as an important source of the DNA in forensic odontology. Next slide, please, ma'am. Now, the forensic odontology, a subspecialty of a forensic medicine which is focused on the identification of the deceased person by the dental examination or of the prepar preparators by the bite mark. DNA is the green bite print that make the living body. The source of the DNA in oral cavity. The teeth are the main source. The hard tissue, soft tissue, hard tissue in enamel, dentin, and cemented. In soft tissue, pulp, cells of oral epithelium, and saliva. The important source of the DNA, importance of the DNA testing is the crime solving, the matching suspect with the evidence. The accident victims, like the aeroplane crashes, soldiers in the war, who is the unknown soldiers. Now, paternity test, who is the father. Now, the immigration testing and the missing person, and convince the predominantly case solved. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, why the teeth are the used? The most resilient of the body tissue, preserved for the very long period, resist to the adverse condition, degrading the DNA, such as humidity, high temperature, and microbial action. Now, the importance of the dental identification play a key role in the natural and man-made disaster situation and mass casualty associated with the aviation disaster when the victim were less than 20 years of the age. The success rate of identification by dental method was higher, 75% of victims in this age group. Now, in teeth, the enamel also has DNA, and the root tip and the body of the root tip has the highest amount of the DNA is present. Next slide, please. Now, the technique of the acquiring the DNA from the teeth, the milling method disturbs the morphological structure of the engaged tooth, crucial in anthropological evaluation. Conventional endodontic access of the pulp chamber through the access cavity prepare and dental pulp is retrieved. The horizontal section of the tooth with the aggressive pulpectomy and crushing the radicular half of the tooth. Now, the horizontal section of the tooth with partial extraction of the coronal and radicular half of the tooth. Cryogenic grinding and the horizontal section of the tooth with aggressive extrusion and apicectomy. Next slide, please. Now, the dental profiling. Comparative identification. Postmortem dental remaining are compared with the antemortem dental record, including the written notes, study cards, radiograph, to confirm the identity. Postmortem dental profile provide the information on the disease age and certain background, sex, and socioeconomic status, dietary habit, dental and systemic disease, etc. Biological method in unidentified individual comparison of the DNA in preserved and extracted teeth give a better result as compared to the hairbrush biopsy stored blood called the antemortem sample. Next slide, please, ma'am. Now the conclusion, the teeth proven to be very helpful adjacent in forensic dentistry. Owing to their properties and characteristics, they can be readily available and easily proceed. Some famous personality can be identified with DNA. Adolf Hitler, Gorgi Khan, and Thomas Chekhov. Thank you, ma'am.
Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Narendra, your presentation was nice. May I please ask you if you have performed any DNA extraction from the tooth pulp yourself?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. I hope there is no more questions from the jury members. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Nare. Now we have come up to our last presentation by Vikas Razdan. Over to you, Vikas.
I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, very good evening. Myself, Vikas Tazan. I'm an engineer by profession, and presently I'm running a platform on social media about the cyber awareness. And my areas of interest is cyber forensics. As you might be aware that Pakistan terror groups, they have been using the cyberspace to recruit the youth into the terror groups and ranks, and modus operandi they are using, it's very alarming. The reason that there is communication blockade still there in Jammu and Kashmir. We don't have the access to the 4G network here in Jammu and Kashmir. I'm audible? I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are good.
Yeah. Now I'm be discussing one of the case study, the how the digital forensic helped a lot in getting the information about the terrorist organization, their association, and where they have been in contact with each other. One of the laptop was received, and it was got from one of the terrorists who was operating in the parts of Jammu and Kashmir. He was planning to carry out various uh, strikes in here, and after the cyber forensic investigation was carried out, various contacts, email, messages, and messengers from chat history, cache files, temporary internet files, we could get the information that how these he was in constant touch with the associates and what information he used to carry out with the associates working in other parts of the country, and also around in other parts of the country, and also the from the where it has been sponsored, like Pakistan. We can directly talk of the Pakistan who has been sponsoring the terrorism in our country. Next slide, please. So first of all, the laptop was seized and it was in the standby mode. The photographs of the laptop were taken. Chain of custody was maintained, and it was brought to the notice that it was a Microsoft Windows. And using the Helix series software, we could get the ports, running ports that were there. Open Explorer Windows were collected, and from the that we can get the information regarding the website they have reached, the messages, the chat rooms, the contacts we can get from that place. And after before proceeding further, page file dot system file was copied. Actually is a RAM dump analysis using a volatility software. We use this and take out the information that is stored in the RAM, and date and time was there. Formal shutdown of the computer was taken down, and it was the RAM dump was copied to a external hard disk like Sony USB, without taking the original hard disk into the consideration. Next slide, please. Laptop was unscrewed and the hard disk was removed. As far as the hard disk is concerned, we don't work on the original evidence, and bitstream imaging of the hard disk was carried out, imaging, and we always work on the image of the hard disk for any device, or the memory like USB. We take the image of that, and never we work on the original device. Hard disk was stored in anti-static bag, because whenever there is transportation of these devices that carry volatile information, they are carried to the forensic laboratories. They are stored in the anti-static bags so that they are not in contact with any electromagnetic interference that can damage the hard disk and the information stored on it. And as far as the when we carried them to the state forensic lab, MD5 hash values were calculated so that the same can be proved in the court of law, that it's the same evidence that we have been collected at the time of site. Chain of custody, already discussed that it was maintained during the whole operation. And as far as the file formats, we use the FTK image and various softwares to recover the deleted files from the hard disk that was there in our custody, and various. Next slide, please. Images were loaded in NCase, and it was such for that we come to notice that 500 contacts from the Outlook, 250 video files, image files were recovered from the hard disk, and Word files were there, Excel files were there, and these all provided a volatile information that how these terrorist organization, they have been making a propaganda against our country, and using the forensic techniques, we can get the terrorist camps where they have been operating from. They have been in contact with their counterparts in other parts of the country and also up across the borders. Next slide, please. It was noticed that the videos were there. They have been showing the various terror camps they have been operating across the borders, the killing of the kidnapped hostages, and also the motivational speeches they used to tell to the people that you come and join this. And it was very in-depth investigation that helped a lot to the security agencies of getting into the this type of cyber forensic role. Images that were considered during the investigation, like 1200 JPG files, 700 GIF files. Using the accept data software, we can get the location of the terrorist camps that were operating from the across the borders, and it proved that it was all the Pakistan sponsored terrorism. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas, for the presentation. Now, I request jury member if we are ready to take questions from Vikas Razdan. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Vikas, I wanted to know if you have discussed a case study here.
Yeah,
Was it a terrorist attack? Oh, yes, please go ahead.
It was a case study, ma'am.
Okay, so could you please brief us on when it was happened and because you talked about how it was investigated, that was very well explained. But if you could give us a brief background of it.
I cannot disclose where it was. Actually, we might be aware that the terrorists, they have been moving from the from the real world to the virtual platform, also from the cryptocurrencies. Now they are from Hawala money to cryptocurrency. They are using the cryptocurrencies now. And if we talk of the Pulwama attack, they have been using the virtual SIM cards that they are not able to get traced. The new method they are using, as far as this investigation is concerned, I cannot disclose that where it was done and where the sources were.
But it's a recent case.
Yeah, it's a recent case. If we talk of the Pulwama attack, the virtual SIM cards were used, and still we are not able to get because the service provider was from United States. One of the they have been using the app for calling purpose, and so till date they have not got the details with whom they have been in contact with. And as far as the digital devices are concerned, either it's a watch, it's a mobile phone, it's an iPad, or it's an USB. It carries a volatile information that's there with the militants, as far as their speeches are concerned, as far as their PDF files were there, how to make and prepare themselves from the jihad and all.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas Razdan, for a wonderful presentation. Now we come to the end of this day one for the eConference. I request Kritika to proceed further. Kritika, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I really want to extend my gratitude to chairperson and request Utsav sir to say something about the poster presentations.
Yes, thank you very much. The e-poster presentations is well organized, and all the presentations were meticulously prepared. They all are very interesting. I must congratulate all the participants, all the presenters, and whoever will win. But I like all the presentation very much. Keep up the scientific knowledge dispersing every time. And I must congratulate Dr. Ranjit for this wonderful conference. Best wishes for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Utsav sir. And now I would like to thank all the esteemed jury members. Before that, Dr. Utsav sir kindly accept gratitude in the sense of this e-certificate. We really acknowledge for the outstanding service as chairperson for e-poster presentation at the panel of First International Conference on Emerging Trend in Forensic Science. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Now, I want to extend my gratitude to all the esteemed jury members for making this session more interesting and with your valuable ideas. With that, I'll start extend my gratitude with Neeraj Vaishne sir in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding e-poster presentation. Thank you, Dr. Surbhi Mathur, in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for e-poster professional category. Thank you, Dr. Richa Ratogi, in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding e-poster presentation professional category. Thank you, Dr. Archif sir, in recognition of their earnest contribution as jury member for acknowledging the outstanding e-poster presentation professional category. Thank you so much to all the esteemed jury members for their valuable time and guidance. Now, I extend my gratitude because without the eminent advisory board, we won't be able to go as long as we are doing. And thank you to all the advisory board members, Emilio sir, Dr. Rakesh Korea sir, Raj Srivastava sir, Mahesh Sharma sir, Dr. Edie ma'am, Michael sir, Dr. Mohammed sir, Terry Armenta ma'am, and Kevin sir. Thank you so much, sir. We can't forget our core committee for being constant support and guidance in the entire conference work. Thank you, Dr. Hemlata Pandey ma'am, Dr. Ritesh Shukla sir, Dr. Sumit Kumar Chaudhary sir, Dr. Kanjana ma'am, Dr. Nidhi Kapoor ma'am, Dr. Sharatogi ma'am, Dr. Ankush Srivastava sir, Dr. Hansi Mansur ma'am, Nitin Pandey sir, Dr. Ashish sir, Dr. Surbhi ma'am, and Ramandeep sir. And we have an amazing scientific committee members who are constantly supporting in the development of forensic science in the society. Thank you to all the scientific committee, Dr. Ruchi Sharma ma'am, Dr. Akhilesh Pathak sir, Dr. Malvika Mehta ma'am, Dr. Jagdish Guru, Vinny Sharma ma'am, Madhuri Bagal ma'am, Rohit Jans, Mayank sir, Dr. Jayashankar Pillai sir, Dr. Pragnesh sir, Dr. Preeti ma'am, Dr. Janita ma'am, Jinvi sir, Vijay Arora sir, Kalpesh Solanki sir, Mebin sir, Seema Patel ma'am, Neeraj Kumar Vaishne sir, Pooja Puri ma'am, Vijay Kumar Yadav sir, Dr. Utsav sir, Dr. Mukesh Sharma sir, Jitin Kumar sir, Dr. Anu Singla ma'am, George Dixon sir, Ankesh sir, and Lalit Pratap sir. Thank you so much, everyone. With this, we came to end of the first day of International e-Conference organized by International Association of Scientists and Researchers on Emerging Trend in Forensic Science. We thankful to all the organizing committee, and now I request Dr. Ranjit Kumar Singh sir to take over the session and give a final vote of thanks to all the members.
Thank you so much, Kritika. The success of any event is dependent upon the member, and here is my core organizing team member, those who are working day and night to reach the different platform, particularly these three girls, Kritika, Vaishnavi, and Aarti. They have worked so hard to reach and make everything on the time. I thank you all the organizing team member for reaching to the different platform, answering all the queries on social media. We exist with all of you all organizing team member. Thank you all. And I welcome you all on the day second for this e-conference. And we have eminent speakers on the day two also, Dr. Rajesh Kumar Verma sir, Demis Zamarello, Faninder VN, Dr. Jayashankar Pillai sir, and Dr. Sumit Kumar sir. And with this, I request Dr. Richa Ratogi to give the vote of thanks and concluding remark. Dr. Richa, over to you.
Wonderful session, Dr. Ranjit. I would like to congratulate you and your entire team for such a wonderful show you have presented today, and it has been a very invigorating and with a scientific acumen. And I also would like to thank all the participants who have participated in this e-conference, first of its kind. And I congratulate you once again for being the pioneer in the different fields and
with varied facets. You have brought upon all the legendary figures in the field of forensic science all together under one roof. And so I congratulate you and your team and all the jury members, respected dignitaries, and all the participants for this wonderful event. And we are looking forward to many more such events to be organized by yourself, respected sir.